Quick summary. In this universe, Naruto Uzumaki isn't just the reincarnation of Ashura Otsutsuki. He is the final vessel for the legacy of the Otsutsuki clan. From the very beginning, Naruto is the reincarnation of Indra, Ashura, Hagoromo, and even Kaguya, whose will lingers deep in his soul. A convergence of cosmic power reborn in human form. The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, held a bundle in his arm, smiling down at it seeing as it was his son, Naruto. The roar of the Kyuubi no Yoko broke through this peaceful scene, causing Minato to focus, laying Naruto down in a bed with Kushina. "I'll be right back, you two, stay safe." With that, Minato disappeared in a yellow flash, appearing on his own head on the Hokage stone heads. He watched the Kyuubi fighting his ninjas and the Sandaime Hokage. He was about to go out there to battle the Nine Tails, though he felt something pulling him backward, turning back with a throw of his three-pronged kunai. He saw the masked man as he vanished in a yellow flash, appearing in a clearing where he fought the said masked man and released his contract on the Kyuubi. Minato returned to the village, appearing above the massive-tailed beast with the chief toad Gamabunta crushing it down. He then vanished in a large yellow flash. Minato let Gamabunta battle Kyuubi while he went and got Kushina and Naruto. He returned in a flash and placed Naruto in the middle of a large ceiling area that he had placed already. The Kyuubi was fighting the chief toad, landing a clean slash over his eyes, causing him to poof away. He glared down at the humans, letting out another loud roar, though when his eyes landed on the baby, it made him confused. The boy had deep power inside him that the Kyuubi knew. He felt his father, Ashura, Indra, and Kaguya. Minato saw the Kyuubi's hesitation in movement, and that's all he needed, speeding through hand signs before he slammed his hands together. Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal. The spectral image of the Reaper tore into existence behind him, clutching its blade with a dark smile on its face, reaching its hand out as it grabbed the full Kyuubi and sealed it inside of the young boy. Minato saw this and his eyes widened. He wanted to split it in half. He stared up at death, seeing him smiling down at him before his soul was cut, and he dropped his last words before he was sent inside the belly of the Shinigami. "Protect him, Kushina." Kushina held the crying baby in her arms, crying herself. She didn't realize when Umbu surrounded her, the Sandaime leading them. "Lord Hokage is dead, Sandaime-sama." The cat-masked Umbu spoke, picking up the fourth's body as with a simple order from the Sandaime and re-elected Hokage she would body flicker away. "Lady Kushina, we need to take you and your young to the hospital," a dog-masked Umbu said, walking with her to the hospital. Even as an Umbu, Hatake Kakashi still cried just a little. Scene change, Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi lay behind the cage formed by the seal, surrounded by a void of swirling mist and faint glimmers of light, like stars trapped in the dark. He wasn't snarling or pacing. Instead, he stared forward calmly at the four figures standing before him. Even with all his power, there was a certain weariness in his eyes. Kaguya stood like a phantom, her long white hair floating around her, eyes emotionless and cold. Indra crossed his arms, silent but sharp-eyed, while Ashura looked irritated, as if he'd already been arguing. Hagoromo stood at the center, calm and observant. "You all got reincarnated inside of this kit," Kurama said, voice deep and unreadable. "It seems we have, Kurama," Hagoromo replied. "Fate has brought us together again." Kaguya tilted her head slightly. "Ah, I see now. This is what you did with the 10 tails, Hagoromo. I can sense them all." "Interesting. Grandma is here too?" Ashura muttered, annoyed. "And I thought Indra was bad." "Be quiet, you idiot," Indra snapped. "Just because we're inside a child's mind doesn't mean I won't fight you." Kurama's massive eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the four of them. Hagoromo was cautious, and so was he. The presence of his mother unsettled them both. If they were to remain within the boy for as long as he lived, they'd need to coexist, even if they hated it. A moment passed in tense silence. "For now," Hagoromo said. "We wait, but one day the boy will awaken. And when he does, the world must be ready." Time skip, age 3. "You got this, Naruchan. Don't be scared, mommy's right here. Okay? Naruto fidgeted with his sleeves, eyes wide as he looked up at the tall tree. Okay, but what if I fall? I'll catch you, Naru. You're a big boy, remember? Yeah, you're right. His face lit up with a smile. Kushina laughed softly as she watched him walk up to the tree. He was focused, unusually so for a 3-year-old. Concentrating his chakra, Naruto began to walk up the trunk. His steps were a little shaky at first, but soon he was walking vertically, rising all the way to the top. When he turned to look down, his mother was staring in surprise. You did it! She cheered. Have you been practicing when I wasn't looking, mister? No, I've just been studying how to walk on stuff. Hee. All right, let's go celebrate. Ramen, ramen, ramen. Naruto jumped down, landing in Kushina's arms with a happy giggle. The Uzumaki family lived a peaceful life, even after the Kyuubi attack. The Sandaime Hokage had announced that the young Naruto was the vessel of the Kyuubi no Yoko and a hero instead of the beast itself. When villagers and some ninjas didn't agree and even tried to mutter the world demon, they found out why Kushina Uzumaki was called the Red Death. She had to kill 35 villagers that called her son a demon. We now see the two at Ichiraku with large smiles on their faces, slurping down ramen almost like a race while they laughed together. You made him little you, Kushina. Believe me or not, Tsuchijiji. His first words were ramen, Kushina said with a smile while looking at Naruto eating. She then realized she was losing the race, causing everyone to burst out in happy laughter. 2 years later, Naruto's 5th birthday. Konoha, early morning. Kanehagakure was already alive with color. Red streamers danced in the wind, stalls lined the streets with freshly grilled food, and posters of a grinning blonde holding up the peace sign were everywhere. Today wasn't just a birthday. It was Uzumaki Naruto Day, the day the boy who saved the village from the Kyuubi was born. Vendors handed out free food to villagers. Ninjas in uniform offered warm smiles. Even ANBU in masks gave silent nods to the boy who had done what no one else could: hold back the Kyuubi and survive. Inside the Uzumaki household, Naruto squirmed while Kushina tried to comb his messy hair. Moom, it's my birthday, I should look cool, not fancy. You look cool when you're neat, Naru-chan. Now hold still or no birthday cake. I'll let Sasuke eat it. Naruto froze and his eyes widened in the mirror, meeting his mom's gaze as he saw she was just laughing. You're evil. Kushina continued to laugh, having to control herself as she smiled down at her son. Red Death, remember? Outside, people gathered. Children shouted, "Where's Naruto?" The villagers lit sparkles early, even though the real fireworks weren't till sundown. Back with Naruto and Kushina. Kushina finally gave up on Naruto's hair, ruffling it into his normal hair with a slight sigh. Go out there with your crazy porcupine style. Naruto stuck out his tongue, grabbing his goggles, and ran out of the door, making Kushina shake her head and laugh lightly, thinking about Minato watching them both. Outside, the street in front of their home was already packed with villagers. Cheers broke out the moment the door opened. Happy birthday, Naruto. There he is. Hey, hero. Naruto beamed, waving both hands. His red Uzumaki hoodie flapped in the wind as he ran down the stairs of the Uzumaki compound into a crowd of familiar faces. Irika, Tuchi, even some Chunin and Jounin that came for his past birthdays. Yo, Naruto. Sasuke stood leaning against a tree, arms crossed with a smirk. You took long enough. Naruto grinned. Had to survive my mom first. She tried to assassinate my hair. Behind them, Mikoto Uchiha approached, arm in arm with Kushina. Both women looked proud and battle-worn, legends in their own right. It was thanks to their brutal honesty and strength during the Uchiha Council's corrupt coup d'etat plans. 2 years prior, the Uchiha clan planned to destroy and take over the Leaf. The two Kunoichi discovered this, and with the help of Itachi Uchiha, they put an end to the corrupt council. Boys, Mikoto said, hands on her hips. Don't run off too far. The Hokage is coming soon. Yeah. Naruto and Sasuke both said at the same time, fist bumping each other with a slight smirk on their faces. "I'll race you to the festival." "Oh, you're on Naruto." That's when both boys sprinted off toward the festival, laughing and leaving dust in their wake. Scene change. Later that night, Uzumaki compound. The Uzumaki compound, once quiet and proud, was alive with celebration. Red and gold paper lanterns floated gently above, their glow casting warm hues across the expensive courtyard. The ancestral garden paths had been lit with chakra-powered lights, and a soft melody from live musicians filled with air. Even the clan's whirlpool-shaped crest had been polished and hung proudly above the gate. Today wasn't just a birthday, it was Uzumaki Naruto Day. The whole village had been invited to celebrate within the heart of the Uzumaki legacy. In the center of the main courtyard, a long banquet table stretched end to end stacked with gifts, trays of food, and handcrafted sweets. At its head sat the star of the evening, Uzumaki Naruto, the 5-year-old beaming with happiness and shining just like a star. A massive banner hung over him, emblazoned with his smiling face and bold calligraphy that read, "Uzumaki Naruto, our son, our savior." A cheer roared through the compound. "Happy birthday, Naruto." Naruto's face turned red, but his grin didn't fade. This was more than a party. It was love he could feel in every laugh, every hug, every bite of food. Gathered around him was his best friends, the children of Konoha's greatest clans. Sasuke Uchiha sat beside him, arms crossed, pretending to be unimpressed. "Tsh, it's just a party." But the hint of a smile betrayed him. Shikamaru groaned. "Troublesome crowd. At least the dango is worth it." Choji didn't answer, mouth stuffed with fried dumplings. Ino tossed her hair. "Remember, Naruto, prettiest girl, best gift." She winked, handing him a bright blue bouquet. Hinata stood off to the side, nervously clutching a small red scarf that she just got down knitting. With the help of her mother, she shyly gave it to Naruto. Kiba zipped between tables, trying to get his present for Naruto opened first, though his mother grabbed him and took him inside so he could sit down somewhere. Shino stood by Shikamaru, quietly sipping from a tiny juice box as his Kakechu buzzed around him with a faint light, his version of party lights. Even several of the adults had come to honor the boy who had unknowingly saved them all. Might Guy challenged Naruto to a ramen eating contest. When he lost, he would challenge himself to do 1,000 push-ups in 20 seconds. Kurenai brought a calming gift of lavender-scented charms. Asuma passed Naruto a box of scrolls and kunais. "This is for training only, kid," the usually smoking Jounin said, slightly smiling down at Naruto before he went back to join the adults. Iruka ruffled Naruto's hair and flicked his forehead lightly with a grin. "You're growing up fast, Naruto. You'll be Hokage in no time." "You think so, Iruka-sensei? I am the one and only Uzumaki Naruto after all." Iruka laughed with Naruto, before he seen his big brother figure Kakashi walking up, which made Naruto run and jump in his arms. "Hey Naruto, am I late to the party?" "You're right on time, Kakashi and I-san. I have a present for you, so get down please." Naruto only nervously grinned, jumping down off of Kakashi as he smiled up at him. "Happy birthday, Naruto." Kakashi pulled out a scroll behind his back. It was a storage scroll which had a custom-made tanto inside it. Kakashi would apply chakra to the scroll, causing it to open and let the tanto be seen. The handle was red and black while the blade was a glowing black. "Thank you, Kakashi and I." "You're welcome, Naruto." Kakashi lightly ruffled his hair before taking him to the main event. From the side doors of the compound's kitchen, Tucci and Ayam emerged with a monstrous 3-layer ramen cake, steam rising from each tier, golden narutomaki spiraling along the edges. Naruto's eyes widened. "No way!" Kushina walked beside him, crouching as she did, voice soft and proud. "This is all yours, Naru-chan." His lip quivered, jumping on his mother with a teary-eyed smile, making everyone say a combined awe. "This is the best birthday ever. Thank you so much, Mom." Hehe. Let's dig into the cake. Naruto gets the first cut. Everyone surrounded Naruto as they watched him cut the cake, going to take a bite before Kushina and Sasuke pushed his head in the cake, which covered his entire face in it, making everyone at the party burst out in laughter. Kushina cleaned the cake off of Naruto's face while still laughing, going to eat her own piece of cake. Then Naruto did the same thing to her, which made everyone else once again burst out in laughter. The kids and adults all ate some cake at least, leaving one last layer that Kushina kept in the fridge. That's when the Sandaime Hokage walked up with a grandfatherly smile. "I'm happy to see you've had a great birthday, Naruto, my boy. Hokage Gigi. It was awesome and so fun." "I bet it was, Naruto. I have a present for you, my boy." "Is it the hat?" "Not just yet, but because it's your birthday." Hiruzen would take off the Hokage hat and place it carefully on Naruto's head, smiling down at the boy as he did. Hiruzen would pull out a scroll that had the kanji for fourth on it, giving it to Naruto as he smiled. "Now put your chakra into the scroll, my boy." "All right, Gigi." Naruto did as he said, putting chakra in the scroll as he saw it poofed out a box that had multiple three-pronged kunai and the flying Raijin steps. The only members of the party knew a secret that the villagers didn't. Kushina and Hiruzen only told a select few of people that Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze. "I trust your mother to help you learn your father's technique. When you're older, my bow dash." Hiruzen didn't get to finish. Naruto had hugged him while sniffing and blowing snot into his Hokage robes. "Thank you, Gigi. Thank you." Naruto was surrounded by the clan children and their parents, all of them hugging Naruto as well. The party would continue for another few hours until all the children had either fallen asleep or had to go home. In the Uzumaki compound, it was only Kushina and Naruto once again. Kushina would be in the living room with Naruto, giving him his last birthday gift. "I have one last gift for you, Naruchan," Kushina said as she smiled at her son, taking out a scroll that had the whirlpool shape of the Uzumaki on it. Kushina would push some of her chakra into the scroll, causing a stack of red leather books that showed the Uzumaki whirlpool symbol. "This is the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, books 1 through 10. Naruto's eyes widened. He knew that his mother knew sealing jutsu, but he didn't expect he had to learn it. "Our clan's true strength wasn't just our chakra and longevity, Naruto. It was our mastery of sealing. These books were made by the Sage of Sixth Paths himself, given to the first Uzumaki and passed on through the family, and now it's yours. When you're ready, I'll help you." Naruto carefully held the books to his chest, smiling at his mother, though he noticed there was another item in the scroll. "What's that, Mom?" Kushina only smiled, pulling out the wrapped blade as she cleared her throat. "This is the Crimson Fang, a blade forged by our ancestors, sealed with Uzumaki chakra. Only someone of Uzumaki blood has a chance of awakening its true power. Even when I tried, I couldn't." Naruto blinked, looking confused as the blade. "So, what does it do?" Kushina smiled mysteriously, kind of scaring Naruto in the process. "That's for you to find out when the time comes." Naruto reached out and gently touched the cloth-wrapped hilt. The silk pulsed faintly with warmth, like it was alive and waiting. He looked at her with a smile, putting the sword back on the seal before using chakra and sealing it back. "Thank you, Mom." She pulled him into her arms and whispered against his hair. "One day, you'll be the strongest Uzumaki who ever lived, not because of power, but because of heart." After that, she would pick up Naruto, putting all of his gifts in his room, and she would lay him down for bed, kissing him on the forehead as she tucked him in and turned the light off, walking to her own room and falling into slumber. Scene change. Naruto's mindscape. Dreamlike. Foshed. Silent. Almost sacred. Naruto stood in an endless space. Not dark. Not bright. Just vast. The floor was rippling water, reflecting the stars above even though there was no sky. Naruto looked down at himself. He wasn't a kid here. His body glowed faintly with golden traces, and his reflection shimmered with power. Older, taller, almost godlike. "Where am I?" he whispered, looking around slightly as he walked forward, but he was stopped by a voice that answered behind him. "Welcome, Naruto." For figures slowly came into view, each standing like statues in the mist. One held a shikujo staff, robes flowing like wind, wise eyes full of patience. One wore a battle-worn high-collar cloak with 6 tomo on the chest, 9 on the back beneath the Otsutsuki clan logo. Another stood in the same outfit, arms crossed, cold and proud. His chakra felt cold and crackling. And the last, a woman, floating slightly off the ground, hair long as night itself, with horns and pale eyes that made Naruto be reminded of the Hyuga clan. He then saw behind them was a large sleeping fox. Kurama didn't want to be involved in their conversation. Who are you guys? The staff bearer flew forward, a smile on his face as he had that same grandfather-like smile that the Sandaime gave Naruto. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6th paths. The other walked up or flew on the sides of Hagoromo. I am Ashura, your boundless spirit and compassion. I am Indra, your cunning, your fire. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, the origin of your bloodline. All of you are inside me? Kurama's familiar low growl rumbled nearby. The boy had woken him up, causing him to appear from the darkness behind them, calmly sitting like a guardian beast. You're not just you, brat. You're something that has never been seen before. You're the true reincarnate. All of them in one. Naruto was confused, looking at all of them and trying to find the words, which took a while. But I'm me. I'm Naruto. Hagoromo would lightly chuckle while nodding. You're right, but you are also the convergence of destinies, the vessel of unity. Ashura would smile at Naruto, ruffling his hair a bit. We aren't here to control you, we dash. Indra cut him off. But if you don't master yourself, you'll be consumed by our power. Kaguya floated closer. She had an unreadable gaze, though it cracked just a bit as she looked at the boy. The world is changing again. The time will come when you must decide to save it or to rule it. Kurama leaned in, eyes glowing. You have the power of gods, Naruto, but how you use it, that'll decide everything. Naruto looked down at his reflection, slightly clenching his fist before locking eyes with everyone there. I don't want to be a god. I want to protect my home. Hagoromo smiled at his words. He knew he would say something like that, placing a single hand on his shoulder as Naruto felt a burst of knowledge, power, spirit, and blood. You've been gifted with knowledge, power, spirit, and blood. Next time you return here, we will begin. You must walk the right path. Naruto smiled, deep blue eyes looking with the godly eyes of the Rinnegan. I will. They all smile at the boy. They had a feeling that he would save the world, though Kaguya would have to warn him about Black Zetsu. Naruto was now able to drift off to sleep, not knowing that his body on the outside had new abilities and godlike chakra and eyes. Unknown to the ninja world, their savior or destroyer has been awoken. Bonds and beginning. The sun poured gently into the Uzumaki compound, spilling golden light across Naruto's bed. He stirred slowly. No nightmares. No dreams. Just silence. Naruto slowly sat up, remembering what he saw in his mind. He could feel the power that Hagoromo gave him, and it made him feel strangely connected to everything. Morning, Naru-chan. Kushina called from the kitchen. Come eat before it gets cold. Naruto blinked, shaking the strange feeling off, and smiled. Coming, Mom. Naruto ran downstairs, jumping into his seat as he had a smile on his face. After you get done eating, I'll take you to the academy, Kushina said as she smiled at Naruto, putting a plate of eggs, sausage, bacon, and biscuits in front of him with some orange juice. Thank you, Mom. Naruto would eat his food before he stood and washed his own dishes, now waiting at the door with his Canon Academy outfit. Aren't you ready to go, mister? Kushina said with a smile. She could see the younger image of Minato in Naruto. Kushina walked up to Naruto, lightly holding his hand as she walked to the academy. Don't give Irika too much trouble, okay? Be good, Naru. Ah, but I was planning a prank to do on him, Mom. Naruto pouted, puffing his cheeks like a chipmunk. Kushina snorted and gave him a gentle bop of the head. No exploding chalk this time. Got it? Fine. He muttered, rubbing his head and giving her a cheeky grin. Maybe just a little one? The two laughed together, the streets of Konoha lively around them. Shops opened, birds chirped, villagers waved warmly as they passed. Whispers of, "That's him," and "The hero kid," followed them. Kushina ruffled his hair as they reached the academy gate. "Go show them who you are, my little son." Naruto nodded, then turned to face the building with a determined expression, but something flickered in his eyes, just for a second. Naruto's eyes became a swirling prism, like galaxies folding into themselves, rings and Tomo dancing in spirals around a star-shaped pupil. Power, legacy, destiny. He blinked. It vanished. Weird. Naruto muttered, rubbing his eyes as he walked inside the academy with a cheeky grin. Inside him, the chakra of the sage and his family stirred seemingly to be chuckling. What is this mysterious dojutsu? Well, let me tell you. Sozogen, 创造眼, eye of creation. Born from the fused will of gods and men, it does not simply see the world. It decides how the world can be. Stage 1, divine perception. Unlocked at age 5, current story. Naruto's base Sozogen grants him the Akugen abilities, 360 vision, except blind spot, chakra pathway visibility, and telescopic sight. EMS abilities, perfect precognition in battle. No blindness or strain from usage. Access to a unique Sozogen Jinjutsu, so powerful it can rewrite memories or place others in temporary illusions of destiny. They see a future where Naruto always wins. Rinnegan abilities, all 6 paths techniques. Basic shared vision if clones or toads are summoned. Passive chakra absorption. Special to Sozogen. Chakra weaving. Naruto can briefly fuse 2 jutsu instantly, e.g. fire wind equals burning cyclone. Truth perception. He can sense emotional intent and see destiny threads linking people/events. Seal mastery. Fuinjutsu becomes second nature, as if born with scrolls etched into his soul. Copy and evolve. Can see and replicate any elemental jutsu or taijutsu at twice the speed of the Sharingan, including Kekkei Genkai techniques if the target's chakra is present. Once copied, the jutsu adapts and improves when Naruto reuses it. Alright, let's get back to this awesome what if. By the way, I'll probably have Naruto fully unlock it when he's on the wave mission. Konoha Academy grounds morning. The warm sun spilled over the academy grounds, where dozens of bright-eyed academy students gathered. The air buzzed with laughter, nervous excitement, and Irika Sensei's voice trying, and mostly failing, to keep the chaos contained. Alright, settle down, everyone. Irika clapped his hands. Today's a special day. We're having our first chakra and coordination day. That means you get to show off all that training you've been doing at home. Naruto stood proudly near the front, bouncing on his heels. His headband-less blonde hair shimmered in the light, and his wide blue eyes gleamed with anticipation. This is gonna be awesome. He turned to Sasuke with a big grin. You ready to lose? Sasuke just ascendi and folded his arms. In the crowd, clan parents and Jonin spectated from the sidelines. Kushina Uzumaki stood next to Mikoto and Itachi Uchiha, arms crossed and grinning with pride. He's gonna surprise them, she said while waving and smiling at Naruto. Itachi would be watching his brother, a light smile on his face as he watched him. Don't count Sasuke out yet, Ms. Uzumaki. Mikoto slightly smirked, keeping her eyes on Sasuke. Itachi is right, Kushina. Event 1, the leaf and balance obstacle course. Irika explained, each of you will place a leaf on your forehead. You have to keep it balanced while running across planks, hopping posts, and landing targets. Chakra control and focus. Ready? Most kids stumbled by the second post. Kiba's leaf flew off immediately. Ino shrieked as she nearly fell into water. Shikamaru walked the whole thing muttering. Troublesome. But when it was Naruto's turn, no one was ready for it. He darted forward, arms back, wind rushing against his face. The leaf stayed firmly on his forehead. Each footstep landed perfectly, as if the course guided him instead of the other way around. When he landed on the target and struck a grin, even Irika blinked. What the? Did you teach him that already? Makoto asked. No. Kushina said with a slight smile. She was proud of her Naruchan. That was all him. Event 2, Sparing Challenge. Next up, randomized 2 versus 2 sparring to build coordination and reaction time. Team 3, Naruto and Hinata. Hinata turned a bright red. She didn't expect that she would be on a team with her crush. Team 7, Kiba and Shikamaru. Naruto turned to Hinata with a big grin. Don't worry, we got this. She would only nod, hiding behind her bangs. The whistle blew. Kiba charged immediately, while Shikamaru moved to the flank with a hand sign. Naruto waited. His body buzzed. Something in his vision sharpened, time slowed just a bit. He could feel where Shikamaru's shadow would move. A rock near his foot. Naruto picked it up and hurled it. Thunk. It hit Shikamaru in the chest, causing him to fall over and groan out. This is such a drag. Meanwhile, Hinata had activated her gentle fist and slammed her palms into his stomach, causing him to get sent flying with a yelp. Point. Team 3. Everyone clapped for the team. The Hyuga heir and the golden child of Konoha was an unexpected team-up, but it worked. Aftermath. The event ended in cheerful applause. Parents clapped. Kids surrounded Naruto and Hinata. That was awesome. You threw that rock like you knew it would hit. Do you have the Sharingan or something? Naruto laughed nervously. Nah, just got lucky. But in the shadows, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched from afar. He had felt something flicker, an immense chakra pulse for just a moment when Naruto threw that rock. You felt it too, Gigi? Kushina said as she walked up behind him. She looked confused but proud. I did. The Sandaime murmured. There's more to Naruto than any of us realize. He's my son, so of course he's gonna be awesome. Scene change, Uzumaki compound, night. Later that evening, as Naruto sat on the Uzumaki compound staring at the sky, he yawned and leaned back. His eyes fluttered half shut. And for just a second, the faintest ripple of silver lavender light danced across his irises. Flicker. Then it was gone. Naruto scratched his head. How weird. Kushina's voice called from inside. Naru-chan, bedtime. Coming. He grinned and ran inside. 7 years later. Summary of the lost time. In the 7 years since that unforgettable birthday, Naruto Uzumaki's life became a unique blend of normal and extraordinary. While the world saw a cheerful academy student with big dreams and a bigger appetite, only a select few knew just how much was growing beneath the surface. Naruto still attended the ninja academy like any other kid. He pulled pranks, especially on Irika, struggled through boring lectures and made tons of friends, including Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and even began to form a complicated rivalry with Sasuke. His days were filled with laughter, ramen, tree climbing competitions, and the occasional detention. Despite being a handful, he earned the respect of his classmates with his relentless energy and growing skills. But after school hours, that's when Naruto's second life began. Guided by Kushina, Naruto trained in secret with the gifts he received at his birthday. He studied the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu books Volume 1 to 10, learning to respect and control the ancient sealing arts of his clan. What began with frustration and inky scribbles eventually turned into complex barrier seals, chakra chains, and explosive tags crafted by his own hands. Sealing scrolls lined the walls of his room like posters, each one a milestone of his growth. He also trained with the Crimson Fang, the ancestral blade forged by Uzumaki hands. Though it had yet to fully awaken, Naruto forged a connection with it, learning sword discipline, chakra channeling, and emotional focus. all taught by his mother, who told him, "This blade will respond when you fight not just with strength, but with heart." And when he wasn't training or at the academy, Naruto was just a kid. He played, joked, laughed, and lived. Sleepovers at Shikamaru's house, ramen challenges with Choji, racing Kiba and Akamaru around the village. Naruto's life was full of the warmth and chaos of growing up. Morning of the Genin exams. Golden light spilled through the Uzumaki compound, just as it did 7 years ago. Naruto stirred in his bed, eyes blinking open to the warm morning glow. He felt it again. He hasn't had any conversations with Hagoromo and his family, but he could feel them watching. The smell of miso soup and grilled fish snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. Naru-chan. Kushina's voice rang out, warm and proud. Time to wake up. It's the big day. Genin exams. Naruto blinked, then grinned. He sat up, scratched his head, and whispered to himself, "Time to show them what Uzumaki Naruto can really do." He leapt out of bed, heart pounding. Today wasn't just another day. It was the beginning of everything. Naruto descended the stairs quickly, still fastening his academy pouch. Kushina placed a hearty breakfast on the table, which was fried rice, miso soup, and tamagoyaki with Naruto's favorite, sweet soy drizzle. "Eat up, or you'll pass out mid-jutsu," Kushina warned, sitting beside him. Naruto inhaled his food, nerves and excitement bubbling. "You ready?" she asked after he finished. He nodded as he swallowed the rest of his food. "Yeah, I've been ready." Kushina ruffled his hair while smiling. "Remember what I said. Don't hold back, but don't show everything. Save your aces." Naruto smirked. "Heh, got it, Mom." Scene change at the academy. The classroom was loud as usual, chatter filling the air as students crowded around friends. Sasuke leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes locking with Naruto the moment he stepped in. "Took you long enough, Uzumaki." Naruto laughed, causing Sasuke to slightly smirk. "Please, I was up before you. You probably fixed your hair for half an hour." Sasuke rolled his eyes, though his smirk stayed. "TCH? Whatever." Hinata gave Naruto a small wave, blushing when he waved back. Shikamaru was already half asleep. Choji snacked on chips while Ino tried to gossip with Sakura, who was about to pass. Irika entered the room with clipboard in hand. "All right, everyone, settle down. Today's a big day. Those who pass the graduation test will officially become Genin. The rest, well, you'll be back here next year." He smiled encouragingly, but his eyes scanned them seriously. "It won't be easy. Chakra control, ninjutsu, physical ability, and mental aptitude. Everything counts today." Naruto clenched his fists in excitement. "This is it. This is my moment." Naruto stood with his classmates in the practice yard behind the academy, lined up beneath the morning sun as Irika and Mizuki gave out final instructions. Despite the tension, Naruto wore a confident smirk, hands behind his head in his usual relaxed posture. "All right," Irika said, clipboard in hand. "You'll be called one by one. You'll perform the clone technique, a basic transformation, and a shuriken accuracy test. Those who pass will receive a forehead protector. The rest will try again next year." Naruto's expression hardened a little at that. He wasn't going to be a failure again. Not after all he had trained for. Not with his mom, Kakashi, and even Sasuke watching from a distance. Sasuke gave him a subtle nod, but one that spoke volumes. "You better not choke."
Clone technique exam.
"Uzumaki Naruto," Mizuki called. He stepped forward, calm but brimming with internal energy. His chakra was immense, but unlike before, it was steady, shaped, controlled. "Let's see the clone technique." Naruto closed his eyes, forming the cross seal. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In a burst of smoke, 3 perfect clones stood beside him, crisp, identical, and filled with chakra. Irika's eyes widened, and even Mizuki flinched. That wasn't the basic illusionary clone. That was the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Perfect. Irika blinked. You pass with flying colors. Naruto gave a small bow and smirked at the stunned Irika, walking off with a slight grin on his face. Written and Shuriken exams. He aced the chakra theory and history portions with surprising ease. Kushina made him read sealing scrolls every night after all. When the time came to throw Shuriken, Naruto unleashed the same focused form Asuma taught him, burying 4 Shuriken directly into the bullseye and grazing the edge of the 5th. Even Sasuke gave a subtle nod of respect from the sidelines. By the end of the exam rounds, Naruto stood among those with a forehead protector in his palm. He grinned widely, staring down at it with trembling fingers. I did it. Graduation room, afternoon. Irika clapped his hands once the class had quieted again. Congrats to all who passed. Tomorrow, you'll meet your new Jonin squad leaders. The newly minted genin buzzed with excitement. Naruto leaned back in his seat, his protector now tied around his forehead with pride. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. That night, Kushina had waited by the window all day. When she finally saw Naruto walking through the compound gates with the leaf headband protector tied proudly across his brow, her heart swelled. Naru-chan, she whispered, hand over her heart. Naruto opened the door just in time for a flying tackle hug. You did it, she yelled, squeezing the life out of him. Hey, Mom. Can't breathe. She let out eye shimmering. You're officially a genin. Gods, I'm so proud of you. Naruto grinned and held up the headband. I told you I'd do it. Kushina already had a surprise ready. This time it wasn't ramen cake, but a home-cooked celebratory meal with grilled fish with sweet miso, miso-based tonkatsu ramen, and a tiny red and gold cake with a kunai-shaped candle. They sat together on the floor, laughing and eating.
Nice.
She gave him a small gift. It was a pendant that her great-grandmother gave her, which was shaped like the Uzumaki spiral, meant to bring luck and protection. This belonged to your great-great-grandmother, she said softly, smiling as she put it in his hands. Now it's yours, Naru-chan. Naruto clutched it tightly. Thanks, Mom. When the celebration ended and the dishes were put away, Kushina sat with him under the stars in the compound courtyard. You're strong, Naruto, she said, brushing his hair back. But don't carry everything alone, okay? You're not the Nine-Tails. You are my son. Your love. Naruto didn't respond at first. He just leaned into her side, the stars twinkling overhead. I'll make you proud, I promise. A beautiful image of mother and son sitting under the stars. What they couldn't see is that the soul of Minato was behind them, joining in on their little hug with a smile on his face. I'm proud of you, son. Naruto heard a voice that wasn't his mother's, and it felt nice and comforting, and all he could do was smile and be ready and happy for tomorrow. Scene change, Academy morning. The sun rose lazily over the hidden leaf, casting soft beams of light through the academy windows as chatter filled the classroom. Naruto entered, hands behind his head, a sleepy but proud grin on his face. He glanced around, nodding to Shikamaru, bumping fists with Kiba, then slid into a seat beside Sasuke like it was any other day. Morning, team. Sasuke smirked. Took you long enough, Dobe. They didn't need to exchange more than that. They understood each other. They were rivals, yes. But somewhere in those years of sparring, training, laughing, and healing bruises together, they'd grown close. Brothers in all but blood. Across the room, Hinata sat silently with her hands tucked in her lap, stealing glances at Naruto. A warm smile tugged at her lips. He looked calm, confident, different in a good way. Irika walked in, clipboard in hand. Listen up, everyone. Today you'll be placed into 3-man squads. These teams will be your new units under a Jonin instructor, and you'll begin missions once approved. He began reading team names, and eventually, Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata. The classroom buzzed faintly, but Naruto simply shared a quick nod with Sasuke and shot a bright smile at Hinata, who quickly ducked her head, cheeks red. Irika gave his usual reminders and left with the other teachers, leaving Team 7 waiting in the quiet classroom. Later that afternoon, he's late. Naruto groaned, lying back across the row of chairs with his arms crossed behind his head. He's over 2 hours late. Sasuke muttered, eyes flickering toward the door. At this rate, we're going to miss the mission briefing. Hinata, who had been sitting neatly with her hands in her lap, spoke up softly.
最強じゃん。
And maybe he's just
ウルト発
testing
見だけ
us?
ど、
Thud. The door slowly creaked open.
プッシュ
A
だ
tall
と結構
silver-haired
難しい
figure
な、ウルト
stepped
が。
in, face obscured by a mask and his Hittite slanted over
あ、
one
間に合わな
eye,
かっ
an orange book lazily held in one hand. Yo! Naruto ran up to their sensei, giving him a glare that held
た。やっ
no
ぱマッ
malice
プごと
behind
に
it.
向き不向きみたいな。
Kakashi ni, do I need to tell mom about you being late again? No need for that,
これは数日
Naruto. I
やっ
was
てて
just
感じてる。
testing you
このマッ
all.
プはこ
Yeah,
のキャ
that's
ラ
it. Meet
適
me
して
up
ない
at the
なと
roof.
か。
Kakashi spoke with slight fear as he used a quick body flicker to move to the roof. Scene change. Academy rooftop. Team 7 now sat in front of Kakashi, the breeze ruffling their hair as they squinted in the sunlight. All right, Kakashi said, closing his book. Let's get introductions out of the way. I want your name, likes, dislikes, and your dreams for the future. Start with... He looked down the line. You on the right. Hinata jolted a little, then nodded quietly. And my name is Hinata Hyuga. I like herbal teas, and I enjoy training quietly. I dislike cruelty. My dream is to become strong, someone who can protect the people she loves. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and a smile. You will, and we'll be with you the entire time, Hina-chan. She smiled faintly, hiding her blush with her jacket. Kakashi nodded. That was good. Next. Sasuke Uchiha. I like training tomatoes and sparring with certain idiots. Naruto grinned. He means me. Sasuke ignored him, only smirking. I dislike wasting time, and my dream, his expression sobbed for a moment, is to restore my clan, and maybe one day, become someone worthy of protecting the village. Kakashi raised a brow behind his mask. He knew how the population dropped when Mikoto and Kushina went with Itachi and slaughtered the corrupt Uchiha. He wouldn't question it any further. He would now turn to Naruto with a small sigh, though behind the mask he was smiling. Uzumaki Naruto, he announced proudly. I like miso ramen, my friends, and training with my mom. I don't like jerks, cowards, and traitors. Naruto met gazes with Kakashi, smiling with that bright smile he was known for. And my dream is to become Hokage, but not just any Hokage. I'll be the strongest one ever. I'll protect everyone I care about and make sure no one has to go through pain. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then stood with an eye smile. All right, you're interesting. Tomorrow morning, training ground 7. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw
強い
up.
なこのパーク。
Eh? What kind of training are we doing? Naruto asked, standing. Kakashi gave a wave as he walked off.
ただ使い方ちょっと難しそう
Survival
だけど。
training.
モード
Survival,
チェンジしないといけないっていうか。
Hinata whispered. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look. Scene change. Next morning, training ground 7. The air was cool and quiet, broken only by the crunch on the grass under sandals. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stood ready. None of them looked nervous. In fact, they looked prepared. Kakashi appeared in his usual casual blur, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the bells. All right, let's begin, he said, raising the silver bells that sparkled in the sun. There are only 2 bells, Kakashi said, dangling them in the air, the soft jingling causing tension to build. And there are 3 of you, whoever doesn't get a bell fails and gets sent back to the academy. Naruto gave him a knowing smirk. He trained with Kakashi before, and they used the bell test as a form of training for an entire year.
お、あれか。落ち
You're
ると。
still using the same tricks? Huh, Kakashi and I? Kakashi's sweat dropped. He's definitely Kushina's kid. Kakashi got lost in his thoughts just a bit, but he snapped himself out of it. Oh? Think you can beat me this time? Naruto's chakra flickered just slightly. He was calm and focused. "We're not here to beat you." Sasuke stepped up, hands in his pocket and a smirk on his face. "We're here to pass." Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan with a quiet breath. Kakashi only smiled. In his eyes, they already passed, but he had to be sure. "Well, let's see it then." The test begins. Naruto moved first. It wasn't a direct attack. It was him vanishing into the trees. Hinata remained back, scanning the field with her Byakugan. She called out Kakashi's movements to Sasuke, who rushed in and kept him occupied with his clan's taijutsu, the interceptor fist. From above, Naruto dropped smoke bombs in an arc, forcing Kakashi back toward the clearing. Kakashi dodged smoothly, but the coordination was impressive. He had to admit it. They'd planned this. Naruto came down with a slice from the Tanto Kakashi gifted to him. He got a clean hit on Kakashi, but then... poof! Kakashi countered with a substitution and reappeared behind Naruto, grabbing him by the shoulder. Still predictable Naruto. Naruto grinned. "Am I?" Poof! The Naruto in Kakashi's hand exploded in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto bursted from underground with a wide sweep, nearly snatching the bells off Kakashi's waist. Kakashi barely flipped out of reach, hearing the bells jingle from Naruto's touch, but he didn't notice the smirk on Naruto's face. "Okay, not bad, Naruto." Naruto landed cleanly, panting lightly. "You taught me that, remember?" "Heh, I see." But as the battle wore on, things shifted. The genin got worn out and Naruto got pinned in the dirt with Kakashi sitting on him. Kakashi now picked up Naruto, tying him to the stump as he called the other genin to where Naruto was tied. "You improved, all three of you, but you were too reckless in the final charge, Naruto. You let your guard down to protect Hinata." Naruto just grinned from the rope, bruised but proud. "They're my teammates." Sasuke and Hinata moved toward him, but he just shook his head. "Eat," Naruto said firmly. "Both of you." "But..." Hinata began. Naruto gave her that warm, stupidly confident smile. "Don't waste it. You'll need your strength. I'm fine." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "You're still an idiot." But he sat beside Naruto and opened his bento box. Hinata hesitated, then knelt beside Naruto and handed him a bit of rice anyway. "Eat this, please," she whispered. "You earned it too." Just then, Kakashi appeared from the trees, arms crossed and killer intent coming off in waves. "You!" The genin looked scared. They didn't know what would happen because they fed Naruto. "Pass." The killer intent lifted as Kakashi smiled down at them. "You worked as a team. You backed each other up. You protected one another even if it meant failing. That's what being a shinobi is all about." He looked at Naruto specifically. "You could have tried to take the bells for yourself, but you gave them a chance. You led them." Naruto grinned. "I knew you were hiding your chakra from Hinata's Byakugan, so I put my chakra in the bells so she could find you easier." Kakashi's eye widened a bit before it turned into a smile. "So that's what you did. Impressive." Kakashi untied Naruto and looked at his genin with that same smile. Welcome to Team 7. Chapter 2 End Where the Fire Sleeps. The sun peeked gently over the rooftops of Konoha, casting a warm orange glow across the quiet Uzumaki compound. Birds chirped peacefully, the air was fresh, and Naruto was dead asleep, sprawling out like a starfish on his futon, snoring with his mouth open and one foot dangling off the edge. Suddenly, crash. A loud chatter echoed from the kitchen. "Ah, who stole the last of the chili garlic paste?" Naruto shot up like a kunai, hair sticking up worse than usual. "What? I'm up. I didn't take it. I swear." He flailed out the bed, only to trip over his own pants leg and faceplant into the floor. From the kitchen, Kushina's voice echoed cheerfully. "Oh good, you're awake, sleepyhead." She stepped into his room wearing an apron that said, "Uzumaki Kitchen, Uzumaki rules, and holding a wooden spoon like a weapon. Naruto groaned, lifting his head off the floor. Mom, did you just yell to wake me up? She grinned. Of course not. I really did lose the chili paste. But 2 birds, 1 spoon. She tapped the spoon against her hand menacingly. You were snoring like a tailed beast, Naruchan. Time to get moving. You've got missions today. Naruto sighed dramatically. It's just D-rank missions. Kushina walked over and tousled his already wild hair. Hey, even the Hokage started with picking up trash and rescuing cats. Yeah. But you're not anyone, she added, voice softening. You're my boy, my strong, unpredictable, knucklehead ninja. She held up a small bento box wrapped in red cloth. Eat before you go. I made your favorite. Naruto perked up. Fish cake miso ramen? Fish cake miso ramen, she confirmed with a wink. He snatched it with a grin and hugged her tightly before bolting toward the door. Thanks, Mom. Lofya. Oi, brush your teeth first. The door slammed. Kushina stood there smiling, then muttered. He definitely took the chili paste. Scene change, Hokage's office. The doors to the Hokage's office slammed open with a dramatic flare. Come on, Aji-san, give us something better. Naruto stood at the front of Team 7, arms crossed, an exaggerated pout on his face. Hinata stood nervously behind him, fidgeting, while Sasuke looked more annoyed than usual, though that was his default setting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, looked up slowly from the scroll he was reading, his pipe resting on the edge of the desk. That cleaning up dog hair from the Inuzuka kennels wasn't fulfilling enough? I was sneezing the whole time, Naruto whined. And Hinata almost got tackled by one of the puppies. Hinata blushed. It was cute, but big. Sasuke stepped forward, arms crossed. We're wasting time with these missions. We're ready for something else, something that matters. Even Kakashi-sensei says we're improving fast. Naruto added. Right, Kakashi and I? Kakashi, leaning against the wall with his nose buried in mask-out paradise, barely glanced up. Well, they're not wrong. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows. Is that so, Kakashi? They've got potential, more than most genin I've seen, especially. Kakashi paused, putting away his book as he smiled. Naruto. Sarutobi hummed thoughtfully, puffing on his pipe. His eyes lingered a little longer on the boy with the spiky blonde hair and determined eyes. The boy who had survived more than most, who still smiled like the world didn't weigh on his shoulders. Very well. Team 7 leaned in, eyes wide. I'll authorize a C-rank mission, one with the potential for complications. You'll act as escorts for a client traveling outside the village. Naruto's eyes lit up. Outside the village? Seriously? Sasuke gave a rare small smirk. Finally, Hinata nodded, her grip tightening on the sleeve of her jacket. Sarutobi reached for a small scroll and unraveled it. Your client is a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. He's asked for protection until his work is completed. A man named. The doors creaked open again as an older man with a sake bottle in one hand stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and muttering to himself. Tazuna. The Hokage finished, looking slightly exasperated. Tazuna squinted at the group. These brats are my escorts? TCH. Hope you're better than you look. I'm too old to be stabbed in the back by bandits. Kakashi closed his book with a snap. Don't worry, old man, he said with a lazy smile. They're stronger than they look. Naruto stepped forward confidently, grinning wide. You're in good hands, old man. Team 7's on the job. Scene change, village gate. The morning sun glinted off the village gates as Team 7 prepared for their first mission beyond the safety of the leaf. Naruto adjusted his gear with excitement practically radiating off him. Hinata clutched the straps of her pack nervously, and Sasuke stood calm and composed as usual, though his foot tapped slightly, betraying his anticipation. Just as Kakashi arrived with Tazuna in tow, a sudden whoosh of chakra could be felt. Naruto Uzumaki. The trio turned to see Kushina Uzumaki, storming toward them in her apron, flour still dusting her sleeves. She was followed closely by Mikoto Uchiha, graceful as ever but clearly unimpressed, and Hitomi Hyuga, elegant yet stern. Naruto paled. Oh no! Kushina yanked him into a tight hug. You didn't think you were leaving the village on a mission without saying goodbye to your mom, did you? See, can't breathe, mom. Mikoto calmly approached Sasuke, giving him a once-over with a critical eye. Humph, you better behave, and don't go running into danger trying to impress anyone, she said pointedly, before leaning in and smoothing his collar. Moom. Sasuke hissed quietly, his ears pink. Naruto snorted. Hitomi turned to Hinata, kneeling slightly to adjust her cloak. I packed you extra tea and a lavender oil scroll. If your chakra starts to shake, breathe and use the pressure point I taught you, under your left rib. Thank you, mother. Then all three women turned, as one toward Kakashi. He immediately tensed. I don't suppose this is where I say good morning? He tried, backing up slowly. Listen up, Kakashi Hatake. Kushina's voice was laced with venomous concern. If my baby gets so much as a scratch, you'll be learning what it's like to eat through a feeding tube. Mikoto added with a smile far too sweet. And I will personally rearrange your chakra system with a palm strike. Hitomi finished, still completely composed. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Noted, very clearly. Naruto groaned, face buried in his hands. Can't you all just be normal moms for once? Hinata was blushing furiously and trying to vanish into her collar. Sasuke was muttering, I'm going to defect after this. Kushina finally knelt in front of Naruto again, brushing his hair back gently. Be careful out there, okay? Make me proud, but don't try to be a hero. Just come home safe. Naruto's expression softened. He nodded. I will, Mom. Mikoto gently touched Sasuke's shoulder. Same for you. Come back with all your limbs. Hitomi gave Hinata a brief, gentle hug before stepping back with her usual quiet grace. May the Byakugan see your path clearly. With one final round of mom glares at Kakashi, the women vanished with a trio of soft flickers, leaving behind a stunned bridge builder, a rattled Jonin, and three thoroughly embarrassed genin. Kakashi cleared his throat, pretending to dust his vest. Well then, shall we? Team 7 began walking. I swear, Naruto muttered. I'll never make fun of Sasuke's mom again. She's terrifying. Hinata whispered. You're both lucky my mom was holding back, Sasuke said flatly. Scene change, forest path. Team 7 traveled down a narrow trail. Birds chirped overhead. The peaceful ambience, however, didn't sit right with Hinata. She kept her eyes peeled, her footsteps light but alert. Kakashi was casually flipping through his orange book up ahead, and Tazuna was walking behind him, grumbling softly to himself about being surrounded by kids. That's when Hinata's veins pulsed around her eyes. Byakugan. The world shifted. Chakra networks bloomed into view. The trees bled transparency, and the earth itself revealed secrets. Faint glint, a distortion in the chakra pattern. Something was off. Her pale eyes locked onto a single, seemingly harmless puddle nestled on the side of the path. Too clean, too centered, too perfect. Wait, she said, her voice sharp yet soft. Naruto and Sasuke halted immediately, sensing the change in her tone. There's chakra under the puddle, 2 signatures. Kakashi's book snapped shut. Well done, Hinata, he said coolly. In an instant, the puddle exploded, 2 figures in clawed gauntlets launching from it like vipers. Chains flew through the air, aiming directly for Kakashi. Naruto's hands moved fast, already forming a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones shot forward to intercept, but the demon brothers, thick-set shinobi in metal masks, sliced through the clones with practiced ease. Sasuke moved like lightning, pulling a kunai as he pushed Tazuna back. Hinata ducked and slid behind Naruto, her eyes watching every movement, her veins still bulging with chakra awareness. But then, too slow, growled one of the brothers. Chains coiled, and Kakashi fell to the ground,
なんかね、
blood
大
spurting.
会でバスティオン使われてたんだ
Sensei, Naruto shouted, eyes wide. The demon brothers laughed in unison. One down.
ANS
We'll
って人
take
が
the
さ
old man next. But neither got the chance. Crack. A shuriken whizzed through the air, forcing one of them to dodge, only for Sasuke to close the distance and sweep his leg. Don't get cocky. Sasuke hissed, slamming a kick into the man's chest. Naruto dashed forward, fury burning in his eyes. You picked the wrong day to mess with us. He delivered a spinning elbow to the second brother, using his clone for momentum midair. The hit was solid, but the enemy recovered quickly. Before they could retaliate. Gentle fist. Hinata surged forward, chakra roaring through her palms. Her hit connected, striking the enemy's chest chakra point with precision. He choked on his breath as his system spasmed. The fight turned in an instant. The demon brothers were on the ground, bound, wheezing, and just when Naruto looked around for Kakashi, a gloved hand burst up from behind one of the trees. Kakashi, not a scratch on him. You really thought that'd kill me?
ちょっと待って
Naruto
待って
blinked.
待って待って
Wait, you let that happen? Kakashi gave them an eye smile. I needed to see how you'd react under pressure. You jerk. Naruto groaned. You mean, that was a test? Hinata asked, chest still rising from exertion. Well, the attack was real, but I knew it was coming. Tazuna's request didn't add up, so I was expecting trouble. Sasuke wiped a bit of dirt from his arm. Next time, just warn us. Kakashi nodded at Hinata, serious now. Your observation skills were crucial. Well done. You may have saved my life. Hinata blushed hard. Thank you. All right. Kakashi said, now glancing at Tazuna. Care to explain why Rouge Nin are coming after you on what was supposed to be a simple escort mission? Tazuna rubbed his neck sheepishly. I may have left out a few details. Naruto crossed his arms and gave the old man a narrowed look. You better start explaining, old man. This was not a C-rank mission. Tazuna sighed, his shoulders slumping in guilt. I didn't lie because I wanted
あバス
to.
出てきた
I lied because I had to. Kakashi gave him a pointed look. Go on. Tazuna's expression darkened. I'm a bridge builder, but I'm also the only one left trying to save the land of waves from a tyrant named Gato. He owns the shipping lines, the ports, the economy. He keeps our people starving and afraid. And now that I'm building a bridge to connect our country back to the mainland, and trying to cut off his monopoly, he's trying to kill me. Naruto blinked. So those guys were sent by him? Tazuna nodded solemnly. My family, my grandson Inari, they're counting on me. If the bridge is finished, our people might have a future. Sasuke looked towards Kakashi. So what do we do? Kakashi looked over his team, then back at the unconscious enemies. We press on. Naruto grinned. Heck yeah, we do. Scene change. The afternoon, lakeside dock. By the time they reached the fog-covered lake, the sky was tinged with orange, and a hush had fallen over the landscape. A boatman was waiting for them silently at the edge of the water. You the one Tazuna sent for? Kakashi asked. The boatman gave a slight nod. The mist's thicker than usual. You're lucky you're with me. Gato's men are everywhere. They boarded the small, quiet boat. The vessel glided across the still waters, every oar stroke echoing eerily through the heavy fog. Naruto looked around nervously. It's like a ghost town. Hinata's eyes were active again, scanning their surroundings. Even through the mist, she kept her vision sharp. Still nothing. No chakra close by. Kakashi gave a small nod. Stay alert anyway. I have a bad feeling about this mist. Scene change. Land of the Waves. Bridge Road. As they stepped off the boat and continued their journey toward the bridge, the mist grew even thicker. The trees along the dirt path faded into silhouettes, and every step felt muffled, like the world was holding its breath. That's when Kakashi stopped. He placed his hand on his pouch and glanced over his shoulder. This mist, it's not normal. Be ready. Naruto took out the Crimson Edge. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and took up a guard stance. Hinata whispered, eyes widening before she pulled everyone down. A massive blade soared through the mist like a spinning fan, embedding itself into a tree inches from their heads. Naruto's eyes went wide as he stood with his team. What the hell was that? And then, they heard the voice. Raspy, calm, cold. Ah, I missed. From the mist emerged a tall figure standing atop the blade, his face half hidden behind bandages, jumping down as he held his massive sword back in his grip. Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. Kakashi's eye narrowed. The demon of the hidden mist. Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza smirked. Hatake Kakashi, the man who's copied over 1,000 jutsu. This might be interesting after all. Zabuza's smirk stayed in place, but his eyes flickered, just briefly to the weapon in Naruto's hand. The crimson edge gleamed faintly in the mist, blood-red steel pulsing with an ancient chakra. That sword. Zabuza muttered, eyes narrowing now. Naruto titled his head, holding it firm in a reverse grip. You got something to say, mist breath? Zabuza didn't respond right away. He was still staring at the blade. Then his smirk returned, colder than before. Humph. I thought it was lost in the fall of the Uzumaki, the Crimson Edge. Forged in blood and sealed in fire. They say it cut through entire platoons during the Second Great War. He chuckled. I didn't expect some brat to be waving it around like a toy. Naruto stepped forward. I'm not some brat.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
And this blade's mine now. Zabuza didn't reply. He simply shifted his stance, bringing the executioner's blade down with a dull thud in the dirt. I'll cut you all down anyway, but maybe I'll keep the sword. Kakashi took a step forward, his voice calm but steely. You'll be dead before you reach it. With a sharp gesture, he pulled up his Hitai 8, revealing his Sharingan. Zabuza's smirk only widened, the grip on his blade becoming deadly. The air grew thick. Chakra surged between the two jounin, the sheer pressure making the younger shinobi sweat. Hinata, Sasuke, Naruto, stay back and protect the client. Kakashi ordered. This guy is on a different level. The mist churned around them like breathing smoke. Then, in a blur, the battle began. Water exploded upward as Zabuza vanished and reappeared in a flicker, swinging his massive blade. Kakashi parried just in time, skidding back with a controlled slide. Lightning-fast hand signs followed. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Zabuza responded in kind, mimicking the signs perfectly. Two enormous dragons of water collided mid-air, spraying the forest path in sheets of rain. Meanwhile, Naruto stood near Tazuna with his blade drawn, watching intently. He's fast, but not as fast as Mom when she's mad. Sasuke stayed on Naruto's left, tense. We can't help, not against this kind of monster. Hinata kept her Byakugan active, scanning. There. Zabuza's splitting into a water clone. Sensei is on the right. Naruto clenched the crimson edge tighter. Then we can help. Zabuza managed to trap Kakashi inside the water prison jutsu, leaving a clone behind to guard it. He can't move. He's trapped. Hinata said to Naruto and Sasuke, "We have to do something." Naruto growled. Zabuza chuckled from within the mist. "Don't bother. One wrong move and your sensei's lungs fill with water. You kids stay put and die quietly." But Naruto took a slow breath.
No.
I'm not letting anyone
今の
die.
場所
He looked
覚
at
えとこう
Sasuke, who was already loading shuriken. We got a plan? Sasuke nodded. You distract. I strike. Naruto grinned. Just like training. Let's go. He rushed forward with a flurry of kunai, his motions chaotic but controlled, designed to distract the clone. Sasuke vanished into the mist. The clone smirked and swatted the kunai away. Predictable, but just as it moved to intercept Naruto, Sasuke struck from behind, shuriken flying. The clone grabbed one, but poof. One of the shuriken morphed into Naruto kunai drawn. It all happened in a flash. But Zabuza's clone turned to water just in time. TCH. The clone began reforming, but then. The crimson edge glowed. A pulse, deep and ancient, reverberated in Naruto's hand. It was a hum more than sound. The edge lit up with red sigils that trailed from the hilt like embers in the mist. Naruto froze. What the? Sasuke blinked. Your swords. Zabuza's real body snapped his head toward the sound from within the dome. That
全部上取ら
blade,
れてる
it's waking up? The mist shimmered strangely around the weapon. The crimson edge, dormant for decades, reacted to Naruto's chakra. His chakra is pure, golden, and vast, the essence of the sage himself. Naruto instinctually raised it, and the air itself warped slightly. The reforming clone staggered, steam hissing off its watery form like it had been cut by heat alone. The Uzumaki pendant on Naruto's neck glowed faintly in harmony. Whoa! Hinata gasped from the sidelines. That sword, it's alive. Zabuza growled. No way. Only the Sage of Six Paths has been able to use the sword's true power. It's written, set, and stone. Kakashi, from within the water prison, smiled beneath the surface. He's growing, already. Naruto exhaled and slashed downward. Crimson slice. The blade howled through the air. Not just a jutsu, but raw energy cleaving through the water clone before it could reform. The clone burst apart in a hiss of boiling
なんだ
steam,
これ
and in an instant, Kakashi was free. Thanks,
何これ
Naruto.
ウルト
In one smooth motion, he dropped
マ
beside
ウ
his
ガのウルト
student,
かへ
his
え
eye glowing with power. Now it's my turn. Zabuza barely had time to react before he realized. His own hand signs were being
初めて見たか
copied
も
in
マウ
real
ガのウル
time,
ト
every movement mirrored with perfection. His breath grew ragged. That eye! Kakashi didn't even blink. Too late, and in a dazzling explosion of chakra, mist, and motion,
おい
Zabuza was
死ん
defeated,
だなこれ
caught in his own technique, speared and broken. Kakashi would approach him cautiously, only for a Mist Hunter Nin to strike Zabuza down with Senbon. Aftermath mist cleared.
上
As
飛んないか
Zabuza's unconscious body collapsed, Kakashi remained still, watching the hunter Nin take him. Naruto lowered the crimson edge, the red glow fading. That sword, it moved on its own. Kakashi looked at him.
No.
It moved because it chose you. Sasuke glanced over. Show off. Naruto grinned. Jealous? Tomato boy? Sasuke rolled his eyes but smirked anyway. Hinata simply walked up and looked at the sword in Naruto's hand with wide, respectful eyes. Her clan researched all relics wielded and made by the Sage of Six Paths. This was one of them.
逃げろ逃げろ
It's not just a weapon. It's part of your legacy. Naruto grinned as he looked down at Crimson Edge, still pulsing faintly. Then I'll live up to it. Tazuna's house, afternoon. Sunlight drifted through the open windows. Kakashi remained resting on a mat, his breath steady, recovering from the Sharingan's strain. Tsunami moved quietly in the background, preparing tea, while Inari peered around the corner at the ninja in wide-eyed awe. Naruto sat on the floor, staring down at the Crimson Edge, the blade laid across his lap. It still shimmered faintly, even at rest. Sasuke leaned against the wall, arms crossed. So Hyuga, what else do you know? Hinata sat properly with her hands folded. I didn't want to overwhelm you before Naruto-kun, but I think you should know the rest. She looked at the blade. The Crimson Edge has a legend beyond the sage. After him, the only wielder to ever reach the second stage of its power was Erashur Uzumaki, one of the few remaining patriarchs before the fall of your clan. It said that he was so powerful, even the first Hokage respected him. Naruto's eyes widened. I've never heard that name before. Hinata nodded. It was hidden, only recorded in Hyuga archives and a few remnants the Uzumaki left behind in secret scrolls. Were there any other welders? Sasuke asked. Mito Uzumaki. Hinata replied softly. She was chosen by the blade, too. The scrolls said she wielded it with grace and strength, but she never unlocked its second stage. Her chakra was strong, but not pure enough. Not like Arashi's. Or... She trailed off. Naruto blinked. Or... Hinata blushed faintly. I think it recognizes you. The blade hums in your hand, pulses like it's alive. That only happens for someone with chakra untainted, raw, and ancient. Naruto looked down at the sword. Well, if they're watching, I won't disappoint them. Night Naruto's mind. Darkness. Then suddenly, light, soft and golden, flickering like candle flames. Naruto found himself standing in a stone chamber that looked like a temple. The Crimson Edge floated before him, suspended in the air, glowing brighter than ever. A deep voice echoed. So, the blade has chosen again. Naruto turned. A tall man stood behind him, with long crimson hair tied back, wearing armor engraved with the Uzumaki spiral and a weathered white cloak. His presence was massive but calm. Wise. Who? I am Erashur Uzumaki, and you are my great-great-great-grandson. Another presence stepped from the shadows beside him. Graceful, warm, dignified. I am Mito Uzumaki, first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, wife to Hashirama Senju, and you are my great-great-grandson. Naruto's breath caught. I've heard of you, both of you. Erashur stepped forward. We carried this blade. We protected this legacy. But you are something more. You carry the fire of the old world and the spark of the new. Mito nodded, her voice gentle. The Crimson Edge responds to your spirit because it remembers. The purity of our people flows strongest in you. But the second stage is not given Naruto. It is earned through resolve, through loss, through love. Naruto swallowed, his hand reaching toward the blade. It glowed brighter. Arashi's voice deepened. If you wish to awaken it fully, you must survive the trials ahead, protect your team, learn your limits and shatter them. And when the time comes, Mito added, do not be afraid of what burns inside you. You are not just a Jinchuriki. You are the flame that sleeps. Naruto stepped forward and grasped the blade. Pulsed. Warmer than fire, deeper than chakra. He felt it throughout his entire body. And then, morning, Tezuna's house. Naruto's eyes opened slowly, a quiet hum filling his ears. The blade beside his bed glowed faintly, red patterns crawling across its surface like veins awakening. He sat up slowly, breath fogging for a moment. I'll protect them, he whispered. He could still hear Arashi's voice echoing in his chest. Awaken and carry the fire forward. Scene change, downstairs, Tezuna's house. The smell of miso soup and grilled fish filled the air as Team 7 sat around a low table. Hinata quietly passed out rice bowls while Sasuke picked at his food with thought. Naruto, of course, was halfway through his second bowl. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, sipping tea with his visible eye narrowed. He broke the silence. Sabuza isn't dead. Naruto nearly choked on his food. What? But he got killed. We saw it. Kakashi nodded. Sunban, paralyzing points, meant to fake death, not cause it. That Hunter Nin was no ally of the mist. He's more likely Zabuza's accomplice. Sasuke scowled. So what now? Do we wait for him to show up again? We prepare. Kakashi said simply, "You'll all be training for the next 2 weeks. You all will be training to get ready." As he spoke, he took out a stack of chakra paper from his pouch. "This paper reacts to your chakra. Depending on how it responds, you'll know what element you're most naturally attuned to." He handed each of them a piece. "Focus your chakra through the paper, steady and centered." Naruto squinted in concentration, holding the paper between his fingers. It split cleanly down the middle. "Wind nature," Kakashi observed, nodding. "Rare in the leaf." Naruto blinked at the paper. "That's it." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "That's your natural affinity. It doesn't mean you're limited to it." But across the table, Hinata's eyes lingered a moment longer. She had activated her Byakugan subtly. Not out of suspicion, just curiosity. Her expression changed slightly. The paper hadn't just spilt. In her eyes, she saw flashes of fire, water, lightning, and earth. These faint traces pulsing around the edge of the paper before the wind chakra took dominance. Her lips parted slightly, but she said nothing. Not yet. She turned her attention to her own paper, placing it in her palm and challenging her chakra. Crinkled and softened, like damp cloth. "Water," Kakashi confirmed. "Precise and fluid. Fits you." Sasuke's paper was next. It burned the corner, then crackled into ash. "Fire and lightning. Impressive. You've got 2 strong affinities." Naruto pouted. "Wait, me and Hina-chan only got 1. Most people do." Kakashi said. "You can possibly learn more. Just wind and water are your 2 strongest." He stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, from today on, I'll be helping each of you learn 5 jutsu based on your chakra nature. Offensive, defensive, movement-based, whatever fits your style." Sasuke looked skeptical. 5? You've got 2 weeks. It's possible." Kakashi said. "If you don't slack." Naruto grinned. "Heh, I'm gonna master them all and still have time for ramen." Hinata smiled softly. "Let's all do our best." Kakashi gave a rare chuckle. "Glad to hear it. We start after breakfast." Scene change, lake. The sun hung high over a lake nestled just outside Tezuna's property. Team 7 stood at the edge, looking out across the rippling surface. Kakashi stood on the water calmly, hands in his pockets. Water walking is about constant chakra flow, not bursts like tree climbing. You must adjust every second. Naruto placed a foot on the surface. It immediately sank with a loud splash. Okay, definitely harder. Sasuke tried next, managing 2 steps before dropping into the water with a grunt. Hinata stepped forward quietly, calm and focused. She glided forward several feet, pausing delicately on the surface like it was glass. Naruto's jaw dropped. "Oh, come on. How are you so calm?" Hinata flushed red but held steady. Kakashi smiled under the mask. Impressive control. He looked at the rest of them. "You'll get it with practice, and when you're not walking, you're learning." Naruto stood ankle-deep in the water, scowling. "Ugh. Why can't I get it to stay steady?" He took a step, and with a loud splash, sank knee-deep again. Sasuke, a few feet away, gritted his teeth. His feet hovered on the surface for half a second before he also dipped through, catching himself with chakra in a small burst. Tsage. Hinata remained on the water, standing as if it were solid ground. Her chakra control was near flawless. "Try not to flood your chakra all at once," she said gently. "It's about rhythm, like breathing. You have to feed your chakra into your feet slowly, like letting water from a cup drip instead of splash." Naruto scratched the back of his head, then grinned sheepishly. "So basically, I've been stomping chakra in like ramen broth instead of drizzling it like tea?" Hinata blushed faintly, then nodded. "Sort of." Sasuke frowned, closing his eyes and focusing. His chakra swirled more tightly, less erratic. He took a step forward, no splash. Then another, still steady. Naruto followed suit, tongue sticking out in concentration as he mimicked Hinata's tip. His foot hovered on the surface and stayed. He let out a cheer. Yes, Hina-chan, you're a genius. She looked away, flustered. It was nothing. Kakashi gave a nod of approval. Good. Mastery of this level of control is key in combat. If you can keep it while fighting, you'll be able to battle in terrain others would sink in. Sasuke looked over at Naruto, who grinned at him. You ready for a water spar, team? Sasuke smirked. Don't go crying when I dunk you. Naruto surged forward, chakra steady as he leapt across the water's surface. Sasuke met him, their feet barely rippling the lake. Kakashi watched as the two clashed, not just training their chakra, but learning trust through rivalry. And from the edge of the lake, Hinata smiled. The water rippled with every movement as Naruto and Sasuke faced off, both standing firmly on the surface of the lake. You're getting cocky already, Sasuke muttered, his Sharingan spinning to life. Naruto grinned, gripping the hilt of Crimson Edge on his back but not drawing it yet. Maybe, but I know you're not one to talk. Sasuke darted forward with a burst of speed, delivering a sharp kick. Naruto blocked it with his forearm, the impact creating a splash beneath their feet. They clashed across the lake, taijutsu meeting raw instinct, chakra control keeping them afloat with each move. A misstep could mean sinking, so every movement tested both combat skill and chakra precision. Meanwhile, on the back, Kakashi stood beside Hinata, his single visible eye following both bots with a calm gaze. You're already mastered water walking. Not bad, he said. Then he gave Hinata a eye smile. This jutsu takes one hand signs. It'll be perfect for you, Hinata. As he spoke, a small orb of water hovered above his palm. This jutsu is water release, serpent lash. It requires shaping water like a whip that responds to movement and intent. You won't need raw power, just grace and control. Hinata nodded, forming the monkey seal slowly. The water responded with hesitation at first, forming a thin tendril. Kakashi corrected her stance with a small tap on the shoulder. Let it flow, not drag. With a breath, Hinata steadied herself, and the whip cracked through the air, slapping into a nearby tree and nearly hitting Naruto, causing them to hear a scream and a splash. The Enter team laughed while Hinata looked embarrassed. Naruto jumped out of the water, even laughing himself as his spat with Sasuke was almost over, but they'll end it there. That was good. With refinement, you'll be able to disarm, defend, or even trap. Kakashi, I smiled. You've got potential, Hyuga. Kakashi and Hinata would walk back to the shore, standing in front of Naruto and Sasuke, who sat on a tree laughing with each other. Kakashi made two shadow clones appear beside him. One clone will work with Hinata, the other with Naruto. I'll stay with Sasuke. You're each getting 5 jutsu. Are you all okay with that?
Hi, Sensei.
All of the genin said in unison, Hinata's clone returning to the lake, Naruto's clone walking into the forest, and Kakashi walking into a clearing with Sasuke. Scene change, forest. Naruto skipped through the forest, stopping under a large, broken tree. Kakashi's clone looked at him. We'll start with wind style, your chakra nature. Yes. Naruto pumped his fist. Let's go. Is this the super hurricane death jutsu or? It's gale palm, Kakashi said dryly. Oh. The clone held up his hand, forming the ram, horse, bird seals. Channel wind chakra into your palm. Not too much, not too little. Then push. With a swift thrust, Kakashi released a focus guard that split a tree stump clean in half. Naruto grinned. Okay, Kakashi and I watch this. He mirrored the seals and flung his palm forward. Boom! A massive gust blew through the clearing, sending leaves flying, flipping the clone's mask halfway up his face. The choke fixed his mask, blinking. You don't lack power. Yeah. Naruto grinned. Wait, was that a compliment? But you'll need control. Kakashi finished flatly. Scene change. Clearing. Kakashi stood with his arms folded as Sasuke practiced hand seals. You've got fire and lightning nature, which the lightning is rare but the fire makes sense. We'll work on fire for now. Kakashi, I smiled, going through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He formed the rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger seals and exhaled a flurry of small, flaming orbs shot from his mouth, rapid and targeted. This is about accuracy, not power. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life. I saw the chakra movements in your chest. I can mimic that. Good, try it. Sasuke stepped forward and mirrored the hand signs. His first attempt fired wildly into the trees. One fireball hit a squirrel's nest, which promptly collapsed. Too much output. Kakashi warned. Control your breath, not just your chakra. He tried again, this time the flames curved slightly, like birds in formation. Sasuke slightly smirked at this. Scene change, lake. Kakashi's clone slowly went through hand signs.
Tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger.
Water style, water wall. A deep inhale. Then from his mouth, a surge of water poured out in a tight stream, hitting the lake and spiraling around them in a controlled arc. The stream rose and circled, forming a transparent dome-like wall of rushing water, completely encasing them with only a slight hum of pressure. Hinata's eyes widened with awe. It forms from you only if you're not standing on water, he explained. If you are like now, you can draw from the lake instead. The chakra decides its form, its strength, and its purpose. He stepped back. Now your turn. Hinata nodded, forming the same hand signs with deliberate care. She stood still, focused, her Byakugan inactive now. She wanted to feel the technique. She took a deep breath, then released a narrow stream of water from her mouth. It struck the lake in front of her, and with a swirling motion of her chakra, it gathered the water around her feet, spiraling rapidly until it rose in a circular wall, surrounding her like a vortex. The wall rose clear and tall, casting reflections of the sunlight in shimmering ripples. She was perfectly centered within it. Naruto, watching from the nearby tree stump, gasped with his mouth full of rice. Yo, Hina-chan's summoning whirlpools now? Sasuke muttered under his breath. It's a jutsu, dope. Kakashi's clone gave a rare, proud nod. Beautiful control. It's not just a shield. The wall can knock back enemies when it rises. And because it's clear, you can track everything through it without breaking your stance. Hinata let the water gently disperse and smiled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I can do better. You will. Scene change, forest. This one's easy. Infuse chakra into thrown weapons. Naruto took a handful of shuriken, poured wind chakra in, and threw. The weapons howled through the trees, slicing thin grooves into a tree before embedding perfectly. The clone whistled. Those are deadly. Scene change, clearing. Move your chakra to your feet. Ignite only the souls. No more than 30% output. Kakashi instructed. Sasuke exhaled and activated the jutsu. He vanished in a blur, flame trails spiraling in his wake. He reappeared a few feet away, scuffling the grass. He smirked. Kakashi nodded. It's a good start. Scene change, open field, afternoon. All three genin returned to the same open field. Naruto was covered in soot and leaf cuts. Hinata was damp but focused. Sasuke looked flawless, of course. Kakashi stood waiting, sipping tea. 2 jutsu each. That's the first step. He tilted his head. Tomorrow you get 3 more, and they won't be as easy. Naruto groaned. This was the easy day? Hinata sat quietly, already reviewing hand signs in her mind. Sasuke stared at the sky, eyes thoughtful. Kakashi gave an eye smile. Scene change, midnight, Naruto's mindscape. The night outside was calm, but inside Naruto's mind, a storm of potential brewed. Naruto stood barefoot in the familiar crimson grass field within his subconscious. The crimson edge floated at his side, its aura warmer now. It was responsive, even welcoming. Erashur stood several paces away, his long hair flowing in the invisible wind, while Mito stood behind him with a soft smile and the grace of a queen. Erashur spoke first. "You've grown. The sword recognizes you more each time we meet, but you've only scratched its surface." Naruto nodded, gripping his blade. "Then let's go deeper." Erashur nodded, and a clone of himself appeared. It slashed forward with a red afterimage. Naruto blocked the strike, sparks flying as the sword whined in protest. Stage 1. Resonate Pulse. Erashur called out. "Focus your chakra into the hilt, not the blade. Let the blade act as a channel, not a weapon." Naruto grunted and refocused, letting his chakra flow like water into the hilt. The edge of the blade shimmered, letting out a low hum. "Feel that?" Erashur grinned. "Now it's awake." Naruto exhaled, stepping into stance. Meanwhile, the wind stirred gently through the crimson grass, curling around Mito Uzumaki's figure like she was part of the landscape itself. Her long red hair billowed in rhythm with her chakra, which is calm, controlled, eternal. A Naruto shadow clone stood in front of her, eyes wide with anticipation. "I've seen your shadow clone jutsu. My brother-in-law, Tobarama, created it," she said softly, a glint of pride in her eyes. "But you're wasting its true power." Naruto blinked, tilting his head. "What are you talking about, Bakon?" Mito's expression sharpened, still maternal but firm. "When a clone learns, you learn. When a clone trains, you grow. With your chakra, you can train hundreds of times faster than any shinobi alive." She gently raised her hand, and a swirl of wind formed at her fingertips. "So let's use it. Create 5 clones." In a poof, 5 shadow clones stood at attention, alert and ready. Mito smiled again. "Good. You're about to learn techniques passed down from the Uzumaki's original homeland, and a style only our clan could wield. 1. Wind Release Gale Shuriken. Clone number 1. A wide, flat disc of compressed wind chakra. Infuse it with rotation. Feel the air bend, not resist. Guide it, don't throw it." The clone practiced launching spinning chakra blades across the air, learning to control them mid-flight using subtle chakra threads in the fingertips. 2. Wind Release Whisper Step. Clone number 2. A soft step technique using air cushions to move without a sound. You'll become a breeze, not felt, not seen. Perfect for stealth and dodging. The clone trained to mask even the sound of clothing rustling by dispersing air through his feet and joints. 3. Wind Release Cutting Spiral. Clone number 3. A vortex of air compressed tightly, launched like a Rasengan-sized saw blade. Control. Tighter chakra spirals. Imagine the blade carving even the mist. This clone worked on stability and compression, knowing that power was only useful if it could be held and aimed precisely. 4. Wind Release Vacuum Shell Guard. Clone number 4. An invisible, thin barrier of rotating air used to block incoming projectiles. Think of a wall, but soft, invisible, and alive. Used for defense, the clone learned to rotate air tightly in front of the body, creating a semi-passive shield. 5. Wind Release Shearing Jet Fong. Clone number 5. A direct, jet stream attack using compressed air in fong-like arcs. This one has bite. Use it when you can see your enemy's breath. With Mito's help, the clone practiced turning breath itself into a pressurized projectile. Back with the real Naruto inside the mindscape, Mito stood facing him with a calm expression on her face as she shifted her stance slightly. Right foot behind, body twisted sideways, fingers in a flowing guard. "The whirlpool style," she said, "is a lost art. It used fluid movement, redirection, and spinning momentum. We don't overpower our foes. We outlast them." She stepped forward and spun, pushing her palm into the air, and wind wrapped around her arm. Step, spin, twist, flow like a whirlpool. She beckoned him. Now you. Naruto mimicked her movements, stumbling at first. Kind of feels like Tai Chi with chakra. Mito smiled. Exactly. The longer you fight, the stronger you get. Your stamina is your greatest weapon. Channel it. Make your enemies chase ghosts. That trained like this for hours in Mindscape time with Naruto refining his footwork, the rotation of his hips, the breath-tied timing of each strike. She showed him open palm counters, smooth kicks that flowed into wind strikes, and how to use spinning momentum to launch wind-release attacks seamlessly mid-combat. By the time you leave here, Mito whispered, you won't just be an Uzumaki by name, you'll fight like one. Scene change, real world. Naruto's eyes blinked open, breath steady, body still. In the real world, it had only been a few seconds. To him, hours of training. He slowly stood up, clenching his fists and extending his fingers. The wind gently responded, curling around his palms. Thanks, Erasure Gigi. Thanks, Mito, Bakun. Scene change, clearing early morning. The morning mist clung low to the forest floor, disturbed only by bursts of elemental chakra as the clearing came alive with training. Kakashi stood on a nearby stump, his hands in his pockets, looking down at his team with a quiet pride. His 3 shadow clones stood spread out, each working with a different student. All right, today's not just about learning, it's about pushing past what you think you can't do. These jutsu are real. They're advanced. You'll struggle. Good. That's the point. Kakashi once again made 2 clones, one for Naruto and the other for Hinata. Kakashi would train Sasuke himself. Lightning release, arc piercer. Kakashi demonstrated first, lightning sparking from his palm before hardening into a spear of crackling blue energy. Your chakra controls sharp, so this should suit you. But the key is condensation, not just charge. Sakura focused. He built up the chakra quickly, but his first attempt fizzled midair, the spear unraveling before it could be thrown. He gritted his teeth again. The second time, it flew but veered sideways and exploded into a tree. Don't force it. Precision, not pressure. Kakashi remained. By the 4th attempt, Sasuke nailed it. The spear flew clean and true, cracking through a boulder. Lightning release, thunder veil. This time, Sasuke's chakra surrounded his body, but wavered violently. Too much output. Kakashi warned. You'll fry yourself before you fry them. Sasuke adjusted, lowering the intensity until his body hummed with a controlled charge. He threw a kunai into the air and let it bounce off his shoulder. Sparks crackled and launched it back upward. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips. Now that's useful. Fire release, dragon flash spiral. Sasuke took a deep breath and tried to launch the flaming spiral, only for the flame to sputter and die mid-spin. Tame the air currents, Kakashi instructed. You control the spiral with your breath and chakra, not just raw heat. After multiple tries, Sasuke released a swirling blaze that coiled upward like a serpent, striking a cliff wall and scorching it black. He panted heavily, but his eyes burned with satisfaction. Meanwhile, with Naruto, a Kakashi clone led Naruto deeper into the woods for explosive range practice. Wind release, cyclone grip. Naruto attempted to wrap air around his fists, but the wind was wild and unpredictable. Stop trying to force the air, the clone said. Coax it, let it dance around your chakra. Naruto furrowed his brow, adjusted his stance, and tried again. This time, the swirling wind formed tight rings around his arms. When he punched a log, it cracked in half. Oh, that's sick. Wind release, storm vortex palm. Next, Naruto tried firing bursts of wind from his hands. The first attempt blew dirt into his face. The second cracked a rock. By the 5th, he launched a tight, spinning gale that blasted through 3 stumps in a row. I'm a storm, Databeo. Kakashi's clone lightly chuckled. Wind clone explosion. This took the most chakra. He made a clone, infused it with spinning wind, and had it charge a boulder. Boom! Wind exploded outward in a sharp pulse. The trees rattled. But Naruto dropped to a knee, breathing heavily. Ugh, that really takes a lot out of me. The Kakashi clone helped him sit against a tree trunk. Meanwhile, with Hinata. By the lake, Hinata stood with another Kakashi clone. Water release, mist shroud. Hinata knelt by the water, hands forming the correct seals. Don't just make mist, shape it. The clone guided. Remember, the Akugin gives you the edge. A thick dome of mist burst out, and she vanished within it. The clone stepped in to simulate an opponent, but couldn't see a thing. Where'd you go? She tapped his shoulder from behind. Right here. Water release, shattering tendril. She formed the whip again, now with the explosive tip. Her first swings lacked control, sending water spraying everywhere. Too wide. Sharpen the point. She adjusted, her movements elegant, and on the next strike, the whip slammed into a post, exploded, and needles of water tore through multiple targets. Gentle stream barrage. This was the most difficult, combining Hyuga precision and elemental force. Her first strike was just a wet palm. The second cracked the surface of a rock. By the fifth, her palm hit, and a stream of pressurized water burst through the rock like a bullet. Excellent, the clone said, impressed. Deadly from the inside out. Hinata bowed slightly, calm but proud. Scene change, forest, aftermath. The training ground had gone still, the morning mist rising slowly with the sun. Naruto lay back against the base of a large tree, sweat still clinging to his brow, chest rising and falling in deep, tired breaths. His head tilted back, eyes closed. Man, I'm beat. The leaves rustled faintly nearby. Step, step. Naruto cracked one eye open, sensing someone nearby. Not chakra exactly. Just a presence, calm, gentle. A tall figure in a simple yukata stepped from the brush, holding a woven basket filled with herbs. Their face was youthful, soft, and androgynous. Long black hair framed their gentle expression. You're up early, the stranger said quietly. Naruto sat up a little straighter, blinking. Huh? Oh yeah, kinda got caught up with training, you know? Heh. He looked around. Wait, you're not from the village. Who are you? The stranger smiled softly. Just a traveler. I was collecting herbs. Naruto studied their face. Something about them was peaceful, kind. You're really pretty, handsome? The stranger only chuckled lightly, kneeling down to pick up some wildflowers growing by a log. Does it matter? Naruto blinked. Guess not. There was a short silence between them, but it wasn't awkward, just quiet. You live around here? Naruto asked, curiosity blooming. Nearby, I help someone important to me. He's sick. I gather medicine to keep him healthy. Naruto's expression softened. That's nice of you, taking care of someone like that. The stranger nodded. You train hard. You have a kind heart, too. I can tell. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Heh, thanks. Gotta get stronger, you know? I made a promise to protect my friends and family. I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Believe it. Hokage? Yeah, the strongest ninja in the village. I want to protect the people I care about and earn their respect. The stranger's eyes lowered, thoughtful. That's a beautiful dream, but strength alone isn't enough. Sometimes, those with the kindest hearts suffer the most. Naruto looked at him more closely. You sound like you've been through a lot. I have. The stranger said softly. Where I'm from, people like me weren't wanted. I had to become something else. Something useful. Naruto frowned. What do you mean? A tool. The stranger said, looking up. A weapon. A moment passed. Naruto shook his head. You're not a
いやだ
tool.
って
You're a person. With a dream.
キル2、
The
3キル
stranger
取って
stared
さ
at him,
敵が
quietly
もう残
stunned.
り2人
Thank you.
とか3人しかいねえ
Naruto
っていう
stood
の
up,
に
brushing
全
himself
然
off.
プッシュしねえし
You got a name? Haku.
ストレス溜まる
Naruto
わあれ
smiled and offered a hand.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
Nice to meet you,
で
Haku.
行くとこ行こうっつって
Haku stared at the outstretched
一人
hand.
で行くと
then
つい
slowly
味方
took it.
来ないからさ死ぬじゃん
Their handshake lingered.
これの繰り返しで
Haku's voice quieter now,
何
almost
が
like
お
a
もろいのこの
whisper
ゲー
of
ムって感
wind.
じ
I hope your dream comes true, Naruto. You too. Naruto replied. Haku slightly smiled,
それをぶっ壊せる
now
ほどのキ
walking
ャリ
away
ー
from
力
the
を持てば
forest
また
before turning to
話は
Naruto.
別なんだろうけど
I'm a boy, by the way. Naruto gasped and his mouth hung wide open. He watched as Haku vanished in the tree line while he heard him lightly laughing. What he's as cute
俺
as
はラスト
Hina-chan.
に逃げてきた
Scene change, Zabuza's hideout. The scene of Herb's hung low in the mist-shrouded boathouse. Zabuza's bandages were freshly wrapped,
おま
his
ずい
massive blade leaning against the wall. Haku worked silently by the fire, mixing salves in a stone bowl. Crunch, crunch. Heavy boots disturbed the gravel outside. Mist curled tighter around the clearing like it had a will of its own.
30分
Zabuza
ぐらいで
didn't
これ終
move,
わり
his
たいな
eyes narrowing. He's here, he muttered. Haku didn't answer. The mist parted to reveal Gato, flanked by thugs. Greasy, armed, and far too smug for their own good thugs. Zabuza, Gato said with that snake oil smile. You're a hard man to find when you're licking your wounds. Zabuza didn't look up.
I'm healing.
Not hiding. Right, right? Gato said, waving it off. Listen, I've been thinking. Maybe I was too quick to cut you off. Those leaf brats and the old bridge builder, they're still alive. You want the job done, I want it done. So here's the offer. He held up 2 fingers
お
and
い
grinned
いよじゃん
wide.
やった
Double the pay. Kill the builder. Get rid of those leaf punks. You finish the job, you walk away richer than ever. Zabuza's silence was heavy. Haku finally turned, staring
Wow,
directly at Gato. And if we say no?
うわ
Gato's grin didn't
見えねえ
fade, but his voice hardened. Then you're liabilities, and I don't pay liabilities. Zabuza would only chuckle darkly, his killer intent leaking out as he glared at Gato. We'll do it. If you don't pay, we kill you. Scene change. Land of
キモ
Waves
すぎ
Market. The morning sun peeked through the clouds, its soft rays spilling over the quiet village of the Land of Waves. Mist clung to the streets like
あ
faded
これ
memories,
ここ地
but
面バグ
life
って透
buzzed
け
in
てる
small
わ
ways. Children running, carts rattling, old men calling out fish prices. Naruto and Hinata walked on either side of Tsunami, arms full of baskets, both wearing smiles. Villagers watched them with a mix of curiosity and cautious hope.
ダメ
Just
だ
a few days
朝にならな
ago,
いと戦え
these
ねえ
streets were hushed by fear. Now there was laughter again. Thanks again, you two. Tsunami said, brushing her hair behind her ear. We haven't had much help in the markets lately. You've both got good hearts. Heh, no problem. Naruto grinned bright, balancing 3 baskets in each hand. I mean, carrying stuff is easy. I've got clone training and bridge-saving muscles. Hinata let out a small, quiet giggle, her face dusted pink. Naruto turned toward her, raising an eyebrow. What? Did I say something funny? And no. I mean, yes, but in a good way, Hinata stammered, fiddling with the edge of her sleeve. You're always so full of energy, Naruto-kun. It's nice. Naruto blinked, then smiled wide. Heh. Well, someone's got to keep the vibe up around here,
おーめっちゃ
you know? They reached a food stall where an elderly man struggled to unload sacks of rice. Hinata stepped forward immediately, activating her Byakugan for a moment to gauge his balance and joints. She quietly took the heavy sack and placed it beside his cart with gentle precision. Here, you shouldn't lift
あと
this.
1体いるはずなん
Could
だ
hurt
な
your back. The old man blinked in surprise, then nodded gratefully. Thank you, dear. You've got eyes like a goddess. Hinata flushed and bowed politely. Naruto watched from the side, visibly impressed. Whoa, that was smooth. Hinata, That your Byakugan thing? She nodded with a faint smile. I've been trying to use it more practically. That's awesome. You're kinda amazing. You know that? Her breath hitched. Thank you. There was a pause, warm and light, as they continued down the path with Tsunami. Naruto glanced sideways at her. Hey, I know I kinda talk a lot, but you're really cool to hang out with. I mean it. Hinata looked up at him. Her fingers curled around the strap of her basket. She hesitated, then spoke clearly. I like being around you, Naruto-kun. You make me feel brave. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Heh, that's gotta be the nicest thing anyone said to me all week. They exchanged a look. Just a small moment. Not overly dramatic. Not romantic just yet. Just real. Scene changed. The bridge. The rhythmic pounding of hammers filled the air on the bridge. Kakashi stood atop a scaffold, arms crossed, his one visible eye scanning every shadow and worker. Below, Sasuke walked calmly beside Tazuna, his gaze sharp, ever aware. We'll keep patrols every 20 minutes, he said to Kakashi, who nodded. Good plan. You've got the instincts. I'm not letting anyone hurt him. Sasuke's jaw was tight, but there was something focused and calmer in him now. Not as angry, more determined. All right, we're gonna time skip a bit. Team 7 during the weeks did team bonding, switching who stays with the family and Tazuna and all of that good stuff. All of Team 7 has a good grasp of water walking. Scene change, Tazuna's house. The warm scent of rice lingered faintly in the air as the sun began to rise over the land of waves. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Hinata had left early with Tazuna to guard the bridge, trusting Naruto to rest back at the house due to the chakra exhaustion from training. Inside, Naruto lay sprawled across the futon, lightly snoring. Tsunami was tidying the kitchen while Inari sat nearby, staring blankly at the floor. His usual gloomy look hadn't faded until the creak of the back door made them both freeze. Crash. The door slammed open. 3 gruff men wearing mismatched armor and holding chipped blades stomped in. Their eyes gleamed with cruelty. Found him. Gato wants the woman and the brat. Said not to make it clean. Tsunami immediately stepped in front of Inari. Get out. You have no right. One bandit grabbed her arm roughly while the other began moving toward the boy. Naruto's eyes snapped open. At first, he thought it was part of a dream, but then he heard Tsunami scream. Let go of her. The bedroom door burst open, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto was in the hallway. A cold fury lit his features. He didn't hesitate. You picked the wrong house. Boom! A single kick launched the first bandit through the wall. The second lunged at Naruto with a knife, only to be slammed into the floor with a chakra-enhanced punch that cracked the tile beneath him. The last bandit froze. Naruto's aura was practically leaking from him, a flicker of red chakra dancing at his back. Why, you monster? Poof. A shadow clone exploded in his face, knocking him out cold. Tsunami pulled Inari close, shaking but safe. Naruto turned to the boy and knelt down. You have to protect her from now on, Inari, even if you're scared. Inari blinked up at him, stunned. But I'm not. I'm not like you. Naruto grinned, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. You don't need to be like me. You just need to be brave. That's what being strong really means. Inari stared for a moment, then nodded slowly. Naruto stood, grabbing his jacket and the crimson-edged blade that shimmered softly against the sunlight now spilling into the broken hallway. Time to finish this. He vanished in a burst of wind. Scene change. The bridge. The mist was already thick by the time Naruto reached the bridge, running at full speed. The sound of clashing steel and cries echoed in the distance. Kakashi was already locked in deadly combat with Zabuza, the clang of kunai and kubikurabocho shaking the air. Hinata stood protectively near Tazuna, her Byakugan active, sending bursts of chakra to disrupt enemy movements and guiding Kakashi with her precision. Sasuke stood inside the demonic ice mirrors, facing off against Haku, who was weaving through a flurry of senbon and mirrors, Sasuke's Sharingan beginning to spin faintly as he pushed his limits. Naruto skidded to a halt, eyes locked on the chaotic scene of everything. He reached behind his back and unsheathed the crimson edge, the ancient blade humming to life in his hands. "Don't worry, guy. Naruto Uzumaki is here." Sasuke gritted his teeth, blood running down his arms and shoulders as he tried to deflect or dodge. But Haku was too fast. The mirrors made him impossible to follow. He couldn't touch him. And then, Sasuke! Naruto's voice echoed, cutting through the mist like a shockwave. He sprinted toward the dome, leaping into the air, hand cocked back with a kunai ready. "I'm coming in." Hinata turned sharply. "Naruto, wait." But he was already there. The dome pulsed with chakra as he entered, trapped alongside Sasuke. Naruto crouched beside Sasuke, eyes darting to every surface. "What the hell is this?" Sasuke hissed. "Some mirror jutsu. He's inside them." A blur appeared, senbon flew. Naruto rolled to the side, slashing them with crimson edge, barely deflecting a few. Another blur. More senbon. A shallow wound tore across his cheek. Haku's emotionless voice echoed through the ice dome. "You won't escape my ultimate jutsu alive. Whatever you say, masked guy, we're taking you down." They both moved fast, trying to locate and attack Haku, but every strike missed. Sasuke's Sharingan swirled faster and faster, tracking what he could, until... Whish! Sasuke stood bloodied and barely breathing, senbon sticking from his back like pins in a doll. His Sharingan flickered. Naruto caught his body, falling to his knees with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You idiot! Why'd you jump in front of me?" Sasuke's smirk was faint. "Because I couldn't stand seeing you die before me." And then silence. Naruto trembled. This mist twisted around him, so did something inside him. His heart pounded with rage and sorrow. You're gonna pay." A pulse of crimson chakra exploded from Naruto, twisting violently through the air, scorching the ground around him. But his chakra, it wasn't just red. Blue, brown, yellow, green. Chakra of all five natures surged from his body and spiraled around him like a cyclone, a whirlpool of creation. And in the middle of it, Naruto stood silent, eyes glowing with spiraling galaxies. Sozugen, divine perception, truth awakened. The ground shook, the air vibrated. Even the ice mirrors themselves bent away from the pressure. This isn't chakra. This is something beyond that. What are you? Naruto's mouth opened, but no words came. Only the howling sound of all of the elements speaking at once. The wind screamed, the fire hissed, the earth shook, the water rippled, the lightning danced across his skin. Suddenly he raised a hand, palm open. Frost formed so cold it was freezing the air.
Haku gasped.
That's my Kekiai Genkai." Naruto's eyes narrowed, analyzing the threads of chakra around him. He grabbed onto these threads and copied Haku's bloodline. With no hand signs, Naruto summoned a spiral of moisture from the broken mirrors and launched it forward. Frozen Tempest Barrage. With a wave of Naruto's hand, he sent out shards of ice that swirled through the wind, a deadly combination of ice and wind.
Haku barely dodged.
Too late. One shard ripped through his shoulder. Another grazed his mask, cracking it clean off. The wind howled. Naruto stood over Haku, breathing heavy, eyes glowing faintly with the fading spirals of the Sozugen. Frost still clung to his palm, the last remnants of the frozen tempest barrage vanishing into the mist. But just as he raised his hand again for a final strike, he paused. A thread, a flicker, a memory. "I'm a boy, by the way." Naruto's eyes widened, his breathing hitched. "Wait, it's you, the guy from the forest."
Haku blinked, lips trembling.
The cracked mask slid off his face completely now. So,
ポイント使わないと
you
ダメか。
recognized me after all. Why? Naruto asked, his voice soft. Why would someone like you follow a guy like Zabuza? Haku didn't flinch. Instead, he slowly sat up, hand gripping his wounded shoulder. Because he gave me a reason to live. Haku, eyes downcast, told him everything. The bloodline, the betrayal, the hunger, the cold. People feared me. My own father tried to kill me. But Zabuza, he saw my power and didn't turn away. He gave me a purpose. I became his tool, so I'd never be discarded again.
ああ、こうね。
Naruto's face twisted in confusion and discomfort. That's messed up. How can you live like that? Just being a tool? Because I had nothing else. Naruto was silent, his fists clenched. He'd grown up surrounded by love, praised as the hero of the village. He couldn't truly understand Haku's pain, but he saw it, and he felt it. The truth perception of the Sozugen showed him the web of pain and loyalty tangled in Haku's heart. Even so, Naruto whispered, "You're not just some tool. You're a person. You matter." And Haku, for the first time in years, didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, Kakashi had Zabuza held down with his summoning dogs, lightning flashing brightly in his hand. Lightning blade. Lightning screamed in Kakashi's palm. He dashed toward Zabuza for the killing blow. But Naruto vanished. Fwash! He appeared between them with a spiral of wind, his hand glowing purple as he grabbed the lightning black mid-ash. Wa Naruto? Kakashi gasped. The lightning blade fizzled, absorbed completely into Naruto's palm like smoke into a vacuum. Naruto's Sozugen spun. It copied the technique as chakra swirled around him. "Don't," Naruto said, calm but firm. "You don't have to kill him." Zabuza glared. "Move, kid."
No.
Suddenly, Naruto's gaze shifted towards the far end of the bridge. He looked confused. Through the mist, Naruto could see them, destiny threads converging. 100 strands of greed, violence, and betrayal approaching fast.
いやでも2番
Gato and his army of mercenaries. "They're here," Naruto and Hinata said at the same time. A short man,
この
with a
短
lot
時
of
間で
guys.
2番掘れんのマジ
They're
で
just
でけえわ
bandits, they don't have a lot of chakra.
退屈しよう
Hinata
とか
said
じゃ
as he
な
looked
くて
at Naruto, noticing his new eyes which made her confused as she nearly got lost while looking at them, but she had to focus.
それをこの
She looked behind her to
数
see
十
that
分で
Sasuke
掘
was
れるのは
injured,
マジでやばい
running back there and taking out her special ointment to help heal his wounds. Zabuza's head snapped towards the sound of footsteps on steel. "That bastard!" Zabuza clicked his tongue. "TCH, that little rat really thought he could play us." Haku weakly stood beside Naruto, eyes narrowed. "Zabuza!" Naruto turned toward Kakashi. "Can we trust them to help take Gato down?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "You're asking me? You've already made the choice." Naruto gave a sheepish grin, then looked at Zabuza again. "You want to protect Haku, right? Then fight with us, not against us." Zabuza let out a long breath, then smirked. "Fine, just this once. I'll follow your lead, hero." The fog parted slowly. Heavy boots echoed. A sea of thugs, blades, and cruel eyes emerged from the other end of the bridge. Gato, short and smug, stood atop a crate like a king. "I thought I told you to kill them for double Zabuza. I was going to kill you anyway. You stupid shinobi are just tools for hire." Zabuza's hands tightened around the hilt of his massive blade. "You're not killing anyone." "Ha! I have this army. What can you do?" Zabuza slowly turned, his mouth curled in a sinister grin. Haku stepped beside him, silent but glowing with icy chakra. Kakashi's headband shifted, revealing the Sharingan. Naruto stood in front of them all, his Sozugen glowing with a galaxy of spirals. The army froze. The air felt wrong, heavy. One thug stepped forward. "TCH, it's just a couple of shinobi." Boom! Wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning erupted around Naruto. The ground cracked. The bridge howled with elemental fury. His eyes shined so bright it blinded some of the men. W, what is that? I? W, what is he? Naruto didn't respond. He raised both hands slowly, and all 5 chakra natures spiraled into the air like a god weaving reality. Zabuza chuckled darkly and cracked his neck. Let's end this.
Haku.
Haku stepped forward, ice forming from the moisture in the air. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Together, they molded hand seals with perfect synchronization. Ice style, twin dragon burial. From the mist and snow, one massive water dragon covered in ice coiled into the sky, jaws snapping, wings stretching, then collided into one titanic beast of frozen death. Kakashi leapt into the air above them, his hands flashing. Lightning release, white fang bind. Arcs of blue lightning surged from his palms and wrapped around the icy dragon, its entire body now coursing with electrified frost. Then, Naruto's voice echoed, calm, divine. Let me finish it. He thrust his hand forward. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, all elements swirled like galaxies around his fingers. The Sozugen glowed blindingly bright, chakra threads dancing like destiny made manifest. Eternal spiral. He cast the fused chakra outward, and the elemental cyclone engulfed the frozen, electrified dragon. The creature changed. A towering, spiraling dragon of all 5 elements now hovered above the bridge, screaming with the rage of the elements and the precision of creation itself. W, what the hell is that? Run, run. Gato stumbled back, falling from his crate. No, wait, I can pay you. I'll pay triple. Too late. Naruto raised one finger and pointed. Go! The elemental dragon shot forward like a cannon of light and fury. The bridge exploded in color. Fire and wind incinerated. Water and ice froze and shattered. Lightning danced. Earth split. The entire army was wiped out in a single devastating flash. When the light faded, only the bridge remained, though it was smoking and cracked, but intact. Naruto stood still, breathing slowly, eyes dimming into faint stars. The mist cleared. Zabuza stood beside Naruto, his blade resting across his shoulder. He gave him a rare, honest nod. You sure this kid is a genin? Kakashi's only eye smiled, covering his Sharingan now. He's somewhat a prodigy. Hinata emerged from the fog, careful in each step. Her hands trembled, but not with fear. Beside her, Sasuke limped, one arm around her shoulders, his body bruised and coated in dried blood and ointment. The Senbon were gone, and though his face was pale, his pride remained intact. His eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Naruto. TCH, show off. But there was no venom in his voice, if anything, gratitude. He remembered the warmth of Naruto's arms catching him, that raw chakra, that fury, that grief. Sasuke looked away, scoffing at his own vulnerability. Hinata gently guided him forward, then stepped in front of Naruto. Her face was pink, her breath caught in her throat, but she looked at him. Really looked. And Naruto, your eyes, they're beautiful. Naruto blinked, slightly dazed. The Sozugen had faded to its calmer state, those 2 faint glowing stars still shimmering in his pupils like twin galaxies at rest. He rubbed the back of his head, smiling faintly. Ha, thanks. I guess I didn't really mean to scare everyone. Kakashi chuckled nearby, arms crossed. You didn't just scare them, you erased an army. Zabuza grunted in agreement. With one move, you're more than a weapon, brat. You're a damn natural disaster. Naruto looked down at his hands again. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt tired and sad. I just didn't want to let anyone get hurt. Hinata stepped closer and placed her hand over his. You didn't. You saved all of us. Naruto looked at her, surprised, then smiled. Behind them, the villagers were gathering. Inari ran ahead, eyes wide as the sunrise. Naruto, you did it. You beat all of them. Naruto blinked. Huh, you were watching? Everyone was watching. Inari threw his arms around him. Tsunami ran up, tears in her eyes, and placed a hand over her son's shoulder. Behind her, the
あれ
bridge builder, now safe and grinning, approached with Kakashi. If this bridge still stands,
どういうこと
it's thanks to all of you, especially this kid. He looked at Naruto with something between awe and warmth.
コンバイナーがど
The
っかにある
people
の
of
か
this land will remember this day. Zabuza grunted, crossing his arms, but his face was softer than
あ
usual.
これか
What are
あ
you going to
はいはい
call the
はいはいはい
bridge,
はい
old man?
オッ
The
ケーオッケーオッケー
builder smirked and raised a brow. The great Naruto bridge, of course.
これが外れてんだ
Naruto's mouth dropped open. W, wait. What?
あ来た来た
Everyone laughed. Even Sasuke managed a weak smirk. Scene change. Konoha Gates, 1 week later. The gates of Konoha loomed tall under the early evening sun. Soft rays glinted off the towering arch as the guards paced the watchtower, idle chatter dying off the moment they felt it. A pulse. Not a gust, not a jutsu, but chakra, ancient, massive, alive. One guard swallowed dryly. You feel that? The other nodded, already calling into his headset. Get the Hokage, an ANBU, now. Within seconds, masked figures flickered into place. ANBU from every sector appeared in the trees, weapons drawn, watching the path. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, arrived, staff in hand, gaze steady. It's coming from the road.
Akat masked Anbu whispered.
No, not just the road. A boar-masked Anbu muttered, eyes wide beneath his mask. It's walking straight toward us. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. And then they saw him. Kakashi Hatake led the squad. His uniform was slightly torn, one arm in a sling, but his posture was relaxed, confident. Behind him walked Zabuza Momochi and Haku, now wearing leaf escort bands, hands unarmed and posture calm. Then Naruto Uzumaki stepped into view, and the entire field froze. The chakra rolling off him, even while calm, was monumental. It wasn't unstable. It wasn't demonic. It was celestial, as if the stars themselves breathed through him. His eyes, half-lidded and peaceful, shimmered like galaxies, the Sozugen glowing faintly with twin stars, calm but eternal. The ANBU tensed. Weapons tightened in hand. And then, Naruto, a blur of red exploded past the line of ANBUs. Kushina Uzumaki tackled in a hug so tight it cracked the air. The entire ANBU unit blinked. Hiruzen slowly lowered his staff. It's his mother. Naruto wheezed as he returned the hug. Mom, you're crushing me. You reckless little whirlwind. I felt that chakra burst from here. Thought the village was under siege. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly. Yeah. Sorry about that. Then Kushina finally pulled back, cupping his cheeks. Her breath caught. She saw them, his eyes, the dormant galaxies, the stars of fate. What happened to your eyes? She whispered. Kakashi stepped forward, voice soft. It awakened during the mission. It's powerful, I've never seen this eye before. Kushina blinked rapidly, overwhelmed. She didn't cry, but her hands trembled. You really are something else, Naruchan. Mikoto Uchiha stormed over to Sasuke, arms folded. Sasuke, I told you not to try and impress anyone. Look at you, my poor baby. Sasuke groaned, rolling his eyes. I'm a finemom. Didn't I have to save? No, I saved you, idiot. Mikoto and Kushina both laughed at their son's actions. They're just like them. Mikoto would pull Sasuke into a firm hug. You're still Mama's baby. Mom. Hitomi Hyuga, Hinata's elegant and composed mother,
このかかしめっ
approached
ちゃいいね
slowly behind the crowd. Hinata noticed and stepped aside, bowing her head slightly. And mother, Hitomi raised a brow. You fought alongside him? Hinata blushed. Yes, I helped Sasuke, and I helped Naruto too. Hitomi smiled faintly, then leaned closer and whispered. So, the boy's eyes, very pretty.
アマゾン
Hinata
の水
squeaked.
中セットがある。
And mother. Scene change, Hokage's office. The air in the Hokage's office was thick with tension and incense. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, pipe unlit, eyes narrowed as he listened intently. In front of him stood Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku. Kakashi's injured arm was now resting in a sling, and his tone was calm but direct. The mission succeeded. Gato is dead. His organization's remnants have scattered. Hiruzen nodded once. And the event? Kakashi's visible eye drifted toward the far wall. The boy awakened something none of us recognized. Not Sharingan, not Byakugan. The eye shifted the battlefield. Zabuza grunted. It didn't shift it. It dismantled it. I've never felt chakra like that, and I've stood in front of tailed beasts.
パイプ探偵
Haku
から
nodded quietly beside him.
ど
It
んどん
was
分
like the
解しちゃって
sky itself was alive. Hiruzen's eyes flicked toward the window. I felt it too. From here, I thought we were under attack from another dimension. He turned back, face hardening just slightly. Zabuza. Hayuzum looked at Haku, not knowing his name. Haku, sir. Ah, thank you. Haku. You've earned provisional sanctuary. Kakashi will sponsor your integration for the time being. But keep
Alright.
this in mind. His voice dropped an octave. If you betray this
どこ
village,
座れた
no one will save you from the leaf's power. Zabuza chuckled. Fair enough. Scene change, Uzumaki compound, night. The moon shone softly through the window of the Uzumaki compound. His room was quiet, peaceful.
え
A new
ツール
photo
なの
of Team 7 with Haku and Zabuza smiling. Naruto lay curled up on his bed. He was finally home. His breath was soft, his chest rising and falling with exhumation. Then a pull. Not in the air, but inside.
やべ AK
His eye fluttered open. And suddenly, he wasn't in his room anymore. Scene change, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto stood barefoot in a limitless white space, faintly laced with drifting stars, constellations woven like threads in the sky above. Then, Naruto, a deep, ancient voice. He turned. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, stood calmly before him, robes flowing, Rinnegan shining faintly. To his right stood Ashura, warm and soft-eyed, smiling wide. To his left Indra, stoic and serious but no longer
これも
cold.
しかしてこっちに
And behind them, Kaguya
Right.
Otsutsuki, her expression unreadable, but there was something new behind her gaze, curiosity, and perhaps
Right, Diego.
regret. Naruto blinked, and then he grinned. Why, pure. Old man, Ashura, Indra, you're all here again. Before anyone could respond, Naruto launched forward, hugging Hagoromo with both arms like a little kid reunited with his grandpa. Ashura laughed and yanked him into another hug. Even Indra gave the smallest sigh, and then accepted it, one hand lightly patting Naruto's back. Still soft, he muttered. Naruto beamed. It's been years. I thought you forgot about me. Hagoromo smiled. You grew, stronger than we ever imagined. Then Kaguya stepped forward. Naruto's smile faltered a little, but didn't vanish. He took a cautious step toward her. You're here too. She tilted her head. You carry our bloodline, our chakra, our burden. And now, her pale eyes lingered on his. The Sozugen, the eye of starbirth, it has awakened. Naruto blinked at Kaguya's words. The Sozugen, that name is so cool. He had a massive grin on his
よ
face,
し
glancing at
まず戻るか
Hagoromo,
したら
Ashura, Indra, and Kaguya. Did you guys create it? Hagoromo gave a small, proud nod while lightly chuckling. With our power, our knowledge, our sacrifice. We forged it not as a weapon, but as hope. Ashura stepped forward, voice warm. We know that one day, someone would need to unite the power of all nations, not to rule, but to protect. Indra crossed his arms. To surpass hatred, to copy, adapt, evolve better than the origin. You're not just a reflection of us. He met Naruto's gaze. You are our answer. Kaguya remained quiet, eyes softer now. She looked at Naruto. Not as a threat, but as something she had never understood before. Balance. You carry all of us. My chakra, Hagoromo's wisdom, Ashura's heart, Indra's strength, the fury of the tailed beast, and more than all that. Her gaze dropped briefly to the glowing light in Naruto's chest. Your mother's fire, and your father's will. Hagoromo stepped forward, a grandfatherly smile on his face. You can master every nature release. See the threads of jutsu and chakra, copy anything. Not just mimic, but enhance, improve, rebuild the world, jutsu by jutsu. Ashura added, it isn't about destruction, Naruto. It's about rebirth. Indra finally let a smile touch his lips. Rare but real. And no one but you could have carried it. At that moment, another pulse of chakra stirred behind the group. A shadow moved through the starlit mist of the mindscape. Kurama stepped out from behind the Otsutsuki, arms crossed, tail swaying behind him like a calm sea. Took you long enough to tell him. He growled at Hagoromo, though without bite. Naruto laughed and ran over. You were here the whole time? Kurama snorted. Of course, this whole place stinks of cosmic drama. Naruto gave him a wide grin and leaned against him like it was nothing new. You knew about the Sozugan too, huh? Kurama closed one eye. I didn't know, brat, but I felt it. The moment it awakened, it started syncing with my chakra, without force. You didn't take anything. You let it flow. That I didn't dominate me. It worked with me. He glanced at the others. I've never seen anything like it. Naruto looked around, his smile fading slightly, eyes serious now. So what now? Hagoromo raised his staff. Now you begin. Ashura raised a hand. A glowing seal of wind formed in his palm. Indra followed, forming a lightning seal. Kaguya opened her hand, and all 5 basic chakra natures shimmered within it, before merging into a singular orb of glowing power. Hagoromo took a step forward, placing that orb into Naruto's chest. Your eye can wield all of this now, but power without control is chaos. The space dimmed, stars tightening. You must train. You must understand it. You must choose what kind of god you want to be. Naruto's voice was quiet now, but firm. I'm not a god. He looked at them all.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
The greatest ninja. Kurama grunted. With a galaxy in his eye. Naruto grinned. Yeah, that too. Scene change. Uzumaki compound. Sunrise. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He was back in his bed. Sunlight poured in through the half-open blinds, birds chirping, wind brushing the curtains. He sat up slowly, blinking sleep from his eyes. Then, quietly, he turned to the mirror beside his bed. There, his reflection stared back. His normal face, his normal smile. And then, as if responding to his heartbeat, the Sozugan shimmered to life. Stars turned slowly in his irises, the constellations of destiny. Naruto exhaled. I'll protect them all. He reached for his headband. Whatever comes next. Scene change? Hours ago. Darkness. Heavy. Timeless. Deep within the earth, beneath forgotten stone and decayed history, something stirred. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows, seeping across the cavern wall like ink bleeding into parchment. The single yellow eye blinked. Stillness. Then a pulse. Raw, ancient chakra rippled through the world. It wasn't sudden. It wasn't loud. But it was vast. Endless.
なんか
Black
ハード
Zetsu
とか
froze, body quivering slightly.
これで簡単なや
Impossible.
つやってみよう。
It pressed closer to the stone, as if to brace itself from what it was feeling. That chakra, it's not from any beast.
どうい
The
う感
pulse
じの
faded.
モードなんだろ
Calm, distant now, but still present, like a sun just beyond the
う。いや、
horizon.
ちょっと待ってよ。ちょっと一回
It's
ハードや
greater
ってみ
than
よ
the 10 tails, more refined, focused. And then a chilling thought.
う。教えて教えて。
No. The eye narrowed. Mother? Zetsu's body rippled with unease. For a moment, its voice softened in awe.
ちょっと待っててね。
Could it be? Has she returned? But the sensation didn't quite match. Carried her power, yes, but also something new, something human. This isn't her, but it's something born of her legacy. It hissed lowly, disappearing into the wall like smoke. I need to find the source, heir to yokai. The sun barely kissed the treetops, casting golden streaks across the clearing. The air was brisk, silent, save for the rustling of leaves and soft footsteps approaching through the forest. Team 7 stood side by side, awaiting their sensei. Naruto stretched with a yawn. Man, feels weird not waking up to yelling for once. Sasuke stood quietly, arms folded. TCH, let's just get this over with. Hinata glanced between the two, then straightened when Kakashi Hatake flickered into view. Yo!
Huh?
Kakashi greeted, eye crinkling above his mask. Good news. You three are officially being nominated for the Chunin exams. Naruto blinked. Chunin exams? Already? Sasuke smirked slightly. About time. Kakashi reached into his flak jacket and pulled out 3 distinct scrolls, each sealed with chakra threads matching their elements. He handed one to each of them. These are elemental scrolls, each tuned to your affinity. Sasuke, yours focuses on fire and lightning. Hinata, yours is water-based. Naruto, your scroll is a bit special. He eyed Naruto's scroll for a beat longer. The moment Naruto touched it, a faint hum buzzed through the air, just a whisper of the strange, endless chakra within him now. You've all come a long way since the wave
これ
mission.
すげえ VR みたい。
Kakashi continued. But this is the point where your growth will depend on what you do, not what I teach. So for the next 2 weeks, you're on your own. Hinata straightened, clutching her scroll. What should we do? Train with your clans. Kakashi said. They know your limits, and they'll help you push past them. Naruto grinned, already fired up. Guess I better go visit Mom before she tries to drag me back home. Sasuke gave a small nod. Uchiha style, fire and lightning. I'll master both.
スタート。
Hinata's eyes shimmered with quiet determination. I won't fall behind. Kakashi smiled faintly. That's the spirit. Meet me here again. The morning of the
何
exams.
えああ、そ
He
ういうこと
turned, vanishing with a poof of
あ、ボ
smoke.
ットがボットと戦
Naruto
うんだこ
tucked
れ
the。scroll under his arm, eyes glowing faintly with stars. 2 weeks.
え
He whispered to himself. Something told him
早い
everything
早
was
い早い
about to
早い。
change. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. The sun dipped low, casting golden light across the Uzumaki compound. Seals faintly pulsed with chakra across the
エ
property,
リアは進まないの。
alive and ancient. A familiar peace lingered here, a peace Naruto had started to call home. As he stepped inside, sandals kicked off. A familiar voice called out warmly. Welcome home, Naruchan. You want help training today? He puffed out his chest with a grin, arms crossing in exaggerated confidence. Nah, I'm the most awesome shinobi alive, and the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. Kushina peeked around the doorway, eyes amused, a warm smile pulling at her lips. That's so?
ああ、俺
She
の
walked over, ruffled his hair lovingly until it was an even bigger
下の
mess,
数とかちょうど
then
できる
pulled him
から
into a tight hug, a very tight
ああ、
hug.
なるほどね。
And Mom, can't breathe. He tapped her shoulder rapidly, face turning red. Kushina giggled and let him go, laughing as he
俺な
gasped
マジでオーバー
dramatically.
ウォッチソロやめた方がいいです。
Then she leaned forward
game
and placed a
やりたくなくなる。
soft kiss on his
マジで。
forehead. Her deep blue-violet eyes met his star-swirled ones, and something in that gaze was impossibly proud. Go get
ソロ
stronger,
はマジでラ
Naruto.
ストだけでいい。
Naruto smiled. I will. Scene change, Naruto's room. The door clicked shut behind him. Naruto sat
あの
cross-legged
BP
in
出
the
してか
center
ら
of
マ
his
ジきつい
room,
っすよね。
scrolls to the side, hands resting on his knees. His breathing slowed,
このゲ
heart
ームはソロ
steady.
でやるもんじゃな
He
い。
tapped into the power within him, the chakra that wasn't just his, but something far greater. The world faded. Scene change, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto stood at the edge of a serene field where cherry blossoms fell like snow. The grass beneath him hummed faintly with energy, not just chakra, but something older, purer. Beyond the trees, the colossal compound loomed with the Otsutsuki crest gleaming across its ancient gates. He stepped forward and ran, faster with each breath, not from urgency, but joy. Old man sage, Ashura. They were already waiting, standing side by side beneath the boughs of an enormous sakura tree. Their eyes lit up when they saw him. Naruto dove forward, arms wide. The three embraced tightly, like family reunited after ages, though in this space, time meant nothing. It seems you're ready, Hagoromo said, stepping back to examine Naruto. Your soul is louder now,
あと
and
そういう
your
動きし
chakra
ないんだよな。
even vaster than before. It feels like the world's been unlocked, Naruto said, breathless with awe. Ashura grinned.
へえ。
Then it's time to give you the tools to shape it.
よし。戻る
We begin with the sage fist, Hagoromo said, stepping onto the soft grass. He
あ、
moved
じゃあ
with
ワイルドさん
elegance,
に招待して
a
もらおうかな。
stance that looked almost like meditation in motion. His palms curled open and closed, feet shifting with the wind, energy flowing from each motion like a river. Fire sparked around his fists, not summoned with signs or seals, but willed into being through motion,
ああ、
purpose,
じゃ
and
あ
breath.
俺招待するさ。
This is the first fighting style born of Ninshu, he said.
あれ俺さ、リ
Taijutsu
ーダー
that
じゃなく
doesn't
て
just
も
use
招待
chakra.
できるよね。
It commands it. Every strike, every movement
た確かで
carries
きた
the
はず
weight of
オー
the
バーウォッ
elements
チ
themselves. He spun once, lightly. A wave of wind lashed across the ground, cleaving a line in the dirt. He exhaled, and a pulse of water coiled around his forearm like a serpent. You do not form jutsu here. You embody them. Naruto mimicked the stance, and as he moved instinctively, the air shimmered around him. Lightning curled from his feet as he shifted
ま
weight.
ずは
A twist of his torso released a low boom of raw chakra. His punches started clumsy, unbalanced, but each was packed with ridiculous force. Ashura laughed. You're already dangerous. You just need control. Later that day. Later, the sky darkened in the mindscape, though the light never truly faded. Ashura stood beside Naruto, arms crossed,
へえ。
watching as Naruto knelt before a swirling pool of raw chakra. You've got all 5 natures, Ashura said. But anyone can have them.
ドルさ
Shaping
ん来
them,
ねえかな。
that's mastery. He knelt, touching the chakra. It shimmered, then shifted, solidifying into stone, bubbling into water, evaporating into flame, each transformation seamless and precise. Feel it, don't force it. Let your chakra breathe into the form it needs. Naruto extended his hand. The chakra wavered, became jagged lightning, but then collapsed into fire. He grunted. Too much. Ashura laughed. Nah, just sloppy. Then softer.
ガチでキモいわ、トレ
Try
さ。
again. Hours passed like moments. Naruto learned to craft stone as soft as sand, water as sharp as glass. He built walls of wind and threads of flame, each shaping more fluid than the last. And when he closed his eyes, he could feel it. Not just the elements, but their will, the essence of what they were meant to be. Scene change, Sakura Leaf Field. In a quiet corner of the field, Hagoromo sat with Naruto beneath a spiraling tree of glowing leaves. Your eyes, he said, are more than a gift. They are truth made visible. The Sozugen pulsed in Naruto's gaze. You'll learn how to harness these same truths, and more. Let's begin with the Sozugen legacy. Chakra flow and manipulation at the source. He raised two fingers, one glowing with fire, the other water. When he touched them together, they merged, not into
いやもう
steam,
今回悪
but
さい
into
るから
something entirely new. Boiling plasma,
いやでも
alive
これ
and
多分寝
dancing.
起きすぎてやべえっす
Naruto stared, awestruck. Combining
さっきトラッキン
elements,
グできてなくて
he whispered,
笑った
that's how Kekiai Genkai are
もう
made.
できないんで大丈夫ですよ
Yes. Hagoromo nodded. And you are not bound to one. With control and understanding, you can create your is just one of Fisozugen's multiple powers, to see the weave of chakra
ジンさん
itself.
と
Naruto began
Ah, Jin.
practicing. Fire and wind to become scorched flame. Lightning and earth crystallized glass. Water
今
and
日普通に
wind,
1時ぐらいに帰って
slicing ice,
死にか
sharp
けて
as
たから
Kwani's. He stumbled often, but each mistake was a lesson.
いい
Nightfall.
今日ワンチャン配信しないんかな
As the moon
もしか
rose
したら
overhead,
多分めっちゃ遅い時間
silver and
だなこれ
massive,
って思って
Naruto stood
ち
panting
ょっ
in
と
the
ギリ
field.
ギリギリ
His
まで
arms were
粘ったんですけ
scraped,
ど
his chakra
なんか
near
いつもだけ寝て
empty,
たっす
but his control had evolved beyond anything he imagined. Hagoromo and Ashura stood beside him. You've done well, Naruto. Hagoromo said, voice soft. This is just the first day. Naruto blinked. What? They both laughed. You need to be ready for those ninja exams? Whatever. 2 weeks of this, Naruto. Ashura smirked. Better hope your body can keep up. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow, a crooked smile forming on his lips. Bring it on. Scene change. Sakura forest clearing. A wind rustled gently through the thick trunks of towering sakura trees, petals drifting like whispers of time through the air. They sparked faintly beneath the starlit sky of Naruto's mindscape, soft, dreamlike, but hiding something brutal beneath its beauty. The ground trembled. Boom! A harsh impact rocked the clearing, birds scattering into the sky as Naruto went flying backwards, his body crashing into a thick tree with a sickening crack. Bark exploded outward as the impact cratered the trunk. He coughed, wheezing, arms trembling, legs barely holding. Across the field stood Indra, tall and unwavering, his true Mangekyo Sharingan glowing like twin crimson flames, flaring with each movement. His presence radiated a cold, commanding pressure, like an ancient warrior carved from battle itself. Again,
うぜえ
Indra said, voice like steel grinding against stone. You were slow. Your eyes saw the strike, but your body didn't trust them. That hesitation will kill you. Naruto wiped the blood from his lip, a flicker of determination burning in his Sozugen. Yeah. Then, I'll stop hesitating. He dashed forward, his weighted Susanoo armor grinding with a mechanical growl of resistance. It wasn't the full ethereal construct, but rather a personalized, form-fitting version constructed by Indra himself, a black and violet plating that clung to Naruto's limbs, immensely dense, forged for punishment and growth. Each step sounded like thunder against the earth. Thud, thud, thud.
ナイス
Chakra surged behind the punch, a mix of wind and lightning chakra spiraling into his fist to storm. Indra sidestepped, almost casually,
このボール
letting
に
Naruto fly past him. You combine elements like a fool throwing paint.
そうそう多分一番
Indra
いいんですけ
muttered.
ど
No control, no discipline.
あ死んだこれ
Suddenly, Indra turned, and in a blink, his Susanoo arm extended and slammed Naruto into the ground with a seismic boom, sending dirt and petals flying skyward. GHH! Naruto grunted, breath knocked out. Then a brief
移動
pause.
がいるわ
Indra approached, crouching beside him. You are strong, he said, quieter now. Too strong for your own good. The Sozugen demands more than raw chakra. It demands mastery.
ナイス
Naruto panted, blinking up at him. Then, show me.
やば
A ghost of a smirk touched Indra's lips.
何
As you wish. Hours passed.
あフラ
Naruto
ッシュポイントの
stood,
やつか
swaying, his shirt clinging with sweat and dirt. His chakra flickered, raw and volatile like a storm barely caged. Indra faced him again, eyes narrowed, now calm. Tell me what you see, Indra said, activating his Mangekyo. Look deeper. Naruto's Sozugen pulsed, brilliant violet gold spirals spinning, absorbing every detail. He stepped forward and raised his hand. Then, reality twisted. For a split second, everything around Indra fractured like glass, time stuttered, sounds echoed, and a blinding storm of light overtook him. Indra grunted, locked in place by a genjutsu so refined even his eyes were momentarily fooled. You! He growled, slashing chakra to dispel it. When the light cleared, Naruto was on his knees, panting. What the hell was that? Indra's expression was unreadable, but his voice held weight. That genjutsu, you rewrote my senses and perception with sheer instinct. That is Sozugen's will, an evolved genjutsu far beyond Sharingan's reach. Naruto blinked. I didn't even mean to. Indra's smirk returned. That's the problem. You will learn to mean it. Scene change, later forest clearing.
うぜえあいつ
Time passed in a blur. Naruto collapsed under the weight of his new Susanoo weights, now shaped into a sealed black GI, with Otsutsuki crests glowing faintly. He dozed for a moment. His breath hitched. The air shifted. He wasn't alone. He blinked. The forest was gone. Scene change, sacred clearing. Naruto now stood in an open clearing, where the grass shimmered like polished jade and the sky overhead was a swirling aurora. Kaguya Otsutsuki stood quietly, her hair flowing like a pale sea, sleeves billowing despite the still air. Her gaze met his, calm, ancient, and oddly warm. You've awakened more than chakra. You carry what even my sons do not, harmony. She said, her voice soft but infinite. She stepped forward, placing a pale hand on his chest. Your chakra can heal, destroy, manipulate reality itself. But to master it, she suddenly pulsed her own chakra. A pressure so dense it cracked the space around them like glass bending. Naruto dropped to a knee. You must survive it first. Her training began with control, specifically teaching Naruto the art of chakra pulse. She stood behind him, guiding his hands. Now, focus on your intent. Calm the mind. Channel through the heart. Let the chakra not flow, but pulse. He concentrated. His body hummed. BZZZT. A soft wave of chakra rippled outward, strong enough to knock a tree loose, but no damage. Again, stronger. BZZZZZHHHMM. The air cracked. Good. Again. This time, compress it. Make it lethal. He focused and released a shockwave that carved a trench a dozen feet wide, trees flattened in an arc. Kaguya smiled faintly. You have the gift of chakra assimilation. She noted. When a jutsu touches your chakra, it becomes yours. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? She waved her hand, forming a flaming dragon that flew at Naruto. He raised his palm, and the moment the dragon touched him, Whum! It spiraled around his arm, became part of him, and vanished into chakra threads. His eyes widened as a memory flashed from the wave mission. I did this with Kakashi-sensei jutsu. I didn't even realize. Kaguya nodded. As long as you survive its impact, be warned, there are limits. Some jutsu echoes of their caster's will. Then she mentioned to the air, countless glowing seals appeared, floating, swirling around him. Your Sozugen sees the source of all chakra. That includes the art of seals. It understands instinctively what others spend lifetimes learning. Naruto reached out and new Fuinjutsu symbols bloomed across his skin, glowing like constellations. I made these just now, he whispered. Kaguya's eyes widened. Even she was surprised. As the day's training ended, Naruto stood, his body covered in runes, sweat, bruises. But his eyes gleamed with new mastery. The Sozugen spun slowly. He had learned to shape elements, to bend the will of others, to pulse chakra with precision, to absorb jutsu, and rewrite seals by instinct. And tomorrow he'd go even further. Day 3. The world around Naruto shifts again as the day begins. The sakura trees and compound fades away like mist burned under sunlight. The sky turns blood red. The ground cracks and swirls with molten chakra. A massive gate appears before him, chained and burning with ancient seals. From behind the bars, two massive eyes open, amber, slitted, and ancient. Kurama, but not in
いや、
rage,
そうなんですよ
not in
ね。
hate,
うん。
in
ク
challenge.
リさんももうすぐ
Took you long enough,
飛躍して
brat.
くるし。
The nine tails growled, voice low like an earthquake beneath the ocean. You've been dancing around with the old gods. Now you face the beast inside. Naruto smirked, folding his arms.
俺らのオーバー
So what? You got jealous and want to train me now? Kurama grinned, all fangs. You want power? Real power?
あ
Then earn it. Beat me and I'll give you the kitsune contract. I'll even teach you the kitsune
ああ、
style.
俺ね。
But if you fail... The chains snapped.
うん
The seal broke. The ground trembled. You did hear, in your own mind. The world exploded. Kurama lunged, Krakabiom, a crimson missile of hatred and chakra. Naruto's eyes snapped into their spiraling galactic glow.
ラス
The
トやってる
Sozugen.
DN ちゃんも
He
いるんです
dodged
か
just in time, the air behind him shattering from the shockwave of Kurama's claws.
コラボしようぜっつって俺らオーバーウォッチやって。
Naruto
でじゃ
thought,
んラストやってる。
flipping back midair,
それ統合
gathering
ちょっと
chakra to
融合
his
しました
fists.
あはいはい。
Sage fist. His hands lit up.
どっち
Flame and
から
lightning
来たのか
circled
わかんない
him,
ですよね。
fused together,
ね、あ
but not
勝
stable.
てるはず。
Fire
そうなんだ。
Whoosh! Lightning!
あっちで見た方がいいんだよな
Sazazak. But this time, he didn't shout them alone. He moved, each strike of his fists laced with elemental chakra, chakra claws forming briefly as he danced around Kurama's strikes. The battle was a blur of violence. Kurama slashed. Naruto ducked, chakra crackling along his spine. Kurama roared. Naruto countered with a spinning kick enhanced by a windfire spiral, blowing the tailed beast backward. You're getting serious, Naruto yelled, blood trickling from his lip. His knuckles were raw, skin smoking. This is a fight, not a lesson. Kurama bellowed and opened his jaws. A tailed beast bomb formed, pulsing with annihilation, condensing mass and destruction into a sphere of absolute death. Naruto's eyes widened. He couldn't match that with force alone. Unless he clenched his fists. Ashura taught me how to shape chakra. Old Man Sage taught me to combine it. I've used the elements. Now I have to become them. He crossed his arms, dragging together every elemental nature inside him. Wind for cutting precision. Fire for consuming strength. Lightning for raw speed. Water for flowing movement. Earth for unwavering resolve. His hands spun. The chakra danced. A new sphere formed, like a Rasengan, but swirling with glowing chakra petals, each representing an element in harmony.
ちいかわいるかな
Just a little explanation here. Naruto doesn't know the Rasengan. He only heard about it from his mother and Kakashi when he was younger. He named it Ryusei Rasengan, Meteor Spiral Sphere. The elements didn't just merge. They became a singular force, new and unknown. A storm of nature itself. Kurama launched the beast bomb. Naruto roared, launching toward it with his Ryusei Rasengan spinning like a galaxy in his palm. SSSSHHHHHHRRABO. The collision shattered the inner world. A shockwave ripped through the sky. Fire, lightning, and shadow exploded like a nova, blowing apart the battlefield, drowning everything in white. Naruto lay in a smoking crater, chest heaving. His clothes were tattered. His skin glowed with tiny glyphs of Fuinjutsu,
寝起きや
triggered
寒
from
そう
survival instinct. The Ryusei Rasengan had worked. The chakra of 5 natures had overridden the tailed beast bomb with pure harmony. From the smoke, Kurama emerged, bruised, battered, limping, but laughing. A deep, rumbling, genuine laugh. You crazy little bastard, Kurama said,
バスティオンが
flopping onto the ground next to Naruto, tails flicking lazily. You really did it. Naruto coughed. Told you.
I'm
こ
Osen.
こ結構ロース
Kurama chuckled again. You earned it.
これあ
The
のあれ
Kitsune
かキモいマッ
contract
プか
is yours.
そうそう
A
そう
scroll appeared
Ah.
before Naruto, inked in red and black,
垂れ
pulsing
死に
with
いないから
chakra.
大丈
The seals shimmered. Kitsune clan's summoning scroll,
夫うわ
bloodbound.
ヒール来ない
Kurama raised a claw and etched his own name into it with one swipe.
前に出
Not
るよ
just summoning. You're one of us now. You learned the Kitsune style from me. Naruto sat up slowly, still glowing faintly from the aftermath.
今回は
What's Kitsune's style? Kurama's eyes narrowed with pride.
マジでキモ
Its speed beyond sight. Its chakra so sharp it cuts the soul. You fight with illusion, with power, and with grace. It flows with your sage fist like fire in the wind. It's Predator's taijutsu. Naruto smirked. Perfect for someone awesome like me. Kurama thumped his tail. Don't get cocky. You still have to master it.
やば
Naruto grinned as the scroll vanished into his palm.
あ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ
Then let's get to work.
死にます
Scene
死にます
change, Sakura Forest. Gentle wind caressed the grass under the eternal bloom of sakura trees. Petals danced through the air like whispers of the past. The pink canopy swayed softly, painting everything below in light hues of serenity. Naruto stood barefoot, the soles of his feet connected with the soft earth. The tranquil calm of the forest belied the storm of chakra that was building in the clearing
あダメ
ahead.
だ
Standing with him was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, his robes fluttering like ancient silk, eyes closed in meditation, hand gently placed upon the massive form of Kurama, who stood proud and still. The nine tails' fur shifted slightly in the wind, as if every strand buzzed with chakra. It's time. Hagoromo spoke softly, his voice warm and infinite. I will release the seals, my son. Don't go overboard. His palm glowed with ancient symbols, weaving across Kurama's fur, sigils older than chakra itself. Kurama's eyes narrowed as power surged through his being. He growled, not in anger, but in anticipation.
えぐい
BZZZRRRMMMM.
ここき
There was
つ
a
い
burst
な
of light and chakra,
ポジション
like the detonation of a small sun. Kurama's form compressed, fur vanished, chakra condensed. And there, in the aftermath, stood a man with untamed crimson-red hair cascading down his back, fangs peeking out from a wild grin.
ここや
His
ばいっす
cloak was
ね
black and red, jagged at the edges, and tails flickered like spectral flames behind him, fading in and out of view. His eyes glowed amber. TCH, it's been ages since I had two legs, Kurama said, cracking his neck with a satisfying pop. But damn, do I look good. Naruto's jaw dropped. You look like a Yakuza boss fox demon. Kurama smirked. You're not wrong. The two moved into the center of the clearing. Kurama stood tall in his human form, radiating power, wildness, and speed. The air around him shimmered from the sheer heat of his presence. Kitsune style, Kurama said, crouching into a stance that was both predator and phantom. It's not just taijutsu, it's deception, it's speed, it's overwhelming force masked by illusion. Move like smoke, strike like thunder. Boom! In a flash, Kurama vanished.
シールド系ないと
Naruto's
ちょ
eyes
っときつい
widened,
かもなこれ
his Sozugen activating, spirals spinning like stars. But even then, he barely saw the strike coming. Kurama appeared in front of him and delivered a low sweeping kick that Naruto barely dodged. Whoosh! Crack!
いや勝手なんだ
Naruto
こい
flipped
つ
back, grinning. Now we're talking. The spar began in
乗
earnest.
りすぎ
Kurama blurred in and out of sight, vanishing into the falling petals, reappearing with chakra claw jabs, spinning sweeps, and shadowed strikes. His form bent and danced like flame, slippery, hypnotic, but brutal.
いやマジでシールド
Naruto
シールド
countered
欲しい
with
シールド
Sage Fist, combining the elemental chakra bursts with precise blows.
Clash. Crack. Zet IP. Boom.
Each collision echoed with force, rattling the forest. Leaves fell, trees shook. Naruto was forced to adapt, forced to flow, syncing his Sage Fist with the rhythm of Kitsune style. Don't think brat, feel. Let your chakra move first, and your body follow. Naruto inhaled sharply, and for the first time he let go. His movements became unpredictable, light, like dancing with fire. He disappeared from view and struck Kurama across the chest.
いやーちょっと
Bam.
後ろがやばい。
Kurama skidded back and grinned. Heh, finally. Breathing heavily but energized, Naruto stood in the middle of the clearing. Kurama, still in human form, folded his arms. Time for the next step. You've earned the right to summon us, the Kitsune clan. Kurama tossed Naruto a slip of parchment. It glowed as it hit his palm. The symbols twisted and coiled like ink coming to life. Naruto bit his thumb and slammed his hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Boom! The air exploded. Sakura petals burst in a spiral, and crimson flames rose in a perfect circle around the summoning seal. The ground shuddered, and wind ripped through the clearing. And then, a towering seven-tailed fox emerged, deep crimson fur glinting in the fading sunlight. Tails swayed like waves, graceful and dangerous.
ダメだ
Naruto's jaw dropped.
相手の
Vufkora.
回復がいい仕事するわ
The beast glowed and began to shift, shrinking, morphing. In moments, standing before them was a woman with shimmering red hair that tumbled to her waist, fox ears twitched on her head, and 7 faintly glowing tails flowing behind her like silk threads. She wore a form-fitting crimson kimono, just loose enough to drive Naruto's poor teenage brain into a nosebleed. Her eyes locked with Kurama's first. Father! She bolted forward, voice filled with joy, and leapt into his arms. Kurama caught her effortlessly, smiling in a way Naruto had never seen from him. Soft, almost proud. You grew up wild, huh? Kurama smirked. And you brought me the perfect mate. He's so handsome. She squealed, turning on her heel. Naruto blinked. Wait, M-mate.
後ろ
Kiyomi turned toward him, eyes shining.
やってやった。
She walked up to him, and Naruto immediately locked eyes with her generous.
U chakra aura.
シャツ。あ
His
ー
entire
時間戻るの
face
かこれ
turned redder than the Uzumaki crest. Hold on, mate. Kurama put a palm to his face. I was going to explain that part. First female kitsune you summon. That's tradition. Kiyomi added sweetly. You summoned me, so that makes you mine now. Naruto took a slow step back, looking as if he'd just been told he was the Hokage and Ichiraku was out of ramen. What kind of scroll doesn't have a warning label?
直ったら直った
Kiyomi
回
giggled.
してやろう回してやろうナイス
Oh, relax. You'll grow into the role. And besides, she leaned forward slightly, dangerously close, her smile teasing. You did stare a little long, didn't you? Kurama burst into laughter. He's got the Uzumaki blood, all right. Naruto turned and stared at the trees.
やれそう
This mindscape is cursed. Later that evening, the moon hung high above the dreamscape sky, casting silvery light onto the glade.
ナイス。
Kiyomi now stood in front of Naruto, barefoot in the grass, hair tied back in a warrior's knot. Her playful demeanor shifted into something sharper.
いや俺何も
You
やってない
want to truly master Kitsune
こいつか
style? She asked, stretching her limbs. Then you'll learn Foxfire, our clan's specialty. She raised one hand. Red lightning crackled around her fingers, then flame. It's fire
これ
mixed
であれ
with
か
lightning.
そこ押せたん
Think
か
of it like dancing fire,
ナイスナイス。
but with the sting of thunder. She snapped her wrist. Foosh boom. A swirling bolt of crimson flame howled through the trees,
マジ地獄や
hitting a boulder.
あのマップ
and
マジ地獄だ
vaporizing
な
it.
あれ。
Naruto
なんで
whistled.
そこみんな入れんの
Okay, that's awesome.
しんどいぜ
It's not just destructive. Kiyomi said. It's fast, erratic.
あんま好きじゃないわ
Only a true fox can use it without burning themselves alive. Naruto stepped forward, forming the hand signs. She moved behind him, guiding his arms gently, chakra flaring as their energy danced in sync. Focus on speed first, power second, control always. A spark lit in his palm, then caught fire. Red flame, blue lightning, spiraling like his eyes. Spiral ember flash. Hum! The fire surged forward in a blur, far from perfect, but deadly in its rawness. Naruto grinned. Okay, yeah, That was hot. Kiyomi smirked. So are you. Naruto choked on air. Kurama yelled from the distance. Get a room. Scene change. Naruto's mindscape room, midnight. The moon above the sakura trees burned like silver fire, casting soft light over the glowing canopy of blossoms. Naruto's room inside the mental palace was modest, just a futon, a wooden floor, and a small shelf of scrolls and ramen cup illusions, courtesy of Kurama's humor. The soft breeze filtered through the cracked open window. Naruto was fast asleep, face half buried in a pillow, snoring quietly after a full day of brutal training and shocking revelations. He stirred slightly, drawn to a warmth. Without knowing it, his sleeping body gravitated toward the heat source beside him, something soft and comforting. He nuzzled closer. Warm skin, silky fabric. Delicate fingers idly ran through his sun-blonde hair. Kiyomi, wearing loose-fitting nightwear, gazed down at him with a gentle expression, fox ears twitching lightly. She said nothing, didn't move too much. She simply pulled him a little closer with her tails, her eyes glowing softly in the dark. He smells like the wind. She whispered to herself, smiling. Like freedom. She didn't sleep immediately, just watched him, fingers playing in his hair. Her mate, the only one in history to ever summon her. Somehow he felt like home. Eventually, sleep claimed her too. Day 5 morning. Naruto stirred as sunlight filtered through the window. His pillow felt off, softer, warmer. MMMPH. He blinked awake and tried to move, but something held him. Arms, wrapped around his waist. Ha! He turned slowly, pupils widening. Kiyomi, still asleep, smiling in pure bliss, breathing slowly, was cuddling him tightly, her crimson tails draped lazily over the futon. Her loose nightgown had shifted dangerously off one shoulder, revealing far too much collarbone for Naruto's poor heart to handle. What? They? He tried to wiggle out without waking her, but the grip tightened. She nuzzled him. Naruto froze like a deer in genjutsu. Moments later, her eyelids fluttered open. Good morning, Naruto. She whispered, stretching slowly. Her voice was honey, soft and IP. Her nightgown slid down slightly again. Oh! Naruto yelped and immediately threw the covers over her, red-faced and spinning away like a shuriken. Put on some real clothes, damn it. Kiyomi blinked again, then giggled mischievously, biting her lip. You're already giving me orders? You really are my mate. Naruto muttered in Uzumaki rage speak and escaped the room, face glowing. Scene change, Kitsune Den. Kurama leaned against a sakura tree, looking up at Naruto and raising an eyebrow. Rough night, kid. Naruto growled. She snuck in. Kurama just smirked. Ah, the old mate bonding technique. Classic Kiyomi. You could have warned me. I tried. You summoned before I could fully explain, remember? Before Naruto could reply, the wind shifted. Yo! Kiyomi emerged from the shrine behind the training grounds, now dressed in battle wear. A fishnet undershirt. A black crop jacket with the kanji for 7 in blood red on the back. Red and black shorts stitched with a tiny Kurama doing a peace sign. Shinobi-style sandals. Her fiery red hair was tied up in a wild ponytail, and her fox ears twitched proudly. Her 7 tails shimmered behind her, lazily swaying with excitement. Naruto blinked. You have merch. Kurama chuckled. She designs all the contract gear. I had it ready just in case. Kiyomi winked. Kurama stepped forward, face serious. It's time to take your training deeper. We're unlocking something ancient today. Before chakra, before ninjutsu, before even the sage of 6 paths discovered nature energy, there existed something else. Kurama explained. It's called yokai, the primordial demon energy. It's the ancestral power of the kitsune, oni, and ancient tailed beasts. Most shinobi can't access it without losing themselves. But you, Naruto, he narrowed his gaze. You're different. Kiyomi's expression turned somber. It's going to hurt, more than anything you've felt. Naruto's fist clenched. Then let's do it. Kiyomi led Naruto into a sacred clearing surrounded by floating stones etched with ancient kitsune kanji. At the center, she carved a summoning sigil using her clawed finger. Sit, meditate, let it in. Naruto did. As the ritual began, the air turned heavy, like iron pressing against his soul. The ground shook. Purple and crimson energy swirled up from the sigil like wildfire. Let the yokai inside, Kurama said, voice suddenly deep and ancient. Don't fight it. Embrace the power. Whoom. It slammed into Naruto's body like a tsunami. He screamed. His chakra flared wildly, blue, red, green, blue, brown, black, white, until it spiraled into a single pulse of dark violet. Veins lit up across his skin. His heart hammered. His head burned. And then his eyes snapped open. Still spiraling galaxies, but now with vertical slits in the center of each eye. Each silt shimmered with pure elemental energy. Wind, water, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin and yang. They danced, alive, shifting. Kiyomi gasped. He did it. Kurama's smirk was quiet but proud. He's not an ordinary mortal anymore. With his yokai awakened, Naruto could now see through all illusions and cast them back stronger. Kiyomi guided him through kitsune-level genjutsu, using emotion, chakra, and visual trickery to trap enemies in mirage worlds. They trained for hours, each illusion more complex than the last. The fox's way isn't brute strength. Kiyomi whispered as she circled him. It's speed, deception, control. She vanished, then reappeared behind him, then above, then below. Fox stepped. Naruto struggled to follow until he pushed the yokai into his legs. And suddenly, boom, he vanished in a blur and reappeared behind her, palm on her back. Gotcha. Kiyomi's eyes widened. Already faster than me? She flushed. Why you're dangerous when you're cool? Her voice faltered, going feral for a moment as her pupils narrowed. Mine, she murmured, stepping close. But Naruto, now flustered, gently held up a palm. Calm down, Kiyomi. Her eyes went wide, and she froze. Tail stiffened. Face redder than the Uzumaki crest. Yes. Naruto. Kurama chuckling from a distance. Mates, huh? Day 6. The Sakura Forest mindscape was unnaturally still. Even the fox statues that usually loomed high above seemed to sense the tension. The sky rippled softly, as if the world itself held its breath. Kurama stood with his arms crossed at the center of the clearing, his human form casting a long shadow. His twin crimson eyes narrowed as he sensed Naruto approaching. And not just approaching, radiating. Every step Naruto took made the ground hum, a pulsing beat of dark violet chakra surging around him like an ocean's undertow. He was calm, balanced, a faint smirk curled at his lips. Take him off, Kurama said. Let's see who you are when you're not held down. Naruto lifted his hand, formed a single hand sign, and whispered, Release. Boom. The chakra weights of Indra's Susanoo shattered into pure particles. Tremors rocked the clearing. His dark violet chakra burst outward like a shockwave, curling like flame, howling like a beast. Kiyomi watched from a distance, already blushing as Naruto's presence grew monstrous. He's so hot, she whispered, then cleared her throat and snapped her fingers. Begin. The world around Naruto and Kurama slowed to silence. In a blink, they vanished. Only their clashes remained, blinding flashes of light, violent ripples of chakra, the screeching thunder of impact. Kurama came first, using the kitsune style with yokai enhancement, combining. Mirror pulse feints, illusionary time echoes. Hellfang barrage, brutal fang-shaped shockwaves. Ether flame CLWS, invisible yokai slashes. Naruto grinned mid-air. He countered using the fusion of Kitsune style and Sage Fist, a style he called Reikon Ryu. A method rooted in debating close-quarters movement and elemental invocation through voice command. Kurama launched an obsidian wave. Naruto vanished through it like a shadow. Lightning. Zerzrak. A violet bolt surged from his fist into Kurama's arm, exploding him sideways. Kurama twisted in midair, launching phantom mist flames. Wind. Naruto's hand sliced horizontally, creating a blade's vacuum that carved through it. Earth. His foot cracked the ground, spiking a jagged ridge into Kurama's gut. Water. A wave spiraled behind his palm, freezing into a fist-shaped lance that struck from above. Fire. His next punch ignited, a flaming, spiraling uppercut that launched Kurama back. Their speed escalated. Every movement was a blur, but each strike was deliberate. Naruto's Sozugen spun faster now, the spirals reflecting not just galaxies, but rippling elemental veins, and now, his eyes developed slits glowing with feral heat. Kurama's yokai rose in retaliation, forming monstrous chakra arms and mirror illusions that phased in and out. Still, Naruto adapted in real time. He was pure instinct, raw, intelligent, and terrifying. Kurama grinned mid-fight. "You're fighting like the bastard child of me and a storm." Naruto didn't answer. He whispered, eyes glowing. "Elements, come to me." His body lit up. Earth, water, wind, fire, lightning. All danced along his arms and into his fists. The chakra turned unstable, then whole. And then, boom. Kurama's tailed beast bomb, enhanced with illusions and yokai energy, came forth in a deafening roar. Naruto didn't dodge. He charged into it, roaring. Spiral crash. He slammed his full elemental body into the bomb, forming a raw, uncontrolled vortex that split it in half, forcing it to collapse on itself.
Explosion.
Silence. Wind. Smoke and dirt cleared. Kurama lay on the ground, coughing dust, smiling wide as the sky reformed overhead. Naruto stood over him, right hand glowing with a spiraling orb of energy, a Ryusei Rasengan forming from raw voice-commanded elements. But he let it fade. Not bad for a 13-year-old, huh? He extended a hand to Kurama, who laughed and grabbed it. "If your mom saw this," huffed, "she'd drag you by your ear into the kitchen, then praise you with a bowl of ramen." Naruto laughed. "Naru-chan, you're too young to blow up the nine tails with unknown power." That's weirdly accurate. Kurama muttered, wiping blood from his lip. Kiyomi blinked. "Wait, my dad lost." She didn't see the fight, just flashes.
Destruction.
A silhouette of Naruto standing victorious. She dashed up and threw her arms around Naruto. "That was amazing. You were so fast I didn't even see." "Wait, hold still." She held his face between her hands. "For winning, would you like a reward?" She whispered flirtatiously, her face inches from his. Suddenly, "Back off my brother," Ashura's voice from the distance. "No seducing him until he's at least 16. Indra chimed in, snickering. Hagoromo just chuckled, rubbing his temples. Kaguya crossed her arms. "You will not strip away his innocence, Kitsune child." Naruto went beet red. What are you talking about?" "No, Kurama. WHYYYY." He bolted, chakra flaring, running through the cherry blossom mist. "Come back, I only meant a little kiss." Kiyomi chased him playfully, giggling. Kurama fell back laughing as the others in the inner world shared the moment. Family, for once, whole. Day 7. A gentle breeze passed through the mindscape's clearing, lined with swirling sakura leaves and ancient stone pillars. In the center stood Naruto, shirtless, barefoot, and focused, his crimson Fang blade driven into the ground before him, its dormant power humming faintly. His chakra, now a deep violet, flickered like starlight. With a pulse of chakra and a seal from memory, two red-haired figures shimmered into form beside him. Ashura Uzumaki tall, lean, bearing sharp eyes and a wild presence. Mito Uzumaki compassed, elegant, wrapped in ancient ceremonial robes. Naruto's face lit up the second he saw them. Ashura Jiji, Mito Bakon. He ran up and hugged them tight. Ashura ruffled his hair while Mito softly embraced him. Naruto, your chakra, it feels so different now. And darker. Ashura added a narrowed look. That doesn't feel like any chakra I've ever sensed. Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Yeah, I awakened something new. It's called yokai energy. I'm still figuring it out. Mito tilted her head. Yokai? Then the presence hit them. A calm, golden pulse washed over the area as Hagoromo Otsutsuki walked toward them from the tree-line, hands behind his back, his rinnegan glowing faintly. Both ancestors stiffened instantly. That chakra, those eyes, is that? No way. Ashura stepped slightly in front of Naruto. You're him, aren't you? Mito
こ
whispered.
のキャラおかしいよな。
Yes. Hagoromo spoke with quiet warmth.
DPS
I am the
枠でよく
sage
ない
of six paths,
サポー
and
ト
this
じゃない
boy
うん
is my legacy refined by fate itself. Their faces shifted from awe to pride, with a hint of unease. To think the bloodline came this far. Ashura muttered. You've changed, Naruto. Mito said softly, placing a hand over his chest. You feel like a god, and still like my little boy. Naruto grinned. Still me, Mito Bakon. Promise. They began training almost immediately. Ashura and Mito, though stunned by the yokai chakra, adapted quickly. They critiqued Naruto's swings, refined his breathing, and focused on footwork, blade flow, and prediction. The whirlpool style, once centered on sealing and defensive flows, was now becoming something more. Hagoromo observed, and even he gave suggestions, blending precision elemental release into strikes using verbal chakra cues like Raijin, invoking a lightning burst on impact. Kazan, triggering a fire shockwave. Kori, flash freezing a parry. Naruto began blending these seamlessly with his yokai-infused blade. The Crimson Fang evolved, now taking on the appearance of a Skyavona-style longsword, its guard shaped like twisting fox claws. The blade shimmered with pulsing void energy, able to release yokai burst waves and absorb chakra mid-combat. Under the watch of Ashura, Mito, and Hagoromo, Naruto trained. Void Cleave, an arc slash that eats chakra-based attacks. Yokai Pulse, blasts of condensed malevolent energy he can fire mid-swing. Chain Fang Waltz, blending swordplay with footwork learned from his kitsune movement. He was getting better, but it was draining. Controlling a weapon laced with living yokai wasn't easy. Then, of course, came Kiyomi. She sat on a branch above, legs swinging, wearing her newer outfit again, black jacket, red shorts, mischievous eyes. So, how's your sword holding up, Naruto? It's not my sword like that, Kiyomi. Oh, it gets stronger when you touch it. You breathe heavy when you swing it. Sounds personal. Stop saying things like that. He glared at her, cheeks pink. Kiyomi leaned forward with a smirk. Don't lose your grip, Naruto. You know how slippery things get when you're holding something that long. Kiyomi! He slashed too hard by accident. The blade shot out a shockwave that nearly sliced through a mountain projection in the mindscape. Everyone paused. Oops. She giggled. Distracted you, huh? Seriously, stop playing around with me while I'm training. He muttered. She jumped down, walking up to him slowly. Her teasing expression softened just a little. But you're fun to fluster. She reached up, kissed his cheek. Thank you for always protecting me. Wah! He blinked. Boom! Naruto collapsed backward, passed out cold, a small nosebleed forming and a goofy grin stuck on his sleeping face. Kiyomi leaned over him, giggling. You're getting strong, but still a baby where it counts. Day 7. The sky inside the mindscape was unusually clear, azure with streaks of white clouds slowly drifting above the quiet meadow. For once, no training, no combat, no unlocking terrifying powers. Just peace. In the center of the field sat Naruto and Kiyomi, legs crossed at a low table, plates full of steaming dumplings, grilled eel, spicy rice cakes, and fresh miso soup. Naruto happily dug in, scarfing his food like he always did, until he noticed Kiyomi, sitting across from him, doing very specific, very suggestive things with her food. She slowly bit the tip of a dango stick, licked the sauce off her lips, then leaned on one elbow while her other hand ran slowly up her thigh, all while keeping her glowing fox-like eyes locked on him. You should slow down, Naruto, she said, voice sultry. Wouldn't want you choking on anything. Naruto nearly spit out his rice. What the hell, Kiyomi? Eat normally. This is how I eat, she replied innocently, then took a long, deliberate slurp of her miso soup while never breaking eye contact. His face turned redder than the Uzumaki crest on his shirt, but he desperately tried to focus on his plate. A gust of divine wind swept past the table, and with it came a wave of silvery white hair, wrapping around Naruto like a soft cocoon. Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared silently behind him, her expression neutral, but her chakra oppressive. Kiyomi, she said with the voice of 1,000 frozen mountains. This boy's innocence is not yours to consume. TCH. Kiyomi pouted, ears twitching. Come on, I wasn't gonna do anything today. Naruto peeked out of the hair cocoon, nervously chewing. Thank you, Kaguya. Kaguya didn't reply, but her hair stayed firmly wrapped around him like a protective snake goddess. From a few feet away, a deep rumble of laughter echoed across the field. Kurama, tails folded beneath him, watching the scene like a tired elder who'd seen it all, yet still found new reasons to sigh. You two are gonna kill each other someday, but first story time. Naruto blinked, coughing. Story time. Kurama's tone turned serious as he sat down fully. Naruto, now that your yokai half has awakened, you deserve to know the truth. Not the myths, not the shinobi records, the real origin of you, of me, and the other tailed beasts. Kurama's tails waved slowly, and the sky around them seemed to darken. Before chakra, before the god tree fell to earth, there existed a deeper force in the void. Yugon, the origin essence, a raw, living spiritual energy, chaotic and ancient. From that force, yokai were born, real demons. Naruto's eyes narrowed. So, the tailed beasts? Kurama nodded. We are not chakra constructs. That was a lie to make humans feel safe. We were yokai first, demonic entities born of Yugon. When the 10 Tails was created, by merging us, we lost our true forms. Separated afterward, we were forced into beast shapes. Fox, turtle, ape, those aren't what we really are. They're masks. He locked eyes with Naruto. But you're different. You're not just a Jinchuriki. You're half Yoki, half Otsutsuki. That's why your chakra's turning dark violet. Why your instincts are shifting. Why your power isn't just chakra anymore. It's something older. Naruto swallowed hard, feeling the pulse of dark energy within him. So then, what does that mean for me? Kurama grinned, but it wasn't playful, it was reverent. Because you defeated me in my true state, you earned the first ancient title. Yokai King. Naruto's eyes widened. King? Kurama nodded slowly. But to truly earn it, you have to defeat all 9 of us. Not just in beast form, but in our original yokai forms. Only then will the title truly belong to you. Kiyomi, who had been quietly chewing some grilled eel, leaned back and grinned like a devil. So I've got a dark violet king of yokai who's half demon, half celestial. She suddenly stood up, hands behind her back, eyes glowing like flames, and tilted her head. Just imagine the kind of things we could do when you unlock your full tail count, Naru. I might not survive the night, and neither will you. Kurama paled instantly, getting flashbacks of her mother. Okay, you're on your own, Naruto. I'm out. He physically backed away, tails raised like a white flag. Even Kaguya was visibly tense. Her eyes glowed, and her hair wrapped around Naruto once again, yanking him away from Kiyomi and shielding him. Kiyomi, you will cease this line of thought immediately. Grandma Kaguya, don't be such a prude, I'm just teasing. You say such things again, Kaguya said coldly, and I will restructure your atoms. Naruto, now safely inside the cocoon of hair, clutched his chest with a face as red as the Uzumaki swirl. What is wrong with your daughter, Kurama? Kurama, now behind a rock for protection, just said, she takes after her mother, and unfortunately me. Everyone paused. Then Naruto, despite everything, began to laugh, hard, loud, and real. Kiyomi laughed next. Then even Kaguya cracked a tiny, defeated smile. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. Only 7 hours had passed since Naruto's mindscape journey, but when he woke up, his entire body vibrated with raw, ancient energy. The air around him warped gently, as if trying to adjust to the weight of what he had become. And perched lazily on his shoulder in her tiny MD form, Kiyomi M gave a wide yawn, nuzzling against his neck. Still smells like king to meat, she whispered, tail flicking. Naruto gave her a half-hearted glare and scratched her behind the ears. Go lay down, menace. She huffed, flopped into the pillow pile, and curled up like a smug, magical house cat. Naruto opened his door, and instantly, steel chakra. Blades surrounded him. Weasel Mask ANBU, Itachi Uchiha moved not with hostility, but calculation. The famed cat ANBU Yugo Yuzuki stood poised like a coiled panther. A boar-masked ANBU flanked the hallway, and in front of them all, Kushina Uzumaki, sword drawn, hair bristling like fire. Motherly instinct turned into full battle mode. For a few seconds, not a word passed. Then, Naruto, she breathed. The chakra pressure dropped, swords lowered, and Kushina all but sprinted toward him. You scared the life out of me, she cried, hugging him so tightly his eyes bulged. Oxygen is a thing. Itachi, help. He wheezed. Itachi stifled a chuckle. Kushina-san, your son seems fine. Perhaps let him breathe. Kushina released him, sniffling and laughing all at once. Sorry, you shook the whole damn village. Yugo stepped forward, nodding under her cat mask. The village picked up a massive spike. Chakra, but different. We were sent to assess the threat. Naruto blinked innocently. Guess I'm just awesome. Yugo stared a beat longer than normal. She could feel it, the depth of that energy, but said nothing. She ruffled his hair before flickering away with the rest of the ANBU. Kushina never left his side. As soon as the danger passed, she grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him to their private training field. You're gonna show me everything, she declared, eyes gleaming. No more secrets. Uzumakis don't hold back. Naruto placed his palm on the ground and whispered a word under his breath. Instantly, complex barrier seals lit up across the compound like a glowing web of crimson and gold. Kushina's eyes widened. What's that for? Naruto turned to face her, serious. Because I need to tell you everything. And I mean everything, Mom. No lies, no half-truths. Not with you. There was no boyish grin. No flippantstrag. Only calm intensity. He raised his hands slowly, and dark violet chakra began to rise off his skin like flames. Not just power, not just pressure. This chakra felt alive, ancient. It pulsed with something beyond normal comprehension. Kushina's knees buckled. What is this? She whispered. She would have collapsed, but Naruto caught her in his arms just inches before she hit the ground. Breathe, I've got you, he said gently. The pressure faded as he pulled the chakra back in and rested her gently on a bench.
Oh my god.
It's not just regular chakra anymore, he said softly. It's yokai chakra. I'm part yokai now. Kushina blinked rapidly, her mind catching up. Naruto knelt next to her and looked her dead in the eyes. I saw great-grandma Mito. I met the sage of Six Paths Hagoromo and his family. I have their power, the Nine Tails, Kurama's true self, the real origin of the tailed beasts, everything the world's forgotten. I know now. He lifted his hand again and let a shimmering pattern dance across his palm. This is the Sozugen, the Eye of Creation. He didn't stop there. I made a contract with the Kitsune clan. I can call them, especially Kiyomi. She's not just a summon either. She's my mate. He paused, then sighed. Kiyomi, you can come out. In a puff of violet mist, Kiyomi appeared, tall, beautiful, and very, very smug. Her 7 red tails fanned behind her as she stepped forward in her human form. Kushina's jaw dropped. Holy crap. Hey girl, I love the hair, Kiyomi said with a wink. And yes, your son is taken. Kiyomi, Naruto warned, rubbing his temple. Kushina stared in silence for several seconds, then stood up slowly, still shaking. You've been through all of this alone? Naruto shook his head. Not alone. He placed his hand over her heart. You're the first person I wanted to tell, because I trust you more than anyone. Tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes. You're really growing up, Naruto. She pulled him into a hug, tighter, firmer. This time not out of fear or panic, but out of pride. I won't tell anyone, she whispered into his ear. But I'll stand by you, whatever this new path is. You're not walking it alone. You've got me. And behind her, Kiyomi leaned against the post and grinned. He's going to need it. Once the other tailed beasts find out there's a new yokai king in the making, it's going to get fun. 2-week training montage. What followed was 2 weeks of intense, unfiltered, soul-bearing training. Kushina taught Naruto to master the adamantine sealing chains, a secret art passed down through the Uzumaki bloodline. When Naruto channeled it for the first time, his version flared with yokai-infused chakra, jagged and alive, dark violet chains erupting in a wild spiral around him. Kiyomi whistled low from the sideline. Damn, that's hot. But when she made the mistake of saying something suggestive, Kushina's hair split into 9 distinct strands, glowing with crimson chakra as she stomped toward the centuries-old Kitsune princess like a demon of legend. What did you just say about my son? Kiyomi barely had time to blink before she was grabbed by the collar. Her smugness vanished. Pure terror bloomed. Wait. I was just kidding. Naruto had to physically pull Kushina back before she obliterated his mate. Mom, she's a princess, not a chew toy. It took Kiyomi sobbing into Naruto's chest, despite her ancient age and rank, for Kushina to calm down enough to back off. But afterward, there was a strange peace between the two, a subtle truce, forged in fire and awkward tension. They trained every day relentlessly, sparring, chakra control, meditation, history lessons, even yokai refinement. But on rest days, ramen. Kiyomi in her fox form curled around Naruto's shoulders like a living scarf, Kushina laughing loudly with a full bowl in front of her, Naruto slurping like a madman, Kiyomi flicking his nose with her tail. They lived like family. And then came the day of the Chunin exams. Scene change, Uzumaki compound, kitchen. Kushina woke up early. She prepared a special dish, full of chakra-rich ingredients and packed with care. She placed it in front of Kiyomi and Naruto, both still in casual clothes, groggy-eyed but grateful. She kissed them both on the forehead. "Don't hurt the kids too badly," she told Naruto with a wink. Then her eyes slowly turned toward Kiyomi. "Naruto, wait outside for a bit." Naruto blinked but nodded, whispering to Kiyomi as he walked past her. "Good luck. Be gentle. Please." Once the door shut behind him, Kushina turned to Kiyomi and leaned in close. "You can sleep in the same bed with my son." Kiyomi blinked, caught off guard. "But if you so much as try anything inappropriate, I'll make Kurama look like a kitten. Got it?" She smiled sweetly, but the air crackled with danger. Kiyomi nodded frantically, ears twitching. Kushina gave her a firm pat on the back. "Good girl. Now go kick some ass." Kiyomi transformed back into her small fox form, sleek red fur with black-tipped tails, and leapt into Naruto's black and red jacket as he left the house. "Ready, Kiyomi?" "Always." Scene change, Chunin Exams Hall. Naruto met up with Team 7 at the front steps of the Chunin Exam Hall. Sasuke leaned against the wall, arms crossed, that usual bored but ready to destroy someone look in his eyes. Hinata stood beside him, calm and focused, her white eyes surveying everything. Her expression warmed when she saw Naruto approaching. "Morning," she said softly. "You ready?" Naruto asked, cracking his knuckles. "I was born ready," Hinata replied, much more confidently than usual. Naruto gave her a nod of approval. Tucked inside Naruto's black and red jacket, the small red and black fox, Kiyomi in disguise, peered out lazily, ears flicking. Then, like a hurricane of green spandex, Rock Lee appeared. "Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, I challenge you both." Naruto smirked and looked at Sasuke with a raised brow. "Feel like stretching your legs, Emo King?" Sasuke gave him a smug side-eye. "Dichiaka fine." To everyone's surprise, Sasuke nearly beat Rock Lee in a close hand-to-hand bout, utilizing his Sharingan to keep up with Lee's insane speed. But just as Lee went for the hidden lotus, Might Guy exploded onto the scene in a flash of blinding teeth and thumbs-up glory. No. "You can't use that yet." The two burst into tears and began hugging and shouting about youth. Naruto, Hinata, and even Kiyomi all tilted their heads in sync. "Is this a genjutsu?" Naruto whispered. "I don't think so," Hinata replied. Even Kiyomi scratched her ears, muttering, "I want to unsee that." Once the youthful duo calmed down, Team 7 passed through the genjutsu at the entrance with ease. Hinata's Byakugan saw through it immediately. Sasuke rolled his eyes at how sloppy it was. Naruto could feel the falsehood in the air. It cracked like glass under his yokai senses. Inside, killing intent flooded the room. A wall of dread hit the genin, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata? Nothing. Not even a blink. They'd all trained under immense pressure. Naruto with Indra and Kaguya, Sasuke pushing himself to the limit with Itachi and Makoto, and Hinata under both clan expectations and Naruto's inspiring presence. They just walked past it like it was a gust of wind. Kiyomi flicked her tail once from inside Naruto's jacket. "Cute try." That's when Kabuto approached. Smirking behind his glasses, he introduced himself and pulled out his deck of info cards. Just as he began to show off, a blonde kunoichi from Kumo leaned forward. "Got anything on Naruto Uzumaki?" Kabuto's smirk deepened as he clicked a card. "Funny you should ask, he's quite the special." Whoa. Before he could even finish a syllable, all of his info cards burst into violet fire, disintegrating into ash. Kabuto jumped back in alarm, his glasses reflecting the sudden blaze. The source? Naruto, still smiling, still calm. "Don't speak on my name like you know me." Kabuto looked like he wanted to respond, but the tension was broken by the door slamming open. Ibiki Marino entered, face unreadable and aura like pure steel. "Everyone take your seats. The first exam begins now." The tension in the room was so thick you could slice it with a
一
kunai.
番最初のシーンじゃない
Team 7 sat down at their assigned desks as Ibiki Marino began explaining the rules of the exam. Naruto just stared blankly at the paper for a second before giving a tiny smirk. Old Man Sage and Kaguya really gave me everything, he whispered to himself. Every question was already solved in his head before he even looked at them. No hesitation, no panique. Through their link, Kiyomi's voice echoed in his mind. Focus, baby. No showing off too hard unless they make you. Don't worry, I got it. He replied mentally, while everyone else fidgeted, sweated, and tried to avoid detection. Naruto casually leaned back and let a subtle pulse of yokai brush across Hinata and Sasuke's papers, feeding them all the correct answers. Smooth, silent, untraceable. Ibiki's brow furrowed for a split second, sensing something off. But after scanning the room, he shrugged and returned to grilling the rest with killer intent. Naruto finished the test in less than 5 minutes, but he waited, head down, fingers tapping faintly to a rhythm only he could hear. Then, crash. A ball of paper exploded through the window, impaled by 2 kunai. It unfurled midair, revealing a massive banner that read, "The Hot,
Yep.
Single,
Sexy.
Anko Mitarashi," complete with a very detailed drawing of her doing a peace sign and holding her assets. Cue instant nosebleeds across the room. Every guy, and even some girls, fell into chaos. Everyone except Naruto, who just stared flatly ahead. I am not dying at the hands of my jealous fox girlfriend
今日
today.
こういうの多いな
Right on cue, Anko Mitarashi burst through the window, landing in the same pose as her drawing with a grin that could kill. Hello, my little victims. Her fishnet top barely kept anything hidden, and the way she leaned on the desk in front of Naruto made Hinata nearly snap a pencil in half. The Forest of Death entrance. Later, as the genin gathered at the edge of the forest, Anko stood in front of them explaining the rules. Well, trying to, because Naruto, totally unfocused. He was having a mental conversation with Kiyomi again. So the scrolls are bait. The real goal's thinning the herd, right? MMHM, don't drop your guard, especially with that smell of snakes and pure evil I can smell. That's when Naruto felt the sharp sting of a kunai slice across his cheek. Anko was behind him, blade to his neck, licking the drop of blood that trailed down. His body tensed just a little, not from fear. You know, he said under his breath, you really shouldn't have done that. Anko blinked. Something shifted. For just a moment, she felt that same sensation Kiyomi feels, a magnetic pull. Power, alluring, dangerous, irresistible. She leaned closer on instinct. You've got an interesting flavor, she whispered with a slow grin, going in to lick his neck again.
飛んでるやつ
But suddenly, her head snapped to the left. She threw a kunai without even looking. A grass kunoichi stepped into the open, tongue unnaturally long, catching Anko's kunai midair. T-Sage, sloppy. Anko growled, stepping in front of Naruto. Try that again, and I'll rip your tongue out and staple it to your forehead. The grass nin backed off with a weird smile. Anko turned back to Naruto. She inhaled deeply. Damn, you really are something else. She gave him a slow smirk and strutted to the front again, hips swaying. Once the instructions were given and each team received their scroll, Anko accidentally pulled Naruto close by the collar as she passed out his team scroll. She leaned in and whispered something low and wickedly inappropriate. Only Naruto could hear. His cheeks turned red. Kiyomi growled inside his jacket. And if glares could kill, Hinata's glare would have killed Anko tenfold. Naruto quickly took the scroll and gave a polite nod. Anko just winked. Good luck, stud. Try not to die. Or do. Either way, I'll remember you. As Team 7 entered the gates to the Forest of Death, the wind shifted. Kiyomi transformed into her tiny fox form, slipping further into Naruto's jacket, her little claws gripping his shirt. I don't like her. No kidding. Naruto muttered,
バスに変わったんだったら
"Touch me
バスでしょ
later, to reclaim what's mine." Naruto nearly choked on air. Keikiyomi, inside the forest. The gates shut behind them with a final clang. Team 7 immediately moved into formation, years of training and instinct kicking in. Naruto took the lead, his Sozugen glowing with a multi-layered shimmer, scanning every chakra signature, every heartbeat, every insect,
こっちにもいたの
even the slightest ripple of movement from hundreds of meters away. On his right, Sasuke moved like a shadow, his Tutomo Sharingan active and tracking any fast motion, ever alert for traps. On the left, Hinata, silent but sharp, her Byakugan not as detailed as Naruto's eyes, but still potent enough to alert them to enemies and ambushes. And Kiyomi, hidden inside Naruto's jacket in her small fox form, pressed to his chest. Her nose twitched once, twice,
なんか裏いるな
fire and cat. She peeked from inside the zip with a scowl. A tailed beast. Just as Naruto turned his head,
ナイス
his Sozugen pulsed, locking onto 3 fast-moving chakra signatures above. Up,
やった
he shouted. In an instant, all 3 leapt backward just as a trio of figures dropped down hard from the trees, leaves and wind blasting in their wake. Team Kyumo. Yujito Ni, cold-eyed and confident, her cat-like grace a dead giveaway. Karui, katana already drawn, smirking with impatience. Omoi muttering worst-case scenarios under his breath, blade at the ready. The tension was instantaneous. Even Hinata shifted into a defensive stance, and Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto Yujito first. But Naruto, he froze just slightly, not in fear, in realization. And so did Yujito. Wait. What is it, Matatabi? I feel it.
いや俺死んだ
Father, Kaguya, even Indra and Ashura, and Kurama. Yujito's brow furrowed. That blonde one, he's a vessel for all of them. That's no regular Jinchuriki. He's divine. Do not fight him, not unless you want the world to change too fast. Then what do I do? Link with him. Now, fist bump, before he leaves. Yujito groaned mentally. TCH, this better not bite me later. While Karui and Omoi stayed tense and ready, Yujito stepped forward slowly. Her chakra shifted, not hostile, curious, hesitant. Naruto, eyes never leaving hers, slowly lowered his guard as well. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What's she doing? Hinata remained quiet, but slid in slightly in front of Naruto. Kiyomi, still inside the jacket, whispered, "That's Matatabi's girl. She's gonna try to link." Then Yujito extended her fist.
いや決め
Naruto paused for just a second, then lifted his own hand and gently bumped fists. The world shifted. Scene change, mind link. As Naruto and Yujito's fists connected, time paused. The forest, the teams, the tension gone. They stood on a crystalline surface floating in a cosmos of drifting stars and chakra threads. Then, the divine began to reveal themselves. First came the fiery blue glow of Matatabi, emerging from behind Yujito. She was no ordinary beast, not here. In this form, she stood tall with an ethereal beauty. A humanoid figure with feline grace, deep golden eyes that blazed with ancient chakra, and a powerful, curvy frame reminiscent of Tsunade, yet even more mystical. Her 2 blazing tails flicked behind her, alive with heat and chakra. Opposite her, Kurama, towering and noble, stood beside Naruto. Kiyomi, in her true humanoid form, gracefully leaned against Naruto's side. She had a fierce yet elegant presence, her tails lazily swaying while she locked eyes with the Hellcat. Then, in an arc above the gathering, Hagoromo Otsutsuki descended, glowing like a star, his Rinnegan calm and ever-seeing. Beside him, Indra, Ashura, and Kaguya shimmered, watching Naruto closely. Matatabi's brows rose. "So it's true. I can feel all of them in you." She stepped forward, circling Naruto slowly, eyes drinking him in. Her voice was velvet. "You're not just Kurama's. You're something far more, Delicious. She licked her lips. Kiyomi's tails snapped in irritation. Watch it, Hell Kitty. Naruto sighed. We're not doing this right now. Matatabi only chuckled, but then a gentle clearing of the throat cut through the tension. Matatabi. Matatabi flinched slightly, turning with a sheepish smile. Yes, father. He is the one I spoke of when I divided you from the Ten Tails, the one destined to end the cycle, not through force, but through unity. He raised a hand, pointing at Naruto. Look into his eyes. Both Matatabi and Yujito turned. Naruto opened his Sozugen wide. And they froze. The galaxy spun in his irises. The void and the beginning danced in them. Time itself seemed to bend. Both Matatabi and Yujito blushed slightly. Okay, I submit. To this explains so much. The mental realm pulsed once and faded. Scene change, back in the forest. The two teams stared at each other in stunned silence, unsure what had just happened. But before they could speak further, a barrage of kunai came whistling from the treetops.
Reininen.
Hinata called out, activating her Byakugan. The enemy team rushed in recklessly, 3 genin from Amigakure, each ready to steal scrolls. Naruto didn't even blink. He calmly reached into his jacket. Kiyomi. She yawned as he gently pulled her out and tossed her into the air. With a flash of smoke boom, her form expanded midair into the size of a full-grown horse, sleek and glimmering with yokai-infused fur and all 7 tails waving in a deadly dance. I got this, she purred. Before the Reinin could react, she was on them like a storm, tails lashing, claws slashing with perfect restraint. In 5 seconds, the team was incapacitated, unconscious, and tied to a tree. Naruto caught Kiyomi as she shrank again, landing perfectly in his arms before nuzzling his cheek. Everyone stared. What the hell? Karui took a step back, mouth agape. He has a tailed beast summon? Omoi said, tears coming in his eyes as he was panicking. You have to teach me that. Sasuke said, smirking at Naruto though he was joking. Naruto smirked. She's my summon. I can summon any kitsune, actually.
これさんすか
Hinata stepped forward,
これされたぞ
lightly petting
これ
Kiyomi.
なんかボコボコにされてます
Did the
ね
Nine Tails give you a contract? Of
これ
course.
さ
Kiyomi purred as Hinata petted her.
あの時何
Everyone
使ってたか
shared
な
a collective.
ゼニアッタだったかな
Oh.
ね
Even Yujito cracked a
これさ
grin,
ゼニアッタ
and
使って
Kiyomi allowed the other girls to pet her tails for a few minutes, though she still stuck close to Naruto like
ま
glue.
あサポはね
After a few minutes of peaceful chatter, Team Yujito waved goodbye, heading deeper into the forest. Later, as the sun vanished, Team 7 found a high ground clearing and began setting up camp. But Naruto simply tapped his foot into the ground, and with a glow of chakra, a fully formed shelter erupted from the forest floor. Naruto, you really are a ridiculous idiot. Naruto smiled, arms crossed. Get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Kiyomi peeked out of the jacket as Hinata and Sasuke turned in. She leapt out, growing just a little as she curled up on Naruto's chest while he leaned against a tree branch, eyes glowing with Sozugen light. Kiyomi stretched along Naruto's chest, her tails lazily curling over his legs as he leaned back against the thick tree branch. The moonlight glimmered off the leaves above, but the forest was still. She looked up at him with a sly smile, golden eyes half-lidded. You know, we could always. He cut her off with a sharp blush, turning his head away. Indra said, not until I'm
一人や
16.
ったよ
A soft giggle escaped her lips as she licked his jaw slowly, his entire body tensed, face burning red. He reached out and booped her nose with a finger, trying not to smile. Calm down, fluffball. She just smirked and nestled closer into his chest, one of her ears twitching lazily as the leaves rustled above them. For a while, neither of them said anything. The wind had gone quiet. Too quiet. His glowing eyes flicked upward once. Then again. Something was watching. He didn't say a word, didn't move sharply. Just a small, silent breath, and a single shadow clone appeared beside him with a subtle nod before vanishing into the forest mist to scout the presence. He closed his eyes slowly, arms around Kiyomi as she pulled the jacket tighter around herself. Her ears twitched again, but she stayed calm, alert. The two of them rested under the moonlight, perfectly still. But far beyond the trees, something waited, watching, planning. The next test was already beginning. The next morning, sunlight cracked through the forest canopy, golden beams slashing through mist like blades. The chirp of birds barely reached beneath the thick tension in the air as Team 7 dashed through the underbrush, silent, swift, focused. Naruto led the way, eyes glowing with the power of the Sozugen, every flicker of chakra lighting up in his vision. Kiyomi peeked out from his jacket, ears twitching, sensing the shift in the air just a breath before he did. The ground shook. Leaves lifted. Something was coming. Fast. A massive serpent exploded out of the tree line, its jaws wide, ready to strike. But, boom. A violent surge of yokai burst from Naruto's body like a living shockwave. The summoned snake disintegrated mid-air with a deafening poof, scattering smoke and wind across the forest. The trees screamed under the pressure, massive trunks bending and creaking like they were caught in a hurricane. Leaves exploded into the sky. Even back in the hidden leaf village, Ninja paused, brows furrowed as they felt the pulse ripple through the earth. Naruto stood still, his jacket flapping from the sheer force he released. From the brush, a lone figure stumbled forward, a grass kunoichi. Naruto didn't blink. "I know it's you, Orochimaru. My mom used to tell me about you." The disguised shinobi giggled, "Puhuhu," then pulled their own face down like a mask, revealing pale skin, long black hair, and slitted golden eyes that radiated hunger. Killing intent poured from Orochimaru like poison, heavy and suffocating. Hinata's knees buckled. Sasuke's eyes went wide, his breath caught in his throat. But Naruto didn't move. He pushed back. His yokai roared to life again, smothering Orochimaru's aura completely and sending a pulse so sharp it made the Sannin gasp and step back. For the first time, Orochimaru choked. Then, he attacked. Fangs bared, chakra flaring. But Team 7 didn't panic. They reacted. Earth. The ground rippled open, massive stone pillars launched upward, slamming Orochimaru from all angles, pinning him like an insect under stone. Now Hinata water. Hinata nodded, using the water Naruto brought from nowhere as her palms glowed with spinning orbs of water. Gentle stream barrage. Each strike blasted like a cannon shot, shredding chakra points and pummeling the Sannin's frame with precision and brutal grace. "Sasuke, you're up." From above, Sasuke plummeted, hand crackling. Arc piercer. A spear of raw lightning screamed from his fingers, drilling through the air as it struck true. The moment he landed, Naruto raised his hands, wind swirling into flame, flames twisting into a roaring vortex. Cyclone of undying flame. The attack howled downward, spiraling into the ground with devastating force, shaking the forest as it hit. Silence. Smoke. Then, a hiss. Orochimaru's body melted away. But he emerged from the ruin, burned and snarling. He lunged, fangs sharp, eyes crazed, as he sank his teeth into Naruto's neck. But something went wrong. Naruto's blood entered his mouth, and the yokai followed. Orochimaru's eyes widened with shock, then pain, real pain. He fell back, convulsing. His chakra system began to burn from the inside.
No.
He rasped. He tried to form hand signs. Nothing. His coils were decaying. Before he could be finished, Team Dosu appeared. Zaku, Kin, and Dosu grabbed Orochimaru's body and flickered out of sight, leaving behind only smoke and chaos. Anko flashed in beside Naruto, ANBU fanning out behind her. "What the hell did I just feel?" she barked. Naruto explained everything. Orochimaru, the attack, the curse mark that didn't land. Anko whistled low, shaking her head with a sly grin. Destroyed his chakra? You little devil. She yanked him into a rough hug, then leaned in, voice dropping to a sultry whisper against his ear. I am dangerous. Lick. Naruto paled, blinking in confusion. Before he could even respond, a figure blurred into view and calmly peeled Anko off of him.
何こいつ
Itachi. He patted Sasuke on the head gently, nodded once to Naruto, then vanished along with the ANBU and Anko. Naruto waved with a half smirk. Bye, Weasel. Team 7 regrouped. Together, they moved deeper through the forest. The scent of burned leaves still hung in the air. Eventually, they encountered the other Konoha teams, and someone held up a scroll. Earth. A match. They now had both scrolls. They turned as one, headed straight for the tower. Scene changed Chunin Exam's tower. The great stone structure loomed from the trees like a monolith, pulsing with the weight of decades of history. The doors creaked open as the teams approached, worn, bruised, but unbroken. Inside the atrium, Naruto pulled the scrolls from his pouch. Let's go. He threw them with confidence. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted, and from it stepped Irika, smiling warmly. You made it! His voice wavered slightly with pride. All of you, you've come so far. I'm proud of you. I hope you pass what's next. With flying colors. Naruto gave a cocky grin, arms crossed. We're Team 7. Of course we're gonna pass. Sasuke gave a soft chuckle.
誰
Hinata giggled quietly behind her hands. Irika smiled
飛んでる
wider,
やつ
ruffling Naruto's hair before disappearing back into the tower halls. Team 7 was led to their private quarters, allowed to rest. Naruto collapsed onto the bed with a stretch, Kiyomi curling on top of his chest. He looked toward Sasuke. Wake me when it's time for the arena, and not with a lightning jutsu. Sasuke leaned against the wall, smirking. No promises. The room dimmed as Naruto drifted off, his breathing deep and even.
おう
Hours later, the sun had long since dipped behind the horizon, casting the Chunin Exam's tower in a soft orange hue. The wind outside had stilled. Everything inside was calm. For now. Inside Team 7's private room, Naruto was sprawled out on the cot, jacket half off, one sandal still on, mouth slightly open as he snored peacefully. Kiyomi lay curled up on his chest, ears flicking occasionally, also dozing. The air was
爆弾
quiet,
がいいボタンなのが
serene,
気に食わないんだよ
too quiet. Bang, bang, bang. Let me three in. Sasuke's eye twitched. Absolutely not. Anko Mitarashi, Tokubetsu Jonin, legendary snake mistress of Konoha, stood in the hallway with a glint in her eye and a bottle of sake in her hand, grinning like she was about to make Naruto's life very complicated. I just want to check on the little hero, she purred, swaying slightly. He looked so cute after wrecking Orochimaru's entire chakra system. I thought he deserved a reward. Hinata stood in front of the door like a soldier, hands out, determined. We're not letting you in. Anko leaned down, smirking. Ah, come on, Hyuga Princess. Just 5 minutes. I promise I'll give him back.
No.
Sasuke said flatly. You're literally the last person that should be near him right now. Kiyomi's ears twitched. A tiny growl rumbled from her curled form on Naruto's chest, but she didn't wake. Anko tried to push forward. Sasuke blocked her with a hand against her forehead. Back. Up. I'm not gonna do anything. Anko grinned, casually biting her thumb. Just a little teasing. You kids need to lighten up. Hinata's face was crimson. And Naruto's sleeping. Please go corrupt someone else.
裏見とくわ
Anko gasped with faux offense. Who said anything about corruption? I'm just showing him what he has to look forward to when he wakes up. Slam. Sasuke shut the door in her face. From behind the door. Rude. More knocking, then kicking.
やってしまった
I swear, I'll use snakes. Snakes. To unlock this door if you don't let me say goodnight. Inside, Naruto turned over in his sleep,
오.
muttering something about ramen and fire tornadoes. Sasuke leaned his back against the door, deadpan. Hinata wiped sweat from her brow. Why is she like this? She whispered. Sasuke sighed. No one knows. Anko, outside, slumped dramatically against the door. You two are no fun. Fine, I'll leave for now. But tell Blondie his Anko senpai says, sweet dreams. They heard her lick the door. Hinata nearly lost it. Sasuke recoiled. Kiyomi let out a low growl in her sleep. Finally, Anko's footsteps echoed down the hall as she wandered off, probably to terrorize someone else. Inside, calm returned. Sasuke slumped onto his own bed. We need hazard pay. Hinata nodded, pale. We need ANBU security. From the other bed, Naruto rolled over, eyes still closed. Tell Anko if she gets in here, I'll put her in a water prison made of ramen. Sasuke blinked. He's dreaming about jutsu. Hinata smiled softly. At least he's resting. And with that, Team 7 settled back in for the night. One teammate dreaming of noodles, another praying for peace, and the third mentally fortifying himself against Anko's round 2. Time skips, but I'll explain them. The forest of death was behind them, but the chaos? Oh, that was only beginning. Over the next few days, the tension in the air simmered. Teams trained, some recovered, others stalled. Naruto had used the downtime to talk, something he rarely had the chance to do without a kunai flying past his head. He'd found Yujito lounging on the tower's outer ledge one evening, staring at the stars. Their conversation started awkwardly but grew warm fast. She was blunt but cool. He was curious and sincere. They clicked. Matatabi thinks you're interesting. Yujito had muttered with a small smirk. What did I get myself into? Naruto questioned, which made Yujito laugh, really laugh, and after that they were cool. But not everyone was as easygoing. One afternoon, Naruto spotted Gaara cornering Shikamaru and Choji. Sand swirling, madness in his eyes. He hissed something about mother wanting blood. Naruto didn't say a word. He just looked at him. One glare, eyes glowing faint with yokai energy. Gaara froze. Shikaku screamed. Gaara whispered, "And mother is scared," and scurried off like a panicked raccoon. Choji was halfway through a chip when he blinked. Did that just happen? Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. You saved us, but now we owe you. But through all the chaos and camaraderie, one problem remained. Enko, the Tokubetsu Jonin menace. She popped up like a jump scare. Shadows, windows, once from under a food cart. Naruto couldn't breathe freely. Thankfully, his friends had his back. Day 1, saved by Ino. Naruto stood on the training field, eyes darting. There she was, lurking behind a tree with binoculars. Ino casually stepped in, looping her arm through his. So, about that forest, did you really feel that burst of power? Or are you just showing off? Naruto blinked, distracted. Well, good. Ino whispered, smiling sweetly as she leaned in. Because she's behind you with a kunai and a strip of rope. Anko slinked away like a ghost, disappointed in her haunting. Day 2 saved by Sasuke. Dude, she's obsessed with me. Naruto muttered as they walked through the highway. Sasuke casually glanced to the left, Anko's trench coat poking out from behind a decorative suit of armor. You hungry? Huh. Let's eat. Choji's trying a new place. Naruto blinked again. Wait, what does that have to? Just walk, dope. A moment later, Anko slid out of the armor, hissing in frustration like a disarmed trap. Day 3, saved by Hina-chan. Naruto leaned on the railing outside the tower, peaceful. Anko crept through the hall behind him, crawling on the ceiling like a feral spider. Hinata spotted her, calm, cool. She approached Naruto, tilting her finger like a gun behind his back.
나이스.
Pew! Water style, gentle bullet shot.
ちょっと前で
Splash.
当たりたいな。
Anko fell from the ceiling with a screech and hit the stone with a wet smack. Hinata smiled. Got a bug. Naruto raised a brow. What? Nothing. Day 4, the night before the prelims. Naruto sat outside under the moonlight, legs hanging off the edge of the tower roof, chatting with Kakashi. You know,
いや
Naruto muttered.
きついこれ。
This exam's been insane,
やばいわ。
but I don't hate it. Kakashi gave him a lazy I smiled. Getting stronger isn't always about fighting. It's about being able to protect those that you love. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Then it happened. Hey, Blondie. Naruto flinched. Anko pressed herself against his back. Pressed. Her arms slid around him from behind as she grinned wickedly. His entire body went stiff. I can feel everything. Kakashi didn't help. Just turned a page in Aika Aika Paradise and said,
きつすぎる
You're
これ
growing up fast, Naruto. Nope, nope. I'm out. Naruto bolted, screaming. Old man Gigi, get your
いや間に
kunoichi.
まずいっすこれ。
Scene change, Hokage
Yeah.
office. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, watching the chaos unfold through his crystal ball,
もう行きたいけど
laughing so hard his pipe fell out. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki stood with her arms crossed. She watched Naruto flee across the courtyard. Then she saw Anko, face pressed against the glass like a predator spotting a snack. Kushina's brow twitched. Scene change, outside the tower. Naruto zipped around the corner. Mom! He practically dove behind Kushina's dress. Kushina held her ground as
ワイルさん
Anko
の
skidded to a stop in front of
ムービー
them.
に比べたら
Kushina
そうだな。
stared. Anko blinked.
いや多分あれが普通なんですよ。
Pause. Want to see why they called me the Red Death?
あれ
Anko
をしない
paled,
といけないんですよ。
visibly.
本
And no, ma'am. Good girl. Kushina grabbed her vest and tossed her like a sack of scrolls
当
toward the
やっぱ仕
hallway.
分けに行く方が早いかなって
You
思
go.
っちゃう。
Karinai, collect your rabid friend. From the shadows, two women immediately appeared, grabbing Anko by the arms with dead-eyed expressions. Every time, Karinai sighed. Every time, Yugal echoed. They disappeared with a puff of leaves and a shriek from Anko echoing behind them. Naruto let out a deep breath.
いやマジ今日エイム
Thanks,
本当悪い
Mom. Kushina ruffled his hair. Go rest. Tomorrow, you show the world what the hero of Konoha can really do. Scene change, arena, next day. Welcome, villagers and shinobi alike, to the preliminaries. I'm Hayate Gecko, your proctor. Let the matches begin. Match 1 Sasuke versus Yoroi. Hayate stepped forward. Match 1. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi. Begin. Sasuke emerged, calm and cold, Sharingan Tutomo in each eye. Across him, Yoroi clattered forward, kunai glinting with intent. Yoroi charged, feet pounding the sand. He unleashed a flurry of wind-infused kunai aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke crouched low, blades whistling overhead, and with a faint coil of lightning chakra, he deflected each one, snapping them to the ground with lightning release. Thundering shuriken. Sand kicked up. Yoroi shook his head, pulled more kunai, and spun into a fast-paced whirlwind attack.
小泉か。
Sasuke backflipped, placing his hand in the tiger sign.
リンゴは
Fire style, fire dragon bullet.
リンゴということなんで
A
すよ
serpent of fire surged forward, cutting through Yoroi's blade arm. Sparks, steam, and a gasp from the crowd. Yoroi
水
staggered.
飲んでる時やめてもらっていい
Sasuke wasted no time. He charged,
危なかったな
lightning
マジで
dancing around his fist.
リン
The
ゴはとか
last
言い
second,
出した
he
瞬間に
thrust
や
his
ばか
arm
った。
forward. Lightning release, arc piercer.
そう。
Straight through Yoroi's
マ
midsection.
ジ危なかった。
Yoroi flew backward, arms flailing, slammed into the sand, and lay still. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Match 2, Shino Aburame versus ZKU. Shino stands silent, his expression unreadable, cloak rustling slightly. Zaku smirks. What, too scared to talk? Shino simply says, You've already lost. Zaku launches decapitating
痛すぎ
airwaves,
ないか
but Shino's
Wait,
Kikechu
I
bugs scatter, forming a cloud that absorbs the force. The bugs land silently on Zaku without him noticing. Get off me, freak! Zaku yells, aiming both hands. He fires again, but nothing happens. A click, a strain. Then boom. Zaku screams as his arms explode inwardly, sabotaged from the inside out by chakra-consuming bugs that lodged into the tubes. Shino calmly walks up as Zaku collapses. I warned you. Winner, Shino Aburame. Match 3, Kiba Inazuka versus Kankuro. Kiba crouches low, grinning, Akamaru by his side. Kankuro stands with Karasu strapped on his back, cloaked. Let's go, Akamaru. They charge, using Fong over Fong, tearing into the arena like a spiraling missile. Kankuro dodges smoothly, then smirks. Karasu now. The puppet unravels, its segmented limbs flying forward, launching kunai coated with poison gas. Kiba dodges, but the gas starts choking Akamaru. He growls, confused, while Kankuro manipulates Karasu like a predator playing with prey. Kiba throws smoke bombs, then switches with Akamaru using beast mimicry. Suddenly, Kiba appears above Karasu, knocking its head off. But Kankuro had baited him. Karasu reattaches and shoots poison mist from its mouth, coating Kiba's leg. Kiba winces, stumbles, and Heiate steps in. Kiba Inazuka is unable to continue. Winner, Kankuro. Match 4, Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. The arena quiets. Former friends, now rivals. Sakura activates a basic genjutsu, making Ino think Sakura is approaching from her left. Ino counteracts it quickly, but it costs her time. You've improved Billboard Brow, she says. I'm taking you down, and then Ino pig. Sakura replies Ino forms a hand seal. Mind transfer jutsu. Sakura jumps, but Ino's timing is perfect. She catches a toe, slipping into Sakura's mind. The crowd gasps. But then, Sakura resists. Her Sakura screams, shattering Ino's control. Both girls collapse, exhausted. Heiate walks between them. Double knockout. No winner. Match 5, 10-10 versus Temari. 10-10 begins her assault with a barrage of weapons from every angle. Kunai, shuriken, scrolls unraveling midair. Temari opens her fan. With a casual sweep, a single gust of wind, she sends everything flying back at 10-10, knocking her out of the air. 10-10 cries out and lands harshly across Temari's fan. The crowd gasps as she bounces off and crumples to the ground. Temari spins her fan back into place, unimpressed. TCH, not worth 3 stars. Winner, Temari. Match 6, Shikamaru Nara versus Kin. Heiate clears his throat. Next match, Shikamaru Nara versus Kin. Begin. Kin grins wickedly and immediately launches Senbon laced with small bells attached by threads. They arc through the air, creating eerie chimes. Let's see you dodge this. Shikamaru's eyes narrow as he watches the rhythm. TSH, troublesome. The bells ring, and Kin activates a subtle auditory genjutsu. Shikamaru's knees wobble slightly, but then he smirks. You're loud. That's your weakness. Suddenly, his shadow stretches out, looping around the scattered Senbon and bells. It slithers like a snake and catches her shadow. Kin gasps as her limbs freeze. No way! Shikamaru casually walks over, picks up a kunai, then lifts his own hand and throws it at himself. She mimics the motion under shadow possession, throws her own. But Shikamaru tilts his head just in time. Thwack! Kin slams her head straight into the wall and collapses. Match over. Heiate calls. Winner, Shikamaru Nara.
Oh my god.
Shikamaru sighs. That was such a drag. Match 7, Naruto Uzumaki versus Yujito and II. The arena erupts in chants. Hero, hero, hero. Naruto steps forward, grinning confidently, his open jacket blowing in the wind. Yujito walks in with a cool demeanor, but inside, why does he look so good when he's confident? Wait,
그렸다.
no, stop that. Matatabi, just imagine his hands all around you, taking care of your every end. Matatabi, shut up. Naruto chuckles.
나이스.
You okay over there? Yujito flushed. Shut up. Height scratched his head,
위에 아간다 그래.
looking at the two before lowering his
위에
hand.
아가라나이
Begin.
기쓰이나.
Yujito instantly weaves hand signs.
Flamme 4.
She exhales a torrent of brilliant blue, intense and scorching. The arena sizzles, but Naruto lifts his hand. Gale Guard.
오케이.
A swirling vortex of wind forms around him, deflecting the flame into the air. Everyone gasps. He didn't weave signs.
Village shoot.
He just said it. Yujito growls and rushes him with a spin kick, but Naruto slides under and flips backwards. Watch this Haku. He thinks the words. Frost Fang. He slams his hand on the ground. Sharp icicles burst upward in a curved path, cutting off Yujito's movement. What the hell? She breathes. I wonder if he's that strong in other areas. Matatabi. Focus. Girl. Naruto grins. Are you holding back or something?
맞아.
She tries to retaliate with a flame spiral, but Naruto charges through it with lightning-coated fists. Storm Drive. His punch disperses the fire, landing squarely in Yujito's gut, sending her flying into the wall.
適当に打ってたやつに当たっちゃった。
She tries to get up, but Matatabi groans in her mind. I'm going into heat in here. Just take him already. Yujito blushed deeply and passes out. Height raises his arm. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The entire arena erupted. Hero, hero, hero. Naruto grins wide, panting slightly, raising a fist to the crowd. I love you guys. Match 8 Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. The stadium shifts to quiet tension. The Hyuga clan watches from the stands, eyes locked in judgment. Hinata walks out nervously, but not shy. She breathes deeply. Niji stands across from her, stoic. Height lowered his hand. Begin. They rush forward, gentle fist strikes clashing. Niji strikes Hinata's wrist. Why bother? This is your fate. You were born to fail. Hinata slides back, hand trembling. I don't believe in fate. You should. It's written in your blood. She lunges forward, chakra threads glowing. Niji blocks her, spinning into a palm strike. Hinata catches his arm. I believe in people, and I believe in you, Niji. Niji's face hardens. Then you're a fool. He spins 8 trigrams palm rotation and slams her into the ground. Still, she gets up, bloody, coughing. Niji hesitates. Why won't you stop? Hinata looks up at him and smiles through bloodied lips. Because I love you, Niji. His eyes widen. And for a split second, he falters. But his rage explodes. He dives for a killing strike. Before the blow lands, Kurenai, Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma all flash step in, grabbing Niji mid-strike. Enough! Guy says sharply. Niji's face is twisted with confusion. Then, Naruto appears in a burst of chakra, crouched beside Hinata, pulling her close. Kiyomi now. The little fox licks her, yokai threads glowing as Hinata's wounds start to close. Naruto glares at Niji. Everyone feels it. His killing intent floods the arena. The ground cracks slightly beneath his feet. Niji trembles. He actually wets himself. I'll make you pay. Naruto says darkly. Height quietly. Winner, Niji Hyuga. Match 9, Rock Lee versus Gaara. Gaara arrives in silence, sand spiraling around him protectively. Begin. Lee vanishes. His first few punches are blocked. Gaara's sand reacts automatically. shielding him. Lee, Guy mutters. Remove them.
아,
Lee
대박.
nods. He drops his ankle and wrist weights. Whoa! The entire arena shakes. Dust flies up from the crater. He
ヒールだけ
disappears
しといてくれ
again,
いいのにな。
faster than the eye can follow. Punch to
い
the gut.
やー、マ
Spin
ジか
kick
よ。
to the head. Gaara is sent sliding back, Sand trying to keep up. Might Guy clenches a fist. Go Lee! Lee yells, activating the fourth gate.
欲しいのがないんだよね
His body glows green.
振らない時に
Veins
どんどん
pulse.
やるのよ
あ、最後
He
のシー
rushes
ン
in
とか、
and
モイラのウル
delivers a
トじゃな
flurry
く
of
て
blows,
俺らにヒールくれ
cracking
ればいい
Gaara's
のに
armor, making him stumble. Then, Hidden Lotus. Lee grabs Gaara, spins midair, and slams him into the arena with a thunderous impact. The crowd erupts. Lee lands shakily, barely conscious, but still
誰
standing.
かいないのかな。
Sand stirs, then wraps around his arm and
変わら
leg.
ないっすねこの
Lee
時間
gasps.
うん。
Sand coffin. Crunch. Before it spreads. Might Guy appears,
平日のこの時
palm
間からゲームや
extended,
ってる俺らがおかしい
slapping the
な
sand away with chakra
い
force.
やいや、俺らおかしくないっす
That's
よ。
enough. He growls, carrying Lee out of the arena. Gaara stares blankly, his gourd
彼
cracked.
にとっては普通だけど
Winner, Gaara. Match Tendosu versus Choji. Choji steps in, spinning his arm. You sure you want to do this? Dosu smirks behind his sound arm. Oh, I'm sure. They clash briefly. Choji uses expansion jutsu, ballooning in size, charging like a wrecking ball. But Dosu channels sound into the air, disrupting. Choji's equilibrium. Choji stumbles, trying to hold his head. Dosu closes in and lands a direct strike
ゲー
to
ムが
Choji's
続
chest.
きやめて
The chakra-enhanced sound rattles Choji's organs. He collapses. Heiei gives it a moment before raising his hand. Winner, Dosu Kinyuta. The tension in the arena had settled, but an air of anticipation still lingered. Heiei, exhausted from constant coughs and chakra
後ろだけ
suppression,
はマジで早
finally
すぎ
took a
て
step back as Anko Mitarashi stepped into the center of the arena with her usual wild smirk. She raised a hand. All right, you little monsters, shut it and gather up. The finalists assembled in a semicircle, some bandaged, some limping, others glaring. Anko kicked a small wooden crate at their feet. These are your final match numbers. Draw one and don't complain. Naruto walked forward without hesitation. He smiled politely and reached toward the box. But Anko slapped his hand away. Not you, Blondie. He blinked. Ha! She turned with a wicked smirk, pulling out a different box, this one pressed snugly against her chest. I have a special box just for you. Naruto hesitated. Kiyomi stirred in his mind. Oh, interesting. Naruto looked at Anko suspiciously. He reached in.
やばい
Soft, warm, squishy. Naruto's face turned bright red. Wait, this isn't
追
paper.
われるとヘッドライン
His
わかんない
hand instinctively
ああ、わか
squeezed.
る。む
Ah,
ずいっすよね。
Anko let out a breathy moan that echoed across the silent arena. Everyone stared. Sasuke's mouth dropped open. Hiba barked in shock. Shino adjusted his glasses silently. Hinata fainted. Naruto's hand froze inside the box, realization washing over him like a tsunami. You lied to me. Anko giggled, cheeks flushed. Just a little training for the real world, sweetheart. Kiyomi burst out laughing in Naruto's head. Oh my god, she's amazing. I need to try that sometime. Naruto's eye twitched. Ice. In an instant, the box froze solid, a thin layer of blue chakra coating the entire surface. Anko yelped, pulling it away. Naruto grumbled and reached into the ice-covered opening, finally grabbing a paper slip. He glanced at the number. 1. He gripped the slip hard, his face turning serious. Niji, he muttered. Without another word, Naruto turned and left the arena, walking straight toward the steps where Kushina was waiting with her arms crossed and a grin that screamed. You better tell me what that scream was. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. The moonlight spilled across the Uzumaki compound like silver paint. Wind rustled through the trees surrounding the quiet
사과합니다.
estate, where the sound of bubbling broth and soft conversation warmed the inside of the kitchen. Naruto and Kushina sat together at a polished wooden table, bowls of miso ramen steaming between them. A small paper lantern swung slightly above them, casting a soft golden hue. Kushina took a bite of noodles, watching her son from the corner of her eye. He was unusually quiet tonight. No dumb grin, no wild declarations.
문워크 やめてくんねえか
Just calm. You all right, Naru-chan? She asked. He looked up, then smiled softly. I'm better than ever, just thinking. She nudged him with her elbow. About the fight with Niji? Naruto chuckled.
あーむず
Nah, I already know how that'll go.
腕壊れる
Cocky little Naru. She smirked, ruffling his hair. He didn't
こ
flinch.
れをやることによって
Instead, he looked at her,
どん
really
どん
looked.
視点がオーバーウォッチになって
I
くんだろうな
need to show you something. Kushina raised an eyebrow as Naruto stood, walked behind her, and gently placed 2 fingers to her forehead. A pulse of violet chakra rippled outward.
って言ったらなるんだよ
Scene change.
そう
Naruto's
エドラ
mindscape.
ド俺知らな
The
いから
world shifted.
投票しちゃったんですよ
Gone was the kitchen, the table, the smell of broth. Instead, Kushina found herself standing in the heart of a surreal realm, like home and heaven stitched together. The Uzumaki compound was reborn from memory and chakra, its walls glowing with protective seals and celestial markings. A warm breeze carried the scent of sakura blossoms and lightning. The sky above stretched endlessly,
あれ
star-filled
あれ
and
さ
alive.
オーバーウォッチできない
Kushina's
期間
crimson hair
いつからでした
fluttered around her as she turned in quiet awe. She wasn't shocked, but she was deeply moved.
8まで
Then something launched at Naruto, crashing into him like a clingy missile.
うん
Naru too. Kiyomi
土曜から
chirped,
か
clinging to him like a lazy
そう
vine,
ですね
purring dramatically. Oh hey, Kushina, she added casually, still latched onto
プ
him.
ラスなんですけどね
Kushina's eyes narrowed.
取れそうだったら
Kiyomi
そうかなって感じです
Do I need to warn you again not to pounce on
前
my
やってた
son?
やつですよね
Kiyomi grinned slyly,
うんうん
arms still draped over Naruto's shoulders. He's my mate. I don't see the problem. Kushina reached forward to pry her off, but Naruto held up a hand fast. Wait. No fighting. Please, you two already tried to burn down the Uzumaki compound last time, he said, sweating. Kurama says she gets it from her mom. Kurama, nearby in his tall humanoid form, gave a grunt. Suki, my wife, queen of the Kitsune clan. From the porch, Hagoromo and Ashura chuckled quietly while Indra just rolled his eyes. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Should I summon her? Kurama's eyes widened in horror.
何それ
Don't. Too late. A pulse of chakra rippled from Naruto's palm, and the sky above tore open in a spiral of silver and black.
あれなんか右
A
クリで
colossal
止められ
fox-like
るんです
figure
よ
descended from the
台風
heavens, 9 celestial tails carving trails through the air like divine blades. The beast shimmered and transformed midair into a statuesque woman in a flowing black dress. Her hair fell past her waist like a river of silver, and her glowing eyes were sharp with power.
やれそう
Suki,
ナイス
queen of the Kitsune. Kurama froze. She strolled across the compound with a calm, too sweet smile, before grabbing Kurama's face and lifting him slightly off the ground with one hand. Her voice shifted,
あーウィドウいる
but only audible in the old Kitsune tongue. To most, it was gibberish, except to Naruto. Somehow, he understood every word. Get yourself sealed again without telling me, and I'll rip off what makes you a
ナ
man.
イスナイスナイスナイス
Naruto paled. Oh God. Kurama frantically shook his
ナイ
head,
ス
eyes wide with pure fear. Suki released him, calmly smoothing her dress, her composure untouched. Apologies for the entrance.
I'm Tsuki.
あまずい俺これ死ぬ
She gestured to Kiyomi. And this one, as you know, is my daughter. It seems she's taken a liking to
裏
your
裏裏
son.
裏
Her gaze shifted to Naruto,
Oh, that was
cool
all.
and calculating. She
Hello.
studied the bond between the two. Then she smirked.
ナイス
A perfect mate, overflowing with chakra, divine blood, and yokai essence. The clan approves. Kushina blinked rapidly. What the hell is
やれ
happening?
そうなのにやれない
Kurama groaned, rubbing his jaw.
やれるよ多分
Naruto, is half yokai and half Otsutsuki. The balance is perfect and dangerous. Hagoromo stepped forward solemnly. He is the first of his kind, a hybrid born of will and destiny. This place you're in, this compound, it exists because of his power. It's his mind, but also an ancestral realm. Naruto grinned. They awakened my yokai side 2 weeks ago, and when I got these eyes during the wave battle, I awakened my Otsutsuki side too. There's more you need to know. Kurama added. As the yokai within you grows, so will your tails. You'll develop your own, up to 20. You can suppress them. 20? Naruto shouted. 20? Kushina echoed, staggering. Suki and Kiyomi both giggled softly, their tails twitching in amusement. But don't worry, Kurama continued. You're already stronger than most Biju and their Jinchuriki. You've mastered all 5 elements. You've unlocked the first stage of your Sozugen, and your lineage gives you an edge most can't even comprehend. Kushina slowly sat down on the porch, her breath shaky. You're way too calm about this. Naruto turned toward Kaguya. Granny, how did the Hyuga fight back in your day? Kaguya's face twisted in open disgust. There were no Hyuga. They took the sacred Byakugan and diluted it into party tricks. Yikes. Naruto muttered. You, she said, are evolving far beyond the human eye. Your yokai chakra overrides such limitations. They won't be able to see or touch you. Naruto smirked. Cool. Still, I want to train. There's always more to learn. He turned to Kushina. Mom, can you teach me the Rasengan? Kushina blinked. I can't. I never fully mastered it, but your father taught me how it's built. She raised a glowing hand, tracing 3 rotating orbs of chakra. Step 1, rotation. Step 2, power. Step 3, containment. Ashura stepped forward, grinning. Let me show you something else. A blast of pure chakra surged around him as he spread his hands. Multiple enormous Rasengan formed in the air, each one orbiting a singular, massive core Rasengan like moons. Amanomi Hashira, he said. Giant Rasengan of the heavenly pillar. Naruto's jaw dropped. I can learn that? Ashura grinned. You will. Kurama chimed in, arms crossed. And don't forget, you already made one once. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? You called it the Ryusei Rasengan. Back during our fight. You don't remember how, but you instinctively did it. That's how deeply the Rasengan is wired into your soul. Naruto scratched his head. Huh. No wonder it felt familiar. Kushina smiled at him softly. Then it's time you learn it properly. Scene change. The training ground. Naruto stood at the center of a massive stone courtyard, cracked with his failed attempts. Chakra spirals etched into the floor glowed faintly beneath his, resonating with his growing power. Ashura stood nearby, arms crossed, looking more amused than annoyed. Rotation, power, containment. Ashura remained. Naruto nodded, sweat dripping down his face. Yeah, I got it this time. He didn't. The second he tried again, his chakra surged too widely. The sphere formed for a second, then snapped like a faulty balloon, sending him flying backwards with a bang. Ashura winced. That's 5 explosions in a row. 6. Hagoromo called out in the background, sipping tea. Naruto groaned, barely sitting up. Why is this so hard? Smack. Kurama's hand struck the back of Naruto's head. Idiot, the fox muttered, towering behind him in his humanoid form. Naruto rubbed his skull. Kurama, what the hell? You're treating it like it's normal chakra. Kurama grunted. It's not. You've got yokai mixed with your chakra. It's not something you control, it's something you command. Kurama raised a clawed hand and calmly formed a miniature tailed beast bomb, infused with violet-black yokai, humming with devastating energy. You already know how to shape power. This is the same principle as a Rasengan, rotation, power, containment. Use that stupid clone technique to help you. Naruto's eyes lit up. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence. This time, with coordination and more control, they began building the Rasengan together. The chakra swirled erratically at first, flaring violet and silver, wild as a storm. Naruto focused, breathing deeply. Rotation, power, containment. It began to hum. One clone handled the rotation. The other stabilized the power. Naruto himself shaped the containment, his will forcing the yokai into harmony. A violet orb formed, swirling with streaks of black and white, infused with a living pulse. Kurama's eyes widened. He's doing it. Meanwhile, on the porch, Suki slipped her tea delicately, glancing over at the training ground with a fox-like smirk. So, she purred. When are the grand kits arriving? Kiyomi, who'd been lounging beside her, didn't flinch. She was leaning forward, staring directly at Naruto's shirtless torso, her head slightly tilted, a long line of drool sliding down her cheek. Look at those muscles, she muttered. Kushina choked on her tea. Wait, excuse me? He's 13. Suki laughed softly, eyes glittering. So, Kitsune ages differently. I didn't sign up to be a grandma yet. Kushina snapped.
ディーバで見えねえんだよな敵
I did. Suki replied casually.
でかすぎ
Kiyomi, still staring, licked her lips.
ゴリラ
We'd make very strong kids. Kushina shrieked. Stop!
なんか横裏
Back
裏
on
裏
the training field. Now! Kurama roared. Naruto focused harder. The chakra sphere finally stabilized. Fully, it shone like a miniature moon, shimmering with divine light and primal chaos. The Yoko Rasengan was born. Ashura raised a fist. Hagoromo gave a nod of approval. Even Indra muttered, TCH, not bad. Cheers erupted across the mindscape as the Rasengan spun with controlled fury. Then Naruto collapsed.
ナイス
Kiyomi blitzed from the porch in a streak of white and red. She caught him before he hit the ground, cradling him in her arms like a knight with her prince. His breathing was ragged. Sweat clung to him, but a single violet tail slowly unfurled from his
下落したら死
tailbone,
ぬ
glowing faintly in the moonlight. Suki stood proudly.
本当
There it is. Kurama smiled, arms crossed. That's the first step. Kiyomi held him close, brushing his hair back as her tail wrapped protectively around his waist. He did it, she whispered, smiling wide. He really did it. Kushina sat frozen, still processing everything. I need sake. Time skip. Naruto has been out cold for 7 days. 7 days of worry, bonding, awkward tension, and at times unbearable anticipation. During that time, Kiyomi next left his side, only breaking away to pace or sniff at his chakra every few hours like an anxious animal. She often stared at his resting form,
ナイス
biting her lip or fidgeting with her tails, occasionally drooling as she sat by him. Kushina had kept a close watch too, and
あの
despite
ゴリ
the
ラマジで
awkward moments with Kiyomi,
タイミング悪す
the
ぎだ
two
な
had bonded deeply.
うん
You're worse than I was with Minato. Kushina muttered one evening, watching Kiyomi curl her tails protectively around Naruto. Suki smiled from across the room.
キリ
You're
コ
calm,
ずっと
Kushina.
横にいた
I
もんな
expected more yelling.
Kusina siiket sipping varmtea.
Believe me, I want to scream at her every time she sniffs him like a rack of meat. But his eyes softened as she glanced at Naruto. He means the world to me, and it's clear he means the world to her too. Suki chuckled. Welcome to the family. The redhead blinked. Ha! I've already decided. Your family. Naruto is my daughter's mate, and I protect what my family loves. On the 7th day, a familiar groan echoed across the mindscape. Naruto's finger twitched. His eyes slowly fluttered open.
I'm starving.
He rasped. Before he could even sit up, Kushina and Kiyomi launched themselves onto him with twin cries. Naru-chanen,
バス
you're awake. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they hugged him tightly. Naruto blinked, overwhelmed and slightly dazed. Then he noticed it. Kiyomi's hands were down, wandering, up his chest, down his sides. Kiyomi, you grew. She whispered breathlessly, palming his abs. You're stronger. Your body feels incredible. Naruto flinched slightly, and then, instinctively, let out a low growl. Kiyomi instantly whimpered and pulled her hands back, crouching slightly, ears lowering like a guilty pup who'd just been scolded. Kushina's eyes widened. Naruto blinked. Wait, did I just... What the heck was that? He sat up quickly and finally saw it. A violet tail, gently swaying behind him. What the... What is that? Why do I have a tail? Kiyomi, still sniffy and nervous from his growl, quickly explained. That's your first tail. You've begun syncing with your yokai. It's part of your transformation. Your scent, your chakra, everything's different now. Naruto
あー
stood,
やべ
feeling taller,
ウルトか
sharper.
これ
His canines had grown. His skin shimmered faintly with energy.
あ爆弾か
As he moved, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. His old clothes had given out under his new frame. Snap! A poof of smoke, and Kiyomi appeared beside him holding folded garments. These are for you,
強っ
she said with a
出た
reverent
MVP
smile. Made from Susanoo-weighted thread,
いやさすがに勝てない
custom tailored. He opened the
いや
bundle,
MVP 決まったか
a black sleeveless ninja undershirt, matching reinforced pants with chakra-threaded seams, shinobi sandals, and a violet cloak adorned with red flame patterns, with the kanji for Yokai King, Yaowang, on the back. Naruto's jaw dropped.
やべ死んだわ
This
横
is
ソルジャー
awesome. Scene change
あーまだ
outside the Otsutsuki compound. After devouring enough food to feed 10 clans, Naruto stood tall, fully dressed in his new gear, feeling whole for the first time in a long time. With a single
ウル
hand
ト
seal,
を使ったから
Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of clones appeared, each one roaring off into different directions to practice the Yoko Rasengan and refine chakra control. The real Naruto took a meditative pose under a towering sakura tree inside the mindscape,
右右
exhaling
右
slowly, his breathing calm. His
Ah,
chakra, though wild,
当たんなかった
flowed in rhythm with him. Kiyomi snuck up behind him, resting her chin on his shoulder. Naruto, she purred. He didn't flinch. I missed you, she said, pressing her body against his back. Still no response. I want to. She moved her hand toward his waistband. Suddenly, only one eye opened, gleaming with the elegant spiral of the Sozugen. Kiyomi froze. Naruto didn't yell.
いいね
He simply said, low and cool, "Get a hold of yourself." She whimpered again, instantly retreating a few steps, face flushed and heart pounding. Naruto closed his eye again, continuing his meditation as if nothing happened. In that moment, the mindscape felt still, calm, centered around him like a storm had finally
エブレ
passed.
ロンね
He had awakened not just in strength, but in discipline.
危ねえ
The Yokai King had truly begun his rise. The violet-tinted skies above Naruto's mind never changed,
やったやったやった
always at a perfect sunset, painted in shades of lavender, crimson, and gold. Floating islands drifted in the distance, bridged together by spiraling energy and old stone paths. It was surreal, but it felt like home. Here, time didn't move like the real
ナイス
world, and yet somehow, life happened here. Naruto
あのワイル
stood
ドさん
in
の
the
シーン流
middle
れる
of
し
it
どう
all.
せ
As one by one, hundreds of shadow clones
cute
popped
boy.
in puffs of smoke, knowledge of the Yoko Rasengan rushing into him like a wave. His hands glowed faintly with violet energy, and a grin spread across his face. I did it,
強すぎだろこれ
he whispered. I actually did it. Suddenly, he did it.
これやるね
Kushina shouted before body slamming Naruto into the ground with a powerful
いいと
mom
こだけな
hug,
んで
squeezing him so tight his eyes bulged. My baby's a
水取ってく
genius.
るわ
Ugh, Mom, can't breathe. Kiyomi didn't help either. She was already leaping on his back, tails wagging in excitement, pressing her cheek to his. "You're amazing. I knew you could do it." "Good job," Kurama said calmly, though his massive smirk told a different story. "About time," Naruto chuckled, dragging himself upright with Kiyomi still clinging to him like a backpack. "So what now? More training." "Training," Ashura said as he descended from one of the stone arches overhead. "Nah, today's for celebration." "Oh no," Naruto blinked. "You're planning something, aren't you? Food fight." A tomato exploded against Ashura's face, courtesy of Suki, who was already laughing. "You were way too cocky last time, golden boy." "You're on," Ashura yelled, hurling a ball of glowing chakra dough at her. Cue chaos. Plates flew. Buns spun through the air like shuriken. Kiyomi tried to block a pudding strike with her tails and got launched off the table. Naruto ended up with rice stuck to his hair. Indra somehow got roped into throwing a loaf of bread. And Kaguya, yes Kaguya, was sitting cross-legged on a floating cushion sipping tea with a stoic face while casually flicking dumplings at anyone who got too close. "You people are animals," she said with a sigh, nailing Hagoromo with an onigiri. "I made that," Hagoromo shouted mid-laughter, slinging soba noodles across the field. It was pure chaos, glorious chaos. After they finally calmed down, mostly because Kurama declared if one more rice ball hit his fur, someone was getting sent into the void, they all gathered by the spirit fire to sit around and relax. Kushina leaned back, watching Naruto joke with Kiyomi and Kurama, and then looked at Suki beside her. "You know," Suki said with a gentle smile, "he's really become something special." Kushina smiled softly, warmth in her gaze. "He always has. He just needed the space to grow into it." Suki rested her head against her palm. "So," she said slyly, "when are the grand kits arriving?" Naruto choked on his drink, sputtering violently as Kiyomi only smirked.
こっちなんかな。
"Suki-san," Naruto yelped. "What?" Suki grinned. "I'm just thinking ahead." Kushina face-bombed. "He's 13. Let him finish puberty first." "I am thinking long-term," Suki countered. "I'm not saying today. Maybe tomorrow."
お好き
Kiyomi muttered something unintelligible while staring at Naruto's arms. Kurama cleared his throat. "You're all acting like animals in heat." Kiyomi wagged her tail slightly. "Speak for yourself." "Hey!" Naruto shouted. "Relax," Kurama drawled. "We're just proud of you." The group quieted, laughter fading into a warm stillness. Naruto looked around, meeting the eyes of each person who had helped shape him, his teachers, his family. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. Moonlight poured like silver silk across the tiled rooftop of the Uzumaki compound, casting long shadows and bathing the two teenagers in a soft, heavenly glow. The night was still, not eerie, just quiet
や
in
ばい
a
よ
way that felt sacred.
699
Naruto's jacket fluttered faintly in the breeze,
やばくない
and behind
何年
him,
やってんのこの
his
人
violet tail swayed slowly, peacefully, for once not hidden. Kiyomi sat beside him, knees tucked under her chin, blackish red hair brushing his arm as she leaned ever so slightly closer. She hadn't said much for the past few minutes, just watched him. "Do you feel ready? I mean, you'll go through trials to become king. Are you ready?" She finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto exhaled, eyes focused on the glowing moon above. "I don't know," he murmured, "but I feel stronger than I was, and I'm not alone. That helps a lot."
の多分そろそろ
Kiyomi's heart warmed at that.
来る
She turned to face him fully now, her eyes shimmering with faint golden and lavender hues, reflecting the moon, the sky, and him all at
めっ
once.
ちゃロー
She was mesmerized by him, by the gentle glow of his eyes, by the soft curve of his lips, the way his tail moved lazily when he was
開いた
relaxed.
開いた
There was no teasing this time,
考えてるわ一緒に
no flirtigrin. Just awe.
ハルトやった
"I like this version
バ
of
ズ
you,"
バズやった
she whispered, fingers gently brushing his hand. The one who's calm, focused,
소정?
but still you. Naruto gave a little smile. Yeah? Well, I like the Kiyomi who doesn't try to jump on me every time she sees me. That earned him a low giggle, light and real. Shut up, she said, playfully pushing his shoulder. But then, she looked up at him again. The space between them dissolved, and slowly, naturally, they leaned in. Their lips met in a kiss far from shy, but still gentle. It wasn't rushed or clouded with heat. It was something deeper, warm, intentional, loving. When they finally pulled away, both their faces were flushed, breath soft and shallow. Kiyomi stared into Naruto's star-kissed eyes and gave a teasing smirk. You know, we could go a little further. Naruto's entire face turned red. Kiyomi. But instead of pushing, she just laughed quietly and stood, the breeze carrying her hair behind her like a tail of flame. Naruto opened the nearby window and climbed in first, careful not to hit his tail on the frame. Kiyomi followed, quiet as a whisper, shutting the window behind her. They made their way to Naruto's bed. No teasing now. No antics. Just calm. Kiyomi climbed in first and laid on her back, and Naruto joined her, resting his head on her stomach. Her hands instinctively found his hair, combing through the golden strands with soft fingers. Naruto's tail flicked once, then stilled, curled slightly at the base of the bed. The room was quiet, safe, filled with nothing but the sound of shared breathing. You smell like ramen, Kiyomi whispered, lips twitching in amusement. Naruto grinned. Good, that means I'm irresistible. You always are, she whispered. And just like that, they drifted off, Naruto curled around her warmth, and Kiyomi with her fingers still tangled in his hair. Together, peaceful. Home. Morning, Uzumaki compound. The soft glow of dawn crept through the edges of the window, dusting the room in a faint golden hue. Outside, birds chirped and leaves rustled, but none of it disturbed the peaceful scene inside Naruto's room. At least, not until the distinct click of a camera shutter echoed from the doorway. Kushina stood there, grinning ear to ear with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, her old instant camera held up like a trophy. She clicked it again for good measure. Perfect, she whispered, stashing the camera behind her back, as if she hadn't just immortalized one of the most compromising and
ちゃんとヒ
adorable
ールしな
sights
が
of
ら
her
攻撃
life.
してるもんな。
Naruto and Kiyomi, tangled up in bed, both fully asleep, Naruto curled into her stomach, her hands still loosely resting in his hair,
ラスト。
his tail lazily draped over her thighs. Kushina smirked. My little boy's all grown up,
おー。
but not that grown up. Her expression darkened playfully. He better not be. She clapped her hands sharply. Wake up, love foxes. Naruto groaned, blinking awake as he sat up halfway. His hair was a mess. He rubbed his eyes, squinting. Huh, Mom? Kushina was standing there with a grin a little too smug. You did something, Naruto muttered. Me? No, Kushina said sweetly, stepping out of the way. Just making sure you don't miss the biggest match of your life, Naruchan. Naruto moved to get up only to realize he couldn't. Kiyomi's arms were wrapped tight around his waist like a vice.
Me mine.
Kiyomi mumbled in her sleep. No one takes my king. Naruto's face went bright red. She was pressing her cheek into his chest now, snuggling closer. Snake girl dies? Or becomes our servant? Maybe collar. What? Kushina raised a very suspicious brow. Naruto, desperate, summoned his tail and gently curled it around Kiyomi's ankle, a few precise tickles to her soul. MMMHM. Kiyomi yelped in her sleep, twitching.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
She stretched with a yawn, her shirt sliding a little too low. She blinked sleepily, rubbing her eyes, only to realize Naruto was frantically looking away and holding out her clothes like a peace offering. Kiyomi looked down. Oh, She was in nothing. It's fine,
これさ
she said
早すぎてむずい
casually,
な
taking the clothes from him with zero shame. We're mates anyway. Not the point. Naruto hissed behind his hand. Kushina's eye twitched. She glared like an enraged goddess. Oh, hell no. Chains snapped into existence around her like striking serpents, fiery with chakra. Kiyomi. Kiyomi blinked innocently, halfway through pulling her shirt on. Ha! Naruto threw himself in between them with hands out. It's not what it looks like. She sleeps like that. That's it. I swear. Kushina stared them both down, red hair flaring behind her like a war banner. You're lucky I trust you, Naruchan, she said, slowly lowering the chains, though her suspicious glower didn't fade. Naruto sighed in relief and awkwardly followed her downstairs, shooting a warning glance at Kiyomi over his shoulder. Kiyomi, still half-dressed, smirked and winked before finishing getting ready. By the time she came down to join them, the scent of food had filled the kitchen. Naruto and Kushina were already seated. He was inhaling miso soup and rice, while Kushina kept shooting him side eyes, muttering about fox girls stealing her baby boy. Kiyomi sat beside him like nothing happened, nibbled a rice ball, and then poofed into her small fox form with a yawn. She leapt into Naruto's
こっちの
jacket with a
足ムキムキ
spin,
だな
poking her head out and curling against his chest fluffily. Naruto stood up, stretching. All right, time to go. Kushina handed him a lunch scroll and ruffled his hair. Do your best, Naruchan. I will.
今日は
Scene change,
10時ぐらい
Kanahagakure main streets. As he left the compound, the early morning sun bathed the streets in warmth. Villagers turned to wave and call out to him. Morning, Naruto. Crush it out there,
横流し
kid.
で
Naruto smiled
横流
politely,
しで
declining offers of free food with a wave. While inside his jacket, Kiyomi growled softly whenever another girl made a hard-eyed comment in passing. Easy, Naruto muttered under his breath.
あワイルさん
Kiyomi huffed. They all want my king. He chuckled. You're the only one in here, princess. That seemed to calm her. Scene change, Chunin exams finals. As they neared the Chunin exam stadium, the crowd grew louder, the air buzzed with energy, and tension climbed higher and higher. And somewhere behind him, a familiar voice whispered close to his
え
ear.
ホルモンいいな
Well,
俺めっ
well,
ちゃ好きなんですよ
look who's all grown up. Naruto jumped
横
a
流
foot
し
in
で
the
うち送
air.
ってください
Anko? He hadn't even sensed her. The woman smirked, leaning on his shoulder with casual confidence. Taller, stronger. Definitely more fun now. Anko. She traced a finger lightly along his arm. Win your match, and maybe we'll celebrate later. Naruto swallowed hard, chuckling nervously. Jay just wish me luck. Normally. Anko leaned in closer. However you
なん
want,
だこいつ
hero of the leaf dot.
なんか
He
猫突っ込んで
briefly locked eyes with the Tokubetsu Jonin, and Anko actually wobbled, knees nearly buckling. He caught her by the waist before she toppled, sighing. You all right? She stammered, red as a tomato. Oh God, I need him. I need him right now. Right here, Eno. Stop it. Anko. Breathe. He gently tapped her forehead with a chop. Focus, sensei. Anko cleared her throat, straightened her coat, and walked off with a wobble, muttering something about dangerously hot fox boys. Naruto and Kiyomi shared a silent snort of laughter inside his mindscape. And then, from the center of the arena, Gunma raised a hand, sunbon glinting in the sunlight. Welcome to the Chunin exams finals. The sun hovered directly above the arena, casting stark shadows as the crowd buzzed with excitement. The air was hot with anticipation. On one side of the stadium stood Naruto Uzumaki, his violet cloak rippling with every breeze, a calm confidence in his starry eyes. Opposite him was Niji Hyuga, his pale eyes focused and unreadable. Naruto raised a hand and exchanged a quick dap with Sasuke, who leaned in with a smirk. Don't lose. I'm showing up late to make an entrance. He muttered before vanishing in a crackle of lightning. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Dramatic as always. The crowd erupted into cheers as Naruto took his first step into the arena. Villagers stood and waved. Banners waved high. Voices echoed his name like thunder. In the center of the field, Niji waited, arms crossed, calm, focused. But in his heart, there was hesitation. He could feel the power radiating from Naruto, a presence not of a mere genin. Genma lowered his arm. Begin! In a heartbeat, Naruto vanished. The space he stood in only a moment ago was replaced by air and dust. He reappeared behind Niji, boots skimming the arena floor. Niji spun to face him, already on edge. You really think fate's in your favor? Naruto said, arms crossed. Niji's jaw tightened. Fate already decided this match. You will lose. The stands erupted in laughter and scoffs. Kushina rolled her eyes while clapping. Oh, please. Guy grunted. Youth is about breaking past the chains of fate. Zabuza and Haku chuckled from their seats. Even Anko licked her lips with amusement. Naruto looked around, then smiled. You hear that, Niji? That's everyone telling you you're full of it. He pointed at Niji, a grin playing on his lips. I'll break your fate with one hand. The match exploded. Niji charged forward, his gentle fist strikes aimed with surgical precision, but Naruto danced between the blows like a phantom. He was a blur of movement, stepping, weaving, flowing with a grace and speed only a few had ever seen. He didn't attack yet. He was studying, testing. Then, on one dodge, he spun, his foot sweeping around and cracking across Niji's cheek. The Hyuga prodigy flew, hitting the ground and bouncing before sliding to a stop. Naruto didn't advance. You hurt Hinata. That alone is enough for me to shut this down. Niji rose with a growl. She was weak. She was never meant to fight. Naruto's stare sharpened. Neither were you. Niji charged, faster this time. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. But his strikes met air. Naruto remained still, dodging everything by centimeters. Niji's Byakugan couldn't read him. It was like he was not there. You're not touching me, Naruto muttered. Niji growled and spun. Rotation. A dome of chakra erupted outward. Naruto smirked. Bad move. In a single motion, he formed the Yoko Rasengan, spinning with ethereal violet energy. He thrust it straight into Niji's dome and tore through it like it was paper. Boom! Niji was launched, his body slamming into the far arena wall with a thunderous crash. Smoke clouded the field. Naruto raised a hand. With a snap of his fingers, glowing purple flame wrote across the smoke in the sky. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd exploded. Cheers, applause, screaming fans, banners waving, villagers jumping to their feet. Girls swooned in the stands. Anko bit her lower lip hard enough to bleed.
Sweet Kami.
Yujito let out a slow breath, rubbing her temple. Matatabi, control yourself. I can't. The beast purred from within. Let me go, I need him. Back on the field, Naruto cracked his neck and waved to the crowd, the wind catching his cloak. Genma grinned. Next match, Shikamaru Nara versus Temari of the Sand. Shikamaru sighed loudly from his seat in the stands. Why me? Such a drag. Kurenai nudged him forward. Go on, you made it this far. Shikamaru reluctantly stood up and began dragging his feet toward the stairs. As he passed Naruto, he muttered, You couldn't lose and spare me the trouble? Naruto grinned. I believe in you, buddy. Shikamaru looked skyward. Great, now I've got expectations to disappoint. Down in the arena, Temari stood confident, her large war fan slung over her shoulder, sharp green eyes fixed on her opponent as he approached with the enthusiasm of someone heading to a dentist appointment. So, you're the guy who complained about the sun before the match even started? Temari called across the field. Shikamaru raised his hand lazily. Yeah, that sounds like me. She smirked. Don't worry, this'll be over quick. Shikamaru scratched his head. That's the plan. Genma lowers his arm. Begin. Temari wasted no time, swinging her giant fan and sending a wave of slicing wind across the field. Shikamaru ducked behind a stone pillar, letting the debris fall harmlessly around him. In the stands, the crowd was confused. Is he hiding already? Someone scoffed. But those who knew Shikamaru, the Inoshikacho parents, Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma, they leaned in, eyes sharp. He wasn't running. He was thinking. Temari readied her fan again. That's all you've got? I thought Leaf Ninja were supposed to be clever. Shikamaru peeked out from cover. We are. She swung. Another wave of slicing wind decimated the pillar, sending Shikamaru diving to the next. In the stands, Kushina tilted her head. Is he losing on purpose? Naruto squinted. No, he's hurting her. He's doing it on purpose. Temari chased him from pillar to pillar, gradually drawing closer to the arena's edge. The arena was scarred now, full of broken stone and craters from the previous matches, including the deep crater left behind by Naruto's Rasengan. Asuma grinned. That's it, kid. Temari raised her fan once more, prepared to unleash her third and most powerful wave of wind, when her body suddenly froze. Her limbs jerked backward. She turned her head slowly to see Shikamaru standing in the arena center, fingers joined in the shadow imitation sign. His shadow stretched unnaturally toward her, having crept through the trench Naruto had left behind. You planned that far ahead? Temari asked, stunned. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, I counted every swing of your fan, every step you took, every shadow. I even pretended to fall behind just to stretch the fight long enough for the sun to tilt. That angle. He gestured. Perfect shadow extension. The crowd was dead silent in awe. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head with one hand, the other still maintaining the jutsu. I could win here. You're in position. My shadow's linked, and I can make you walk right out of the ring. He dropped the jutsu, but I forfeit. Gasped, confusion, yelling. Temari stumbled free and blinked. What? Genma blinked. What? Even Temari's brother Kankuro shouted from the stands. You what? Shikamaru shrugged. I'm out of chakra, and honestly, I don't want to fight anymore. Troublesome. He walked back toward the stairs, yawning as if nothing had happened. In the crowd, Choji was in tears. That was so smart, but also so lame. Asuma beamed with pride, lighting a cigarette. That's my student. Naruto, chuckling, leaned over to Kiyomi in her fox form hidden in his jacket. See, even lazy people can be scary. Kiyomi yawned. That's not laziness. That's someone who knows exactly how much effort to waste. Next match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara of the Sand. The arena quieted. Tension rippled through the air as Ganma looked around, eyes flicking toward the hallway. Uchiha Sasuke, if you don't show in. A flash of lightning cracked through the sky. Wind whipped through the stadium as a single burst of electricity erupted at the top of the stairs. Sasuke appeared, one hand in his pocket, lightning flickering across his silhouette. He walked down the stairs with calm confidence, stopping beside Genma with a smirk. What's your name? Genma asked, even though everyone already knew. Sasuke tilted his head, eyes narrow and focused on the red-haired sand user across the field. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, grinning. TSH, show off. Beside him, Kiyomi peeked from his jacket, ears twitching. He's dramatic. Across the stadium, Gaara stood in eerie silence, his gourd twitching as sand poured from its lip like water. His eyes were locked on Sasuke, wide and unblinking. He's here. Gaara whispered, I want to feel it. Your pain. Your blood. Gunma raised a hand. Begin.
まあ規制
Sasuke
的なあれ
vanished
で
in a crackle of
ちょっとダメに
lightning.
なダメになった
To the untrained eye, he was
若干
gone.
こう火
But
通
to
したような
Gaara, he barely caught the blur of movement before a kick slammed into his side. Sand tried to
マジでうまいん
guard,
ですよね
but it was too slow.
僕らも
Boom.
ユッケ
Gaara skidded across the arena,
炙りユッケで走るから
sand exploding in all directions.
さっと炙って
Sasuke landed smoothly, eyes locked on Gaara. You're not fast enough. Gaara snarled, bloodlust thick.
確か
You'll regret making me bleed. Sand surged from his gourd like a storm, lashing at Sasuke from all sides. Sasuke flipped, weaved, and danced around it with grace. His training with Kakashi had paid off. High above, Kakashi watched calmly. Don't get cocky, Sasuke. Down below, Sasuke suddenly skidded to a stop, fingers crackling with blue lightning. The stadium hummed with
や
energy.
りそうナイス
Chidori. The air ripped apart as he rushed forward. Gaara-san tried to shield him, too late. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the shell, slicing into Gaara's shoulder. Blood sprayed. Boom! Gaara screamed, a chilling, animalistic howl. Everyone in the stands flinched. Tamari stood up, eyes wide. He's losing control. Baki narrowed his eyes. It's starting. Gaara
マ
trembled,
イクスイシャレさ
clutching his bleeding arm, blood trickling from between his fingers. I will not be
やった
defeated.
ろやった
I will
ナイス
make you feel it. His voice doubled, one human, the other demonic. The tone shook the air. The sand coiled like serpents, his body distorting. Cracks of jagged black ink spread across his skin as the transformation began, half his body twisting into the one-tailed beast. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He's turning. Kushina surged to her feet. He's letting Shikaku out. Gunma raised a hand. Match over.
うぜえこいつ
Boom.
やったやった
A massive shockwave burst from Gaara, sand exploding outward. A demonic scream rippling through the stadium like thunder. Stone
Yaba.
shattered. Screams
Over there.
erupted from the stands. A monstrous claw of sand tore through the arena wall, chunks flying towards civilians. Kushina leapt forward, eyes burning red. Anko and Yujito shielded villagers. Zabuza stood like a wall, blade outstretched, deflecting falling rubble. Kiyomi hissed from Naruto's jacket, clutching his shoulder. ANBU flashed into place in a defensive formation, cat mask, weasel mask, boar, and more. Hiruzen rose, hands glowing with chakra. We'll contain it. But Naruto stepped forward.
やれそうだ
No, me and Sasuke got this. Sasuke appeared
でもバ
beside
キスト
him,
が偉かった
Sharingan spinning,
ああれバ
cloak
ティスト
fluttering
か
as he saw Gaara's body half consumed by Shikaku. You'll break. Gaara hissed, voice warped with demonic frenzy. I'll kill you both. I'll be the only one left.
分断された
The only Jinchuriki. Your demon's nothing, Naruto. Naruto vanished, using fox step, leaving only a flicker of afterimage. He reappeared midair, blinking. Ha, neat. Guess I don't need to hide it anymore. His scoff was sharp, his eyes blazing. The Sozugan spiraled to life. Slitted, elemental, crimson and gold swirling like twin stars in a storm. You talk too much. In a single breath, Naruto and Sasuke launched forward. Sasuke's hands blurred through hand signs. Dragon Flame Jutsu ignited, conjuring heat so intense it melted a chunk of Shikaku's sand body into gleaming black glass. The beast screamed, You insolent brats. A titanic claw swung down, but Naruto burst through it in a flash, his yokai cloak flaring wildly. His Yoko Rasengan burned in his palm, crackling with dark violet chakra and hellfire. From above, Hiruzen unleashed a colossal fire dragon, matching
Oh my God.
Sasuke's flames and surrounding
Pretty cool,
Shikaku
Kata.
in a pincer of burning fury. The ANBU moved in perfect
ナイ
formation.
スカバ
Earth-style users pinned the beast's legs with rising stone, while lightning-style ninja fried the sand into brittle shards. Then a calm, cold voice sliced through the chaos. Amaterasu. From the edge of shadow, Weasel Itachi emerged. The black flames erupted across Shikaku's shoulder, consuming the monstrous sand in searing, cursed fire.
빡세こいつ
IT burns. The demon howled, staggering. Now! Naruto formed a glowing dark violet Yoko Rasengan, its surface pulsing with fury. Sasuke appeared beside him, Chidori shrieking in his hand. Let's end this, he muttered. Naruto grinned. Right behind you, team. They shot forward in unison. The fused Razendori tore through the air, blinding light, unrelenting heat, and crushing force collided into Shikaku's chest. Boom! The battlefield trembled. Shikaku shrieked in agony, his form collapsing inward in a whirl of sand and chakra. Inside the seal, Gaara's eyes snapped open, breath catching. His heart slowed, his vision clearing. The demonic surge ended, the transformation stopped. Naruto stood over the unconscious Gaara, then knelt and placed a hand on his seal. Yokai chakra lines glowed gently beneath his palm. I'm not your enemy, he whispered. He restructured the seal, stabilizing the link, letting Gaara safely draw on Shikaku's power without losing control. He absorbed the last embers of Amaterasu, cleansing the boy of lingering chaos. Hiruzen stood tall. Villagers emerged from behind barriers. Not a single life was lost. The old Hokage smiled, tears welling. They saved us. Kushina dropped down beside Naruto, ruffling his hair. You scared the hell out of me, brat. The villagers flooded the field. Thank you. They did it. That was amazing.
やばい
Naruto chuckled, hands behind his head. Wasn't a big deal. Sasuke smirked. TCH, he means you're welcome. Mikoto and Itachi approached, pride glowing in their expressions. Kushina beamed. Even Raza, the Kazekage, stunned by the unity, gave a respectful nod. Hiruzen raised his staff. From this moment forward, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are officially Chunin of the Hidden Leaf. The crowd roared. Anko tried to throw herself at Naruto, but Kushina caught her midair by
あ
the collar.
壁が
Nope. Hinata limped up, eyes watery.
Naruto-kun.
She hugged him tightly. He froze, then hugged her back.
いやきちいこれ
You're safe. That's all that matters. Team 7 joined the hug, then Team 8, then 10, then Team Guy.
やったら帰るか
Okay, okay, we'll suffocate him. Kiba yelled, but laughed. Naruto broke free, arms wide. Ramen, old man Gigi's paying. Hiruzen blinked. I am, but they were already gone. Time skip. Naruto laid on the couch at the Uzumaki compound, full for once. Kiyomi jumped out of his jacket, transformed, and curled up on top of him. He scratched behind her ears. She purred, cuddling up for warmth. Then, he felt it. Presence. Watching. His Sozugen activated in a flicker.
Universal Pool.
行こう行こう行こう行こう行こ
From the shadows, Black Zetsu, choking as he was dragged out by the neck. Scene change, outside the village. Naruto appeared outside the village in an instant, eyes glowing like judgment itself. What are you, and what do you want? He asked, voice low, death promised. Black Zetsu writhed. Mother, I seek... Mother. Naruto's breath hitched. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from his chest. Not his voice, not his mind. Kaguya Otsutsuki. He is mine. Naruto Uzumaki is my family's true reincarnation, not a vessel for a lie. The one you tried to bring back was a puppet 10 tails. This boy is our legacy. Black Zetsu froze. This can't be Indra and Ashura. Old history. Kaguya said coolly. You serve him now. Naruto, glowing, listened. Black Zetsu bowed. Yes, mother. Spy on the Akatsuki.
ううわ
Kaguya
ー凍った
commanded. Yes, mother. And Zetsu vanished. What the hell was that? Naruto muttered. Inside his mindscape, everyone laughed. Kurama, Indra, Kaguya, even Hagoromo. He face-bombed. Freaking gods and their evil wills. He returned to the compound, clone dispelled, gently carrying Kiyomi upstairs. He tucked her in with a Naruto body pillow,
いや
kissed her
これき
cheek,
ついわ
and vanished. Scene change, Hokage's office. The scent of incense filled the Hokage's
カウ
office,
ンターされて
a
るわ
soft breeze rustling the paper blinds. Scrolls and mission reports were stacked neatly on Hiruzen's desk, but all attention was drawn to the two flak vests placed carefully across it. Black-strapped, reinforced Chunin vests, fitted for two young legends. Hiruzen stood behind the desk, hands folded behind his back. This rank is not given lightly. He began, voice even but warm. It represents more than strength. It is a recognition of judgment, leadership, and your ability to protect this village and each other. He looked between the two boys, Naruto, fire in his spirit and heart on his sleeve.
キャスティがフリーすぎ
Sasuke,
る
focused,
次の
precise, and unrelenting. You've both shown not only power, but discipline. You fought a Jinchuriki, survived Shikaku's wrath, and coordinated with Jonin-level tact. You showed the world what the future of this village looks like. Naruto and Sasuke both stood tall, quiet, absorbing the weight of his words. Then the door creaked
俺
open.
しかいね
Kakashi
繋が
stepped
ってる
in,
けど
his presence
あー繋がっ
relaxed
てる
but
けど
proud.
いけるか
He held something in his
四
hands,
天王になって
two
る
polished leaf headbands, recently cleaned, glinting like badges of honor. Sorry I'm late,
まだ
he
繋がって
said,
る
typical
あ
eye smile
ー
beneath
つ
the
いに届い
mask.
た
Got a little caught up, tracking down the best dango in town for the celebration. He stepped forward, picked up both vests, and turned to his students. These aren't just flak jackets. Kakashi said, tone more
こいつめっちゃ
serious
仕
now.
事してたな
They're a symbol. You two didn't just pass a test, you earned the respect of your village, your Kage, and
あ
your
そこじゃねえ
teacher.
んだ
He held one vest out to Naruto, the other to Sasuke. Congratulations.
俺とワイルさんがやられたとこから流れ変わったと思う
Naruto took his with both hands, eyes wide as he looked down at it. The black straps, the reinforced mesh, he finally looked like a real shinobi. Sasuke accepted his with a subtle nod, already imagining how it would feel in battle. You know what this means, Kakashi added, turning toward the door. We're celebrating tonight. Naruto's face lit up.
よし
Ichiraku? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You mean we're actually allowed to have fun now? Kakashi chuckled. For one night, you've earned it. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a grin and followed Kakashi out, their new vests slung over their shoulders. Behind them, Hiruzen watched silently, heart heavy with pride and hope. Two young shinobi walked out of the Hokage's office that day. Scene change, Ichiraku Ramen night.
多分シ
The
ー
air
ズンがもう
buzzed
終わる
with
か
the
ら
scent of roasted broth and fresh noodles. Shinobi, Jonin, Chunin, and even some off-duty ANBU filled the ramen shop shoulder to shoulder. There was no sake poured, just good food, genuine laughter, and the glow of survival. Naruto sat between Sasuke and Kakashi, animated and loud as ever, laughter spilling from his lips. I'm totally fine. 12 bowls is nothing for the new Chunin king. Naruto grinned wide, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling. Don't let him eat another, Sasuke muttered to Kakashi, sipping his tea. Kakashi only smiled behind his mask, eyes curved. It's a celebration. Let him enjoy it. And then, Naruto. The teasing, husky voice slid through the crowd like a blade through silk. Enko. She slinked in from behind, trench coat half open, wild eyes locked onto her prey. A dangerous smirk tugged her lips as she leaned in, too close. Naruto blinked. Anko? She lowered her mouth to his ear and whispered, I wished you luck before your match, you know? Her teeth grazed his ear, then a bite, a soft lick followed. Naruto shivered violently and instinctively scooted closer to Kakashi, practically pressing into him. Enko giggled darkly. Goo. Before he could flee, her hand snaked around his wrist and yanked him back toward her, inhaling his scent with a blush dusting her cheeks.
時間的に
You smell like trouble. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Anko, he warned. She ignored him, purring near Naruto's neck, voice low and hot. If you're old enough to kill, she said, letting her fingers trail up his chest. You're old enough to drink. Her breath hitched as she leaned into his ear again. Old enough to foo. Kakashi stood immediately. Anko laughed before she could finish,
やべえ、なんか焼
clearly
肉の話
teasing,
したらめっちゃ
but
腹
not
減ってき
really.
た。
She shoved a small cup of sake into Naruto's shaking hands. To the Chunin, she toasted.
まさかの
Naruto
タイミン
blinked.
グで
Ah. Drink up, hero. He sipped once, then again. Then the cup was refilled. Again and again. Before long, Naruto was red-faced, giggling uncontrollably, clumsily gripping the edge of the counter. I'm fine. He slurred. Just gonna go home and get my Chunin reward. Anko's smile twisted into something darker. Want me to come with? I have something special for you. She wrapped her arm around him, practically purring. Anko, Kakashi said again, voice firmer now. But she was already leading Naruto out of the stand, his body swaying, steps unsteady, mind fogged. She nearly got him halfway down the street. Until a hand caught Naruto around the waist and lifted him like a sack of potatoes. Why? Naruto flailed in Kakashi's arms. I was gonna get my reward. Nope. Kakashi said flatly, eye curving into a smile. You're going to bed. Ruinin' my night,
シールド貼られてうぜえ。
Anko screamed at the back of the masked Jounin. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. With practice steps, Kakashi flash-stepped toward the Uzumaki compound. At the gate, he dumped Naruto onto the stone path and dumped cold water over his head. GGHHH. Naruto jolted, eyes snapping wide.
一人やった。
WH dash. Cold. Why? You were about to let Anko ruin your entire life. Kakashi deadpanned. Naruto stared, blinking as clarity returned. Oh
やばいや
god.
ばいやばいやばい。
Yeah.
やばいやばいやばい。
Silence. Kakashi turned his eye toward the mountain. The fourth Hokage's face gazed down over the village, unmoving. Minato-sensei would be proud of you. Naruto followed his gaze, watching his father's face etched into stone. A breath. I'll make him even prouder. Naruto said, standing straighter. When I become Hokage. Kakashi looked over, hand gently ruffling the boy's messy blonde hair. You're already on your way. Naruto grinned, and before the moment could slip, he suddenly hugged Kakashi tight. Thanks, Kakashi and I. Kakashi hesitated, then returned the embrace warmly. It's no problem, Naruto. Sleep well. He turned and walked off into the night, hands in pockets, coat billowing behind him. Naruto, damp but smiling, stepped inside. The house was quiet, moonlight spilling across the wooden floors. Naruto climbed the stairs, quietly opened the bedroom door, and spotted her. Kiyomi, sleeping on her back, hair cascading over the pillow like ink across paper, tails draped over side of the bed. Naruto smiled softly. He patted across the room and gently crawled onto the bed, resting his head on her stomach like a child seeking warmth. Her skin was soft, her heartbeat steady. Finally safe, finally home. Naruto fell asleep in peace.